Chapter 1680. What else do they have to do? It might be something big. For someone with great ambition and even a bit of a mental illness, the things they did might not be that simple. Boss, what are we going to do now? Are we going to control those human factions and make them ours? Blood Devil asked excitedly. Linya furrowed her brows. Huh. Zhao Mingwei sneered. I don't care about those human factions. I care about the entire human race. Zhao Yiming's eyes flickered. Boss, what should we do then? After all, we're alone. Small Glasses, who was sitting there, adjusted his glasses and said, I think the more important thing now is to consolidate our forces. I'll bring you guys to a place first and find that person. Boss is referring to Dilin. Dilin was powerful. He was once the leader of the 12 demon gods. He was also the strongest. Zhao Mingyue also needed this power. This was a power she absolutely couldn't lack. Once she obtained this power, she would be considered to have completely graduated. She didn't obtain all of the 12 demon gods' powers. Lin Xian snatched 2 of them, Dark Mist and Myriad Demonic Lightning. But for now, it was still going smoothly. Yes, the location has been confirmed. Let's go. After this, follow me to the devil race. We won't be staying in the human race for now. Linya furrowed her brows. Why are we going to the devil race? Zhao Yiming's lips curled up. Let's go to the human race together. Let me become the king of the human race. Ha! Then she looked up and laughed. On the other side, the girls in the room were eating very happily. Everyone was talking and laughing. It had been a long time since it was so lively. Little Tianny, you can't eat this. It's too spicy. Plus, you haven't grown teeth yet. Anexian hugged little Tianny and said carefully, they're all eating ghosts. A room full of eating ghosts. Morong Qing smiled. Eating is the way of the king. All right, what did you get from the God Awakening door? Morong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked while eating. 1 domain, and then all my attributes are doubled. Lin Xian, all your attributes have doubled. Why are you so calm? Many of the girls were shocked. For others, this was a very terrifying increase. But for Lin Xian, this increase was not bad. He was quite satisfied with it, but it wasn't particularly heaven-defying. Then what's your current realm? 9 stars of the Great Void stage. Lin Xian. So fast. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan and the others were secretly shocked. It's all right. Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm only at the domain realm. Lu Yufan pouted. The Grand Domain realm is already not bad. Continue to work hard and try to reach the Empyrean realm as soon as possible. That's amazing. Once you reach the Empyrean realm, don't think about increasing your cultivation realm too quickly. Lin Xian said, Okay. Time flies. Yi sighed. Yeah, it's really fast. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you all tired of the secular world and want to become monks? Lin Xian said, That's not it. I really feel like time is flying by. She still remembered the first time she met Lin Xian at Tianhua Academy. At that time, everyone was so weak. Now, Lin Xian had become a super powerful existence. They were also working hard to improve. Your generation has already broken the norm. Bai Xian said, What do you mean by our generation? How much older are you than me? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. But it's true that the young people of this generation have improved their cultivation realm rapidly. They have already surpassed any other generation. Yeah, look at the others. They might not even reach the Great Void stage in their decades, but you guys are all in your 20s. Of course, there's also a difference between geniuses. You're all geniuses. This is normal. There's still a majority of people who can't reach such a high realm, even if they work hard. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I think it's all the same. Although we have a system in this era, the system will also determine your level based on your talent. The worse your talent, the more experience points you need to level up. It's not even something that hard work can make up for. Lin Xian said, That's true. Lin Xian, what are you going to do next? Are you going to break through the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian smiled and said, How can it be so easy to break through the heavenly Tao? This is a huge gap. It requires a great opportunity to break through in a short period of time. If there isn't such an opportunity, then it will depend on the situation. It's true that it's not so easy to break through the heavenly Tao, but it's just a matter of time for you. Maybe 8 or 9 years, or 3 to 5 years. Ling Long Shui said. Will it take that long? Everyone? This is called long? To Lin Xian, this was called long. He had to return to Earth. His note clearly stated that he had to quickly advance to the heavenly Dao realm before returning to Earth. This was because there were still girls on Earth silently waiting for him. He couldn't make them wait for 5 or 10 years, right? It really won't be long. To the Fae, the heavenly Dao realm might take 100 years to break through, or even longer. To humans, the top geniuses will take 5 or 10 years without any opportunities. It might seem like many geniuses of your generation have reached the Great Void Realm or the high levels of the Great Void Realm, but the heavenly Dao realm is the key to widening the gap. Some people might be geniuses now, but they might not be able to advance to the heavenly Dao realm their entire lives. Some might need decades or centuries, while others only need a few years. This is where the gap widens. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Yeah, I got it. By the way, Xiao Linglong, the advancement of the heavenly Dao realm requires a very critical factor, right? Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, there are 2 critical factors. First, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies are sufficient to support your advancement to the heavenly Dao realm. This isn't difficult, but the second factor is difficult. The heavenly Dao is a very special realm. In fact, many people fail to advance to the heavenly Dao not because they lack talent, but because they lack soul power. When your soul power reaches a certain level, coupled with your talent and cultivation level, you can attempt to break through to the heavenly Dao. Soul power? Is this soul power our soul? Lan Xingxing asked while blinking her large eyes. You can say that. There are strong and weak soul powers, but most of the time, you won't be able to sense its existence. This is because there are very few opportunities to use soul powers. For example, psyche, control, certain laws, etc. However, many things are closely related to soul powers. Chapter 1681. Lin Xian was well aware of this. Many martial artists would overlook soul power because they couldn't intuitively feel how it could help them. However, it was very, very important. Lin Xian had the law of creation and the law of destruction. Releasing these 2 laws required soul power, mental power, and spiritual power. Therefore, he knew how important soul power was. Therefore, when you're cultivating, you must remember to cultivate your soul power at all times. Linglong Shui looked at the group of girls and reminded them. Sister Linglong, how do we cultivate? Miao Xiaomiao asked. The cultivation of soul force is something you have to do when you're meditating. The cultivation of soul force is a very difficult thing. You might have to cultivate for 5 or 10 years before you can feel a slight increase in your soul force. Bing Lingwen nodded. Yes, generally speaking, if you want to increase your soul power, you can only rely on some heaven and earth spiritual items. However, these items are very rare, much rarer than any other heaven and earth spiritual items. Then what should we do? There is always a way. Although it is rare, it can be found. It is just a matter of whether it is strong or weak. After all, the strong ones are hard to find, and the ordinary ones are easy to find. Under normal circumstances, from now on, you should focus on increasing your soul power. Grasp every little thing that can increase your soul power. As long as you are talented enough, the heaven's way will not be a problem. Yes. What about me? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment and said, the strength of your soul power is already much stronger than ordinary warriors. It is not a problem for you to advance to the heaven's way. However, if you want to advance to the heaven's way more easily, you still need to increase your soul power. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I will pay attention from now on. After all, I'm only at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. I still have 10 stars to prepare for the heaven's way. Okay, what do you plan to do next? Luo Chenxi asked. I want to do a lot of things, but I have no idea. Let's wait and see. I plan to spend some time with you guys. Lin Xian said with a smile. This was indeed what Lin Xian needed to do. It might not take a long time, a few days, a week, or half a month. Other things might be more important, including finding Linya. Of course, Lin Xian would definitely take this matter to heart. However, they really needed company. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really feel embarrassed. Tell me, after leaving for so long, how could you not spend some time with them? Especially since all of them were so magnanimous. They were all very nice. TSK. Who needs your company? Meow Xiao Meow mumbled. Just you wait. When the time comes, I will definitely beat you up. TSK. It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. Lin Xian glanced at the time and said, All right, then we'll head back first. Everyone, rest early. Then, the girls left in a grandiose manner. Previously, the house was so crowded that it was about to explode. Now that they left, they suddenly felt that although there were still a few people, it was still very spacious. With a thought, Lin Xian released the law of creation and the entire house became exceptionally clean. This was too comfortable. The law of creation was too useful. It's getting late. Everyone should go to sleep. Cough, cough, sleep. Lin Xian said awkwardly. They obviously knew what this bitch wanted to do. Then let's all rest. Hey, little icy. Lin Xian called out to Bing. That little sure, help take care of her tonight. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Hey, shameless. Ling Longwei couldn't help but spit. I'm going to sleep with them. Then, she released the power of space and disappeared. Lin Xian scratched his head. Bing's lips curled up slightly. It's tiring enough to take care of one. You can leave little sure to Lingwei. Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingwei. Okay. Bing Lingwei nodded. Then, little sure was carried away by her and Huang Shi. Hee. Clatter. Lin Xian turned off the lights. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Xian and Linglong Shui went back to her room. If one were to say that Lin Xian liked anyone, he would like anyone. If one were to ask him to choose, he would not be able to pick anyone. However, there would always be a few girls who treated Lin Xian differently. These girls were all so beautiful and noble. Lin Xian would have to find one of them. Actually, there was no need to think too much. It was obviously Ling Long Shui. The others also knew in their hearts that compared to Ling Long Shui, they were different in Lin Xian's heart. Xiao Ling Long, I missed you so much. Lin Xian hugged her as soon as they entered the room. Ling Long Shui had now completely adapted to Lin Xian's identity. She had also adapted to Lin Xian's touch. They were already an old couple. Although it wasn't a lot this time, they already had a baby. She completely regarded herself as Lin Xian's woman. Go take a shower. Ling Long Shui pushed Lin Xian and said. Of course, she knew what was going to happen next. To be honest, Lin Xian was going to suffocate to death. It had really been a long time. Although he was with Mu Qingya at that time. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't touch her much afterward because Lin Xian had been using the law of creation to create all kinds of things for them. Of course, Lin Xian didn't remember now. In any case, he just felt that he was suffocating. The main thing was that Xiao Ling Long was too beautiful and so fairy-like. Hiss. Even if Lin Xian wasn't suffocating now, he couldn't hold in at all. Okay, let's kiss first and then go take a shower. Then, Ling Long Shui was helplessly spat on by Lin Xian. Let's go take a shower together. Ling Long Shui. Lin Xian directly carried her up and walked to the bathroom indoors. After a big battle, during this period, your sister appeared a few times. She only left behind some power, but I think she should be fine. Ling Long Shui lay there and said, Well, I don't know where little fairy is now. Lin Xian sighed. A month ago, I tracked them once, but their tracks were not fixed. They don't have an absolutely fixed place. There are only a few of them, and they can go to the ends of the earth. I can't find them if I don't completely lock down their location. Ling Long Shui shook her head. It's okay. There will always be a way. Oh, right. Lin Xian suddenly slapped his forehead. Did my sister try to contact you? Ling Long Shui shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't receive any contact. I went to the restaurant you mentioned before once in a while, but there was no news. Chapter 1682. The only place where Lin Xian could contact Linya was the small restaurant where they used to eat together. Previously, Lin Xian had indeed received some news from Linya, but since then, he hadn't received any news. However, Lin Xian could understand that it would be very difficult for Linya to find an opportunity. Perhaps she really didn't have any special news to give him? No, that shouldn't be the case. It should be that Linya also knew that Lin Xian wasn't here. He had gone to the God's Awakening door, so she didn't find an opportunity to go there and give Lin Xian any news. And it's fine. As long as little fairy is fine, it's fine. I'll go take a look later. It shouldn't be difficult to find any news about her. Linglong Shui nodded. It shouldn't be difficult. Many of their movements are very high profile. They will go to a place in a high profile manner, do something, and leave behind a bunch of traces. Lin Xian laughed. So it shouldn't be difficult. Actually, I don't have to go find little fairy, but I have to do it before she carries out her true ambitions and plans. Her ambitions were nothing more than that. But to realize these ambitions, ambition alone wasn't enough. You had to have the ability, and this ability wasn't enough. You had to have the capital to reach a certain level. Although the 12 demon gods were powerful, the 12 demon gods who had once brought chaos to the world were not only powerful, but each of them had reached a certain level of strength. Their realms were high enough that they were above everyone else. Tell me, although Zhao Mengyue has so much power now, how can she raise this power to the point where it's above everyone else? Impossible. How could she do something that the entire human race and the entire demon race couldn't? This wasn't realistic. However, there was indeed a thorny problem. Her influence was too small. She only had a few people, and those people were all top-notch experts. They also didn't have a fixed territory. It was too difficult to lock onto their position and capture them. This wasn't something that could be done with space. In order to do so, there were two conditions. Either they were fixed at a certain place, and you already knew that place, or you knew where they were going in advance. Otherwise, even Lin Xian even Linglong Shui couldn't lock onto them. So how could you find Linya? Now, there were only two things that Lin Xian needed to do. First, raise his strength to the heavenly Dao realm. Only then would he have absolute capital. Second, find Linya. These were Lin Xian's two tasks at the moment. Rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when you wake up. Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Yes. Then they fell asleep. Lin Xian slept soundly, and so did Linglong Shui. Early the next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the fragrance coming from outside through the crack in the door. When he woke up, he realized that Linglong Shui had woken up at some point in time. Holy shit, how could he sleep so soundly? Lin Xian didn't even notice that the person beside him had woken up, opened the door, walked out, and closed the door. Perhaps it's because I'm sleeping too soundly at Xiao Linglong's place. Lin Xian chuckled. He didn't know how long it had been since he had such a feeling. No matter how he slept, he would always leave a wisp of his perception to pay attention to his surroundings. But with Linglong Shui, Lin Xian was absolutely relaxed. In the past, he needed to release his perception to protect himself and the people around him. But here, he was protected. He could completely sleep. After all, there was a house full of heavenly Dao realm experts. Lin Xian looked out the window. It was raining heavily today. It was too early, so the light was still very dim. Lin Xian opened the door and walked into the living room. The living room's lights were lit, and it was especially dazzling. There was an exquisite breakfast on the table. Bing Lingyue, Yiran Bing, Huang Shi, Linglong Shui, Little Tianny, and Little Shir had all woken up. They were sitting around the table and eating breakfast. Morning, Lin Xian said. Morning. You must be exhausted from last night. Yiran Bing hugged Tianny and said as she fed him. Lin Xian, hey, don't drive. Lin Xian sat over. Little Shir hugged me. Lin Xian looked at Little Shir who was sitting there eating and couldn't help but hug her. No, Little Shir said in a childish voice. Look, Little Shir despises you. What? This is called liking me. Lin Xian then forcefully hugged her in his arms and teased this girl with a smile. But Little Shir only had eyes for delicious food. When are you going back? Lin Xian then looked at Huang Shi and asked. Huang Shi paused in her eating. What? You want this sovereign to go back? She stared at Lin Xian. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned about you. You have the entire demon god temple to take care of, and no one is as busy as you. I'm not afraid that you'll cause trouble. Come on, you just don't know what to talk about. Bing exposed Lin Xian. He shook his head helplessly. Bullshit. I'm a fucking Casanova. How can I not know how to talk to girls? Lin Xian was immediately unhappy. Huangshi then said indifferently, This sovereign knows more about the demon god temple than you, so you don't need to worry. Oh, that? What about Bingxin and Binglan? I didn't see them come last night. Lin Xian looked at Bing and asked, Why? Do you miss them? I'm just asking. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. They have their own things to do. If you want to see them, this sovereign will ask them to come back in a few days. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged. What are you going to do today? Bing Linghua asked. Me? It's raining outside, and there's nothing much to do. I'll accompany you guys, and then I'll go to the Yixian group to have a look. I can't accept that a company with the same experience as the Yixian group will overshadow me. They looked at Lin Xian, and then Bing Linghua said, In fact, no matter what, there's no way to overshadow the Yang group. Their teleportation bead is a necessity. Compared to human warriors, it's more necessary than healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions. Healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions are produced by many companies, but only the Yang group produces teleportation beads. They have a monopoly. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I'm just trying to see if there's any way. In this world, only I, Lin Xian, can be in the limelight. No one else can. They shook their heads helplessly. After dinner, Lin Xian accompanied them for a while. After all, it was raining outside, and there was nothing much to do. Then Lin Xian went to the Yixian group. He hadn't been there for a long time. Chapter 1683. The Yixian group was on the right track. There was nothing wrong with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing, two beautiful and capable women, leading the Yixian group. Lin Xian arrived at the Yixian group and walked in. Hello, who are you looking for? The beautiful receptionist stopped Lin Xian and asked politely with a smile. Oh, I'm looking for your boss. Excuse me, may I know who you are? Do you have an appointment? She asked politely, obviously not knowing who Lin Xian was. Well, I don't have an appointment. Give Murong Qing a call and tell her that Lin Xian is here to see her. Lin Xian was helpless. After all, it had been so long, and Lin Xian rarely came to the Yixian group. There were no familiar faces here. Even if there were, they would not be in this hall. Lin Xian did not know who to talk to even if he wanted to. He could not say that he was the boss of this group. Could he? What was awkward was that he had given all his shares to them. Of course, there was still a small part of the shares with the Evil Fiend Temple. Thinking of this, Lin Xian suddenly realized, fuck, there was still the Evil Fiend Temple. He almost forgot. Now, the people of the Evil Fiend Temple still thought that he and Murong Yu had taken their poison pills and their lives were in their hands. Lin Xian and Murong Feng were playing a big game of chess to completely destroy the Evil Fiend Temple. He had forgotten about this. He had to ask Murong Qing. I'm sorry, Boss Qing is entertaining very important guests. She may not have time for now. What about Luo Chenxi? Boss Luo is also here. The receptionist felt that the man in front of her was not simple. He actually called the two bosses by their full names. Sir, I'll take you to the lounge to wait. I'll inform you when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. About an hour later, Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi personally escorted a few people down. Lin Xian heard the commotion and came out as well. You don't have to send me off. I'll take my leave first. The handsome man said, Take care. Then, he left the Yixian group with a few people. Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi also saw Lin Xian. What happened? Lin Xian leaned over and asked. Let's talk upstairs. Yes. Then they went upstairs. The young lady at the front desk opened her mouth. Hey. You. Who is that person? Why can you speak to President Qing and President Luo directly? I don't know either. I've never seen it before. At this time, a cleaning lady who was sweeping the floor passed by and said, Him? He is the real boss of our Yixian group. The Yixian group was established by him. Hiss! Their faces were filled with shock. That's not right. I heard the Yixian group was established by President Lin in the past. He is Boss Lin's younger brother. I see. Lin Xian, Murong Qing, and Luo Chenxi arrived at an office. That person is from the Yang group. Luo Chenxi poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and said, "Oh, what are you here for?" He said that he is here to talk about cooperation. In fact, he has other ideas. Oh yes, he is also one of President Qing's suitors. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. Come on. Murong Qing laughed and said, only his face is better than Lin Xian's. As for the rest, it's really not good. Especially that kind of confidence that seems like the whole world can't compare to him. I can't stand it. Hey, Lin Xian glared at her. Are you kidding? But he does have the capital. The Yang family is a top existence among the reclusive families, and he is the eldest son of the Yang family. Today, he came here mainly to say that he wants to develop the Yang Group's industry in Lin and City, and Lin and City is now the territory of our Yixian Group. Lin Xian said, Lin and City is almost under our Yixian Group now, isn't it? What are you thinking? Do you think that we can easily take over a city with only one company? But that's basically what I mean. Murong Qing said. However, it's quite troublesome now. Previously, there was no industry that could shake our Yixian Group. Therefore, we invested almost all of our investments in the acquisition of Lin and City. This caused the Yang Group to have quite a big impact on us now. If they forcibly compete with us for Lin and City, we are likely to be in big trouble. Luo Chenxi said at this time. Are you serious? Lin Xian opened his mouth. However, they will also have to pay a huge price, but we will have to see if they are willing to pay this price. Looking at them, Lin City seems to be of great significance to their Yang family, but I can't guess what it is. If they insist on doing this, then it must be of great significance, such as strategic significance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then how are we going to get through this crisis? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, it's simple. It's nothing more than money. It's useless even with the Holy Temple supporting us. Big brother, the Holy Temple values you more than the Yixian Group. You and the Yixian Group are more important. Even if we borrow money from the Holy Temple, it's such a large sum of money. This is not something that your dear Uncle Murong can make the decision. Do you understand? Lin Xian shrugged. I'll think of another way. How much do we need? Hundreds of thousands or billions? Only then can we completely guarantee that there won't be any problems in the short term. Or we can give up monopolizing Lin and City and shrink this circle. Lin Xian said, how can we give up when things have already come to this? I'll think of a way. By the way, about the evil fiend temple's controlling stake, has anything happened in the past 3 months? It's fine if you don't talk about this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. Murong Qing took a sip of tea. In the past 3 months, the evil fiend temple has taken a lot of money from the Yixian Group. Although they don't have many shares, they are shares of the Yixian Group after all. This money is not a small amount. They don't care about the crisis of the Yixian Group. They only care about using the money to develop themselves. This is a small matter. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. But the Yang Group's teleportation pearl is indeed an invincible project. What other project can guarantee an absolute profit like the teleportation pearl? It's a consumable and a necessity, and there will always be people buying it. Lin Xian thought. Many things in the Yixian Group were very exaggerated, but compared to the teleportation pearl's usage rate and consumption rate, it was much worse. What? Genius, Lin. Are you planning to have a good fight with the Yang family? It's simple. If you can sell the attribute increasing potion on a large scale, the funds will be in place in a short time. But this is not realistic. No. I want to do something new. It's time to let some people who overestimate themselves understand where the gap is. Chapter 1684. Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone in this aspect. Damn, with the system, how could he be surpassed by others in terms of business? There were still several missions in the system that Lin Xian had not completed. At most, he could ask the system lady to change the mission rewards. What do you have in mind? To be honest, the Yang group was indeed powerful. The teleportation bead was really profitable, although the Yixian group was not afraid. After all, they each earned their own profits. However, as the Yixian group had invested almost all of its profits into the acquisition of Lin City, the Yixian group did not have that much capital now. If the Yang group really had any designs on the Yixian group would be greatly affected. There were two ways. They could either earn more money or sell off the properties in Lin and City. However, they had just bought so much. If they sold and bought, they would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, they would really be treated as a joke. Instead, the Yang group would succeed. Obviously, they could not leave. Lin Xian shook his head. No. Fisk, Murong Qing rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are already big enough. We have enough capital. As long as the Yang group doesn't use force, there will be no problem. Even if they do, we are not to be trifled with. Luo Chinsi said. In fact, they still had a lot of confidence in the Yixian group's capital. This was not something that others could easily compare to. However, this capital had basically become an inherent asset. This was quite awkward. What inherent asset? It was the entire Lin and City. Most of the residential areas, shopping malls, schools, shops, and so on in Lin and City had been acquired by them. Therefore, in simple terms, Lin and City had almost become an inherent asset of the Yixian group. If the house you bought was another developer's, then sorry, it was equivalent to buying the Yixian group. The entire land also belonged to the Yixian group. This was the reason why the Yixian group was still afraid of the Yang group, even though they had earned so much money these days. Another sad thing was that the Evil Fiend Temple had lost a lot of their money. Let's have a meal together later. Lin Xian said, didn't we just eat last night? That's different. That was a gathering for everyone. Today it's us. Murong Qing stared at Lin Xian. Are you up to something again? Hey, I'm very sincere. Let's talk about work. On the other side, young Master Yang, can we take down the Arshian group? They followed Yang Tian and asked respectfully. Yang Tian revealed a confident smile, as though he had everything under control. This Yixian group is indeed not simple. Before the Yang family was born, this young master had already paid attention to this Yixian group, but they lost because they were too arrogant. They completely believed that no capital can shake them. They even didn't hesitate to spend almost all of their capital to acquire the entire Lin and City. What a pity. Yang Tian lit a cigarette and took a puff. It's a pity that they don't think there's any capital that can shake them, especially with the Divine Temple standing behind them. They're even less afraid, so they don't even wait for a period of time to buy when they have more capital. Instead, they buy while making money. They simply don't put capital in their eyes. But now, the Yang family can do it. Yang Tian rubbed his chin. But with the Yang family's capital, wouldn't it be difficult? Yang Tian sneered. Call headquarters and tell them to hold a press conference tomorrow. It's time for those 2 items to be sold. Yes. Yang Tian cracked his neck and sneered. So what if this Yixian group has the Divine Temple support? It's not the Divine Temple support. It's just Murong Feng standing behind them. My Yang family also has a place in the 12 Elders Association of the Divine Temple. Murong Feng is the master of the Divine Temple. But don't think that just because he's the master of the Divine Temple, the entire Divine Temple belongs to him and the Murong family. Perhaps it was like this a long time ago, but after so many years of development, there are no longer any forces. He only belongs to one person, one family. Of course, this refers to the major forces. The Divine Temple has the 12 Elders Association. What does the 12 Elders Association mean? Simply put, the Divine Temple is divided into 12 parts, led by 12 families or forces. The Murong family is one of the 12 Elders Association, and so is the Yang family. Therefore, there are some things that cannot be decided by the Murong family alone. Therefore, he is not afraid of the Divine Temple's possible support for the Yixian group. Now, the Yang family's capital is not enough to shake the Yixian group, but what if a product like the teleportation pearl appears in the market? Then in a short time, their capital will be enough to shake the Yixian group. Kaizi, let's go. Follow me around Lin and City. Yes, young master. Then, Yang Tian led his loyal follower around Lin and City. "Young master, I have a question." Yang Tian looked at Lin and City and said calmly, "What is it? Ask away." "That is, why must we take over Lin and City?" Yang Tian took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, "This matter involves a lot of things, but the reason is very simple. Lin and City is a treasure trove." "Treasure trove?" Kaizi asked doubtfully. "Yes, over the years, the family has researched something. Lin and City is located in a dragon vein in the entire sky blue planet." "A dragon vein in the entire continent? But I don't feel that there is anything special about Lin and City." "That's because you can't feel it now. After a while, maybe a year, maybe 3 years, Lin and City will become a very exaggerated place. Lin and City will become a place that the entire human race will protect with their lives, and the Yang family must take over this place." That's right, the first thing the Yang family did when they came out was to attack the Xian group and Lin and City. Others did not understand, but only a few people in the Yang family knew about this matter. "So powerful?" Yang Tian nodded. "Yes, very powerful indeed. The Xian group has already set their sights on Lin and City a long time ago, even going so far as to buy over Lin and City and make it their territory. In the eyes of others, they do not understand because this is a city that borders the territory of the demon race. Other companies are running away, but they are holding on. From this, it can be seen that the people behind them know the reason, and they must take over Lin and City. Lin Xian did not know at all. He just randomly chose it. Chapter 1685. To Lin Xian, it was all a coincidence. He really did not know of such a saying. If he knew, then others would know as well. How could Lin Xian's art pavilion group get Lin and City so easily? Yang Tian continued. If Lin and City falls in the Yang family's hands, do you know what the benefits are? Kaizi shook his head. The benefits are that the Yang family will become the strongest family in the entire continent. The Yang family will control the entire dragon vein in Lin and City. Moreover, even if the shifters target us, the entire human race, the 3 major forces, and all the other forces will have to protect Lin and City. They might even risk their lives to protect Lin and City because the human race will never give up the dragon vein to the shifters. Yang Tian said excitedly. What did the dragon vein mean? Simply put, it was the lifeline of a place. For example, if a force's family had a lot of resources, it could even be the lifeline of their family. If you cut off their lifeline, it could be an underground mine. Their family's fortune would be cut off. This was definitely not a joke. The dragon vein was the lifeline of the entire continent, not the entire human race, including the shifters. It was the lifeline of the entire sky blue planet. What benefits would such a place bring? No one knew, but it was unimaginable. But if that's the case, even if Lin and City falls into our hands, it's normal for others to take it away by force. After all, the Yang family can't stop the entire continent from fighting for it, right? Yang Tian smiled and said, "Fighting for it? After Lin and City is legally our territory, who do you think would dare to fight for it? Unless the entire human race is in chaos, so much so that no one cares about the internal strife. Only then would it be taken away. But do you think the human race will be so chaotic now? It's impossible. No matter what, it's impossible. As long as the 3 major forces are still around, the human race will not be in chaos. And it's impossible for the 3 major forces to be gone. So, there's no need to worry." "I see." Yang Tian rubbed his chin and said, "The rest will depend on when we take down Lin and City and force them to withdraw their control. The Yang family will have this capital very soon. Who told them to change their capital into inherent assets? The Yang family never wanted to bankrupt the Xian group. No matter what they did, it was impossible. However, the Xian group had exchanged their money for their inherent assets. This led to an economic war. The Xian group was no match for the Yang group unless they sold off their inherent assets. Therefore, Yang group's idea was to let them sell it off and then take over it themselves. From there, they would slowly take control of Lin and City. That was their goal. At the very least, They could split Lin and City with Yixian group. Let's go and have a drink. After that, Yang Tian brought Kai Zi to a famous bar in Lin and City. Although it was daytime, there were still many people in the bar, and there were also many beautiful women. On the contrary, there were more rich and elegant ladies who were willing to stay in this kind of high-end bar. Of course, they also liked to stay in noisy bars. What was the purpose of going to a bar? Picking up girls. Yang Tian had heard that Lin and City had a lot of beautiful women. It was very exaggerated. Many famous beauties were in Lin and City. At first, he did not believe it, which city did not have beautiful women. But later on, he took a look on the internet. Oh my God, a group of beautiful women shopping. Each of them was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Each of them had their own merits. It was too shocking. He liked Murong Qing. To be precise, he liked any beautiful woman, be it Murong Qing or Luo Chenxi. He liked them all. However, he could only express his love to one woman on the surface. He liked Murong Qing because he knew that Murong Qing was the biological sister of Master Murong of the Divine Temple. That was extraordinary. They came to the bar and found a place to sit down. The entire bar had a good atmosphere and was not too noisy. Although it was daytime, there were still many people. Basically, everyone was sitting there, drinking wine, eating snacks, and listening to the beautiful women singing on the stage. Young master, beautiful women, beautiful women. Although there were many beautiful women here, there were a few that caught their attention at a glance. Most importantly, there were many people surrounding that area. Yang Tian looked over. Occasionally, the bright lights would shine on their faces, highlighting their beautiful features. They were really beautiful. They seemed to be very famous. Yang Tian looked over in confusion. It was normal for beautiful women to have people hitting on them. However, there were many people hitting on them. They were asking for autographs. I think so. They seemed to be famous celebrities. That's right. They were Miao Xiao Miao, and Xian, Zichue, Lu Yufan, Zhao Yunqi, and Yi. They had nothing to do today, so they came over to drink and chat. They originally wanted to invite that shameless Lin Xian over, but this guy said that he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. They were helpless. Heavenly consort, can you give me an autograph? Zichue smiled. I'm no longer a celebrity. In my eyes, Heavenly Consort will always be my idol and an exile. Oh my God, I didn't expect to see you here. They gave these people autographs helplessly. After the song ended, the beauty smiled and said into the microphone, "Today, I'm very honored to meet two idols that I respect and admire very much. They like to sing, and to me, they really have a great effect. I think everyone must want to hear the two of you sing. I wonder if Heavenly Concubine and Princess and Xian can satisfy us." Then there was a burst of cheers. Under such circumstances, an Xian and Zichue were really embarrassed to refuse. Then let's play. Zichue walked up with a smile. It's Heavenly Consort Zichue, Kaizi said excitedly. She's so beautiful. Yang Tian liked this kind of mature and elegant woman. He took a sip of wine and watched Zichue walk up. An Xian also walked up. Although she was very beautiful, he naturally preferred Zichue to this kind of mature and noble woman. I haven't sung for a long time. Zichue smiled and said into the microphone, "Then today, I'll sing with an Xian a song that made her famous. One of the songs, Choral C, written and composed by Lin Xian. I'll give it to everyone." Then there was a burst of cheers and screams. A beautiful voice slowly sounded. After the song ended, amidst the thunderous applause, Yang Tian took a flower and walked over with a smile. He handed it to Zichue and an Xian. "Thank you." The two women nodded politely. "You're welcome. Today is really a good day. I'm lucky to hear such a beautiful voice. Of course, the most important thing is to see such a beautiful woman." Yang Tian looked at Zichue with a smile and said. Chapter 1686. Yang Tian really felt that Lin and City was very strange. The beauties in Lin and City were really more beautiful than in other places. In fact, he could not be sure about this, but it was obvious that he had prey in Lin and City. He had seen too many beauties, but this level was really rare. Zichiyue still smiled and nodded politely. Thank you. Then she said to everyone, everyone, have fun. Thank you. Then the two women walked down amidst the cheers. Yang Tian also walked over with a smile. Hissed that at first, he could not see them clearly from afar, but when he got closer, oh my God. Each and every one of them was unbelievably beautiful. Beauties, may I sit here? Yang Tian asked with a smile. Sorry, no. Hey, of course, no problem. Lu Yufan said with a smile. They glanced at Lu Yufan. Thank you. Kaizi, go and get a few bottles of good wine. Yes, young master. Yang Tian then smiled and said to them, this is my first time in Lin and City. I met so many beauties on my first day in Lin and City. It's simply a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Tian from the reclusive family. He had directly revealed his identity. One had to know that people were all vain, but the degree of vanity varied. Recently, the news of the reclusive family was so popular. Everyone knew that even the weakest of the reclusive family was very strong. If Yang Tian directly revealed his identity, wouldn't these girls have a good impression of him out of vanity? Of course they would. So it's the reclusive family. Is it the reclusive Yang family? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Yes. Wow, does the Yang group belong to your family? Lu Yufan exclaimed. The corner of Yang Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Then he nodded. I'm not talented, but the Yang group was founded by me. Of course, the Yang family support, including funds and connections. Wow, they cried out in surprise. Of course, it was more of an act. At first, Lu Yufan's idea was very simple. It was so boring. Since someone came to strike up a conversation, he might as well chat with them. Who knows, they might even pay for him. Although they were not short of money, they were all at the age where they liked to play, except for Zichiyue. However, ever since Zichiyue became famous, she hadn't had a chance to play properly. Instead, she wanted to play with everyone even more. She was their big sister, but she liked to play with them. There was no barrier between them, and they had a lot of topics to talk about. Other than playing, they also made music together, shot music videos together, and went to the demonic beast domain together to improve their cultivation. They were very happy. Although they had all retired from the entertainment industry, music was still their hobby, and they would occasionally release music. But now it was different. At first, they only wanted to play, but now that they knew that Yang Tian was from the Yang group, they had other thoughts. Although they all used the Yang group's teleportation pearl, they also knew that the Yang group was a big opponent for the Yixian group. Moreover, the Yang group seemed to be targeting the Yixian group. This was what Lin Xian heard when he was chatting with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing during dinner last night. And this person also said that he was the one who founded the Yang group. That was amazing. They might be able to get some information. Yang Tian laughed in his heart when he heard the exclamation. Hee, it's a small matter, a small matter. You look so young. Did you really establish the Yang group? You're so amazing. Lu Yufan's little mouth opened slightly, looking as if she was admiring him. Yes, everything was done by this young master personally, including the teleportation bead. Hearing this news, their eyes lit up. This news was very important. Lin Xian and the others meant that the teleportation pearl gave them a lot of pressure. What if they could get something out of it? Wow, all of us are using the teleportation pearl. Lu Yufan then took out a few pearls. Yes. Yang Tian smiled and nodded. Then you have to use it more. This thing is equivalent to having an additional teleportation ability. It's very important. I'll give you a few teleportation pearls that can teleport you hundreds or thousands of meters away. Really? Yang Tian smiled and nodded. Of course. It's my duty to give something to a beauty. Thank you. This teleportation pearl can teleport you more than 10 meters away. Zhao Yunqi was also a smart girl. Since everyone was trying to get information out of them, she naturally started as well. Of course, it's just that we don't sell them. For example, an ordinary teleportation pearl consumes 1 spatial energy. However, teleportation of 1,000 meters consumes hundreds of spatial energy instead of 100. It's completely unnecessary to use it to make money. It's better to make all of them into teleportation pearls that can teleport you 10 meters away and win with quantity. The rest is more for personal use and important transactions with others. Yang Tian smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Miao Xiaomiao blinked and asked, "Brother Yang, what are you doing in Linen City? Isn't the Yang group located far away?" Yang Tian smiled and said, "I'm actually here to talk about business. I didn't expect to meet such beautiful girls here. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes." He didn't realize that they were trying to get information out of him. It was mainly because he didn't expect that they were Lin Xian's people. He didn't even know who Lin Xian was. He only knew that there was such a person. He really didn't know what he looked like. Maybe it was because he was too conceited. Young Master Yang is going to give us such precious teleportation pearls. Shouldn't we toast him? Zichiyue said with a smile. Drink mine, Kai's. Young Master, I'm coming." Kai Zi ran over with good wine. "I should be the one toasting you," Yang Tian said with a smile. He thought that these girls had a good impression of him after hearing his identity. They even began to take the initiative to court him. After 3 rounds of drinking, when drinking, especially in a crowded place like a bar, do you think Yang Tian would deliberately use his spirit power to dissolve the alcohol? No, Miao Xiaomiao secretly put some drugs in the wine. The effect was not obvious. It was just that he didn't even realize that he was drunk. In addition, the girls were having a lot of fun playing rock, paper, scissors, drinking, and so on, causing Yang Tian to forget about everything else as well. "Young Master, it's getting late. We still have things to do," Kai Zi reminded him. "Get lost. Can't you see? I'm busy." Chapter 1687. Yang Tian was obviously the kind of person who lived in seclusion. He might know a lot about conspiracies, but he wasn't so vigilant about these small things. Coupled with the fact that he had just been born, the media's comments about the Yang family made him feel smug. There was also his extremely high realm and this very safe place. Even though it seemed like there was only one rich guy by his side, in fact, there were several experts of the Yang family secretly protecting him and watching him. It was just that he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, once he was in danger, those people would definitely make a move. So, under such circumstances, what was Yang Tian worried about? Yang Tian then said to Kai Zi, "Go where you should go. Don't bother me." Kai Zi hesitated for a moment, thinking that his young master had top experts protecting him and that he didn't want him to follow him. He walked away. Come. Let's continue drinking." Yang Tian smiled and greeted them. Miao Xiaomiao saw that it was about time. She poured wine for Yang Tian and asked with a smile, "Big brother Yang, how are you so powerful? You can create a teleportation pearl that even changed the face of the continent at such a young age. You're really strong." Yang Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let me tell you, the Yang Group will release another shocking product in 2 days." "Oh, what is it?" Yang Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll tell you. Anyway, the press conference will be held soon. It's a product I call the Divine Power Pill." Yang Tian nodded. "That's right, the Divine Power Pill. After taking it, one's strength will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. There's also the Divine Speed Pill. After taking it, one's speed will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. This effect can even increase the speed of a heavenly venerable by 1/5. They looked at each other. Obviously, once this was released, it would definitely be a hit, and the key was that it was a one-time consumable. In terms of shock, it was definitely not as shocking as the Xian Group's products. However, their advantage was that it was a one-time consumable. After using it, they still had to buy it and use it again. This allowed them to continuously make money. This was the advantage of the Yang Group. This increase was huge. Think about it. Eating something that could increase one's speed and strength by 1/3. Who wouldn't want this free increase? It was really a huge increase in combat power. Even a heavenly venerable could increase by 1/5. Once this thing was released, it would be a situation of people fighting for it. However, these were obviously not as powerful as the teleportation pearl. Of course, they were definitely very strong. Then Big Brother Yang, I really don't understand. How can you make things like the teleportation bead? According to my understanding, teleportation is achieved by spirit tools or attributes. However, this teleportation pearl is not a spirit tool. It can only be considered a consumable item. Why can it achieve teleportation? It's really amazing, and it can even produce such a large amount. Then, he drank a mouthful of wine and said, "About this, there's no harm in telling you guys. In our Yang family, we have a very top-notch space crystal. It's very big. This space crystal is the size of a fist, and the space energy inside is enough to create millions of teleportation beads." Hearing this, they looked at each other. Then what about the divine power pill and the divine speed pill? About this, it's actually nothing. These things are just refined from some formulas. It's a bit similar to pills, but the cost is very, very low. Moreover, they're all diluted. They can even double one's strength and speed. Only our Yang family has this formula. If you want, Burp, when the time comes, this young master will give you some divine power pills and divine speed pills that can double one's speed and strength. Yang Tian said, Thank you, Big Brother Yang. They probably already knew. This was definitely very important news. Time slowly passed, and they probably already knew what they wanted to know. This young master is telling you. In the future, Lin and City will fall into my hands. You can go wherever you want. Be my women. You will definitely be the happiest people in the world. Yang Tian was really drunk and was floating in the sky. Big Brother Yang wants Lin and City? Why is that? Miao Xiao Miao asked. Because Yang Tian suddenly became a little sober. Or rather, he subconsciously kept telling himself that this was definitely a secret that could not be said. I'll tell you later, Burp. All right, but Lin and City has the Yixian group. Yixian group? When the God Power Pill and Godspeed Pill are released, the Yixian group can only obediently admit defeat under the attack of my Yang group. They looked at each other again. Big Brother Yang, you drink too much. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. The people protecting Yang Tian were all paying attention to Yang Tian. However, they were very secretive and would not come out easily. They also could not hear Yang Tian's words, so they did not know what Yang Tian had exposed. In fact, the things that Yang Tian exposed were not considered fatal. For example, the space crystal. Would they be afraid that someone would steal it from their Yang family? Who would have the ability and courage to do so? However, they definitely could not let others know about it easily. Of course, Yang Tian wanted to have sex with little Missy, but now that he was drunk and had eaten something similar to a drug that Miao Xiao Miao had secretly put in him, he did not know what he wanted to do now. And then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yang Tian wobbled as he walked away. I'll tell Lin Xian first. Miao Xiao Miao then called Lin Xian and told him about the situation. Oh, really? How did you know? Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Okay, I got it. By the way, he seems to want to compete with you for control of Lin and City, but we didn't find out why. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, this information is very important. Thank you for your hard work. Not as hard as you. What are you doing? Shopping with a girl. Bastard. Go to hell. Miao Xiao Miao angrily hung up the phone. They invited him over for a drink, but he did not come and went shopping with another girl. How shameless. What's wrong? Murong Qing asked. Lin Xian told her what happened. Yang Tian, is it? What a coincidence. Yang Tian actually bumped into them. But could this be intentional? You're saying that Yang Tian deliberately spread the news to me? But what's the reason? Could it be that he was waiting for me to steal the space crystal from the Yang family and then wait for me? That's not necessary. And what? You want to steal something? Chapter 1688. Murong Qing was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Brother, what are you trying to do? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, what else can I do? No, there's no need for that. Okay? Murong Qing believed that although they were competitors, the Yixian group didn't have to be afraid of them. Even if they were to notify Lin and City on behalf of the Yixian group, they had to have the ability to do so. Even if they sold divine power pills, they wouldn't have the ability to do so in a short period of time. And didn't Lin Xian say that he had a way? Lin Xian said, think about it. Lin and City is our competitor, right? Even if I have other methods, the materials, research and development, and manufacturing are all time-consuming. I might as well be straightforward and steal the crystals in this space that they rely on the most. This way, they won't have the capital to fight against the Xian group. There was nothing wrong with that. If they wanted to mess with the Xian group, then Lin Xian would have all kinds of ways to mess with them. Whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, as long as he got rid of them, it didn't matter what schemes they had. This couldn't be said to be sinister. It was a very normal method. That's the Yang family. Murong Qing said, Hey, don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? I'm now at the 9th level of the Mystic Heaven Realm. I don't believe that it's difficult to infiltrate a family. Murong Qing shook her head. That's a reclusive family. Do you know what a reclusive family is? Isn't it just hiding from a world? Coming out occasionally. That's not the case. Let's talk about warriors. In fact, many reclusive family clans don't want to live in seclusion. Instead, there's a rule that states that such family clans are not to participate in the struggles between factions. This is because such family clans have heavenly Tao realm existences on the surface. Think about it. If a heavenly Tao realm existence participates in the struggles of some factions to establish their own faction, what would the consequences be? Lin Xian, because of the pressure from the heavenly Tao, no one dares to resist. They can even effortlessly seize the forces they want and strengthen their own forces. That's right. Humans' ambition is endless, especially for those clans that are qualified to have such ambition. All of these hidden clans have capital. If they all want to develop their own forces, don't you think that the entire human race will be in chaos? There's also the interference of the Fey race. If humans were to have internal strife again, it would be troublesome. Internal strife caused by heavenly Tao realm existences is no trivial matter. Therefore, the top 3 factions have set up this rule. Heavenly Tao realm existences are forbidden from interfering with these factions' interference. So they went into seclusion, more or less. But they can't possibly fight against the human race, right? The so-called seclusion doesn't mean that they are cut off from the world. I understand. Living in seclusion meant being cut off from the rest of the world. Where would he farm and raise himself? How is that possible? The so-called seclusion meant not interfering in certain matters. They could develop their own companies if they wanted to. They could go out to dance or eat. They could go to the Fey Beast domain if they wanted to. There was nothing different about it. It just meant that they couldn't do much when it came to the factions of warriors. That's why the Yang family has a heavenly Tao realm existence. Even if your realm isn't low, being at the 9th stage of the Great Void realm and having spatial attributes, wouldn't you be courting death if you went to someone else's territory, especially one with a heavenly Tao realm existence? Even if nothing happened, it would be difficult for you to steal their spatial crystals under such circumstances. She shook her head helplessly. Why not? Lass, don't underestimate me. All right. Up to you. Just make sure nothing happens to you. But why are they appearing now? Lin Xian stroked his chin and asked. There's nothing we can do about it. The human race is in dire straits. Not only is there internal strife in the Evil Fiend Hall, there are other problems. Then, the Fey race's Fey God Hall and Myriad Fey Alliance are reorganizing. Now, there are 15 Fey God Halls with top Fey gods appearing. The human race urgently needs to improve. Otherwise, when the Fey race rushes over, something bad will happen. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, the heavenly blue planet was indeed restless. Furthermore, don't think that everyone's lives are any different from before. Perhaps one day, the entire continent would be engulfed in the flames of war. This was definitely not a groundless fear. All right, then I'll go now. Hey, so fast. Since I have nothing to do, I'll come back and have sex with you after I'm done. Fuck your mother. On the other side, Lin Xian quickly took a plane to the city where the Yang family was. It wasn't too far. This crystal must be well protected in the Yang family. According to Lin Xian's information, This thing was very big. Lin Xian was quite surprised. A huge space crystal could support the Yang family's sails to the entire continent. How big was it? Of course, Lin Xian knew that the space crystal would be used up sooner or later. However, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be used up in a short period of time. This short period of time was also the most difficult period for the Yixian group. Could it be that they really wanted to sell some of the businesses and land that they had taken over in Lin City? Lin Xian couldn't accept that. After the afternoon passed, Lin Xian arrived late at night. The timing was just right. If you wanted to know where the Yang family was, it was a simple matter. The recent news was all about the various hidden families, and these hidden families were all very high profile. However, the Yang family on the surface might not be the true face. This was something that Lin Xian only knew when he went over. Furthermore, the Yang family wasn't the strongest among the reclusive family clans. It could only be considered a mid-tier reclusive family clan. Lin Xian was rather astonished that a mid-tier reclusive family clan had a heavenly Dao realm expert. It was rather powerful. In fact, this wasn't much. Even a low-level hidden family had a heavenly Dao realm. This was because the condition for their hidden family was to have a heavenly Dao realm. This Yang family is in Nine Phantom Mountain. Nine Phantom Mountain is a place with few people. For such a large family, it's indeed suitable to be their base of operations. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Nine Phantom Mountain wasn't even in the city. Of course, there was definitely a Yang family in the city. However, the family that wasn't in the city was the true Yang family. It was the same for the other families. Take Murong Yu's Murong family, for example. The real Murong family was made up entirely of cultivators and experts, so it was impossible for them to live in a house in the city. Normally, they would live in a very secluded and quiet place. Then, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived near Nine Phantom Mountain. After arriving there, Lin Xian immediately activated his darkness attribute. Chapter 1689. The concealment of the dark attribute, coupled with the fact that this was Lin Xian's dark attribute, was very powerful and very secretive. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. In fact, it wasn't just the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian's original strength was coupled with the effect of doubling all his attributes from the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian even wondered if he could fight a heavenly Dao realm 1 star. However, it was unlikely. Lin Xian could even fight a Great Void Realm's 9 stars at the Empyrean Realm, but he could not fight a heavenly Dao realm's 1 star at the Great Void Realm. This was because the gap between the Great Void Realm and the heavenly Dao realm was just too great. This large realm could not be measured at all. The heavenly Dao realm was a realm that completely exceeded the so-called warriors beneath the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian had experienced the might of the heavenly Dao before. How should he put it? Even if he used all his strength and went all out, he felt that it was not even a tenth of the heavenly Dao realm's strength. The gap between the heavenly Dao realm was just too great. Lin Xian even felt that his domain was ineffective against those at the heavenly Dao realm. His realm reduction domain could now forcefully reduce the other party's cultivation level. Furthermore, it ignored one's realm. But could it really ignore the heavenly Dao realm's realm? Lin Xian felt that it was not certain. If a heavenly Dao realm 1 star was released, wouldn't it be too exaggerated if it directly became the Great Void Realm's 9 stars when he released his domain? Lin Xian did not believe that his domain was that exaggerated. Of course, it was not certain. Why? This was because the reduction meant that Lin Xian's spiritual energies would be constantly expended. The harder it was to reduce his realm, the greater the expenditure on Lin Xian. Perhaps it could be done, but Lin Xian's expenditure might reach an unimaginable level. Therefore, the reduction of his realm might not last long. This included the new domain that Lin Xian had recently obtained, the Realm Enhancement Domain. It could raise Lin Xian's realm by 1 star. This was the same. Lin Xian's Great Void Realm's 9-star release was raised to 10 star, but he could raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Tao Realm's 1-star release. However, it was possible for him to raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Tao Realm's 1-star release. That would consume 100 spiritual energy per second. After all, one had to have sufficient spiritual energy to support the expenditure at one's realm. Lin Xian unleashed his dark attribute, making him absolutely invisible, especially in the middle of the night. Naturally, he wouldn't be easily discovered. Moreover, the Yang clan probably wouldn't have thought that someone would dare to barge into their clan, right? Moreover, there was one thing that Lin Xian could absolutely guarantee, and that was the eye of Cave Spirit. With his Cave Spirit eye, Lin Xian could even see the power that could threaten him while he was in hiding. Just like now, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. This was a small forest that led up the mountain. What did Lin Xian see with his Cave Spirit eye? An energy that resembled infrared rays filled the area, but it wasn't infrared rays. It was likely some sort of hidden, probing, spiritual energy. Simply put, one couldn't see it or sense it. However, the moment one touched it, the Yang family would know that someone was coming. The Eye of Cave Spirit was truly an extremely useful ability. Lin Xian avoided the hidden object and continued walking forward. Soon, a few houses came into view. However, Lin Xian knew that this wasn't the real Yang family. Although this was the Yang family, it wasn't the real one. The real one was behind these houses. This was because with his Cave Spirit eye, Lin Xian could see an illusion of this place. Simply put, if one couldn't see through the illusion, one would only see these few houses with their backs facing the mountain. However, if one could see through the illusion, one would realize that behind these houses was a very, very large family clan. Manor? No, manor could no longer be used to describe this place. This place was much, much, much bigger than a manor. Moreover, there were many empty spaces in the manor. However, from what Lin Xian could see, there were many houses here. But how do I enter? Obviously, Lin Xian couldn't release the power of space to directly enter. One had to know that there was a heavenly Tao here. Ignoring the heavenly Tao, even Great Void and heavenly venerables could sense the release of the power of space. Wouldn't Lin Xian be exposed? Disguise. This was the simplest method. However, Lin Xian might be able to disguise himself as the people in front of these houses. However, these people were more likely to be the Yang family's gatekeepers. It wouldn't work. Wait, Yang Tian. Lin Xian suddenly thought of the young master of the Yang family, Yang Tian. He had seen what Yang Tian looked like before. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This would be easy. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and changed himself into Yang Tian's appearance. Then he swaggered over. Young master. Seeing Lin Xian, those people hurriedly bowed. They definitely wouldn't think that this wasn't Yang Tian when they saw Yang Tian. How is that possible? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Young master, didn't you say that you wouldn't be attending the press conference during the day? Why did you come back? He asked. Do I need to tell you whether I'm coming back or not? That person hurriedly bowed. Sorry. Lin Xian directly walked over. Open the door and welcome the young master. The Yang family's door opened. Young master. About a dozen people bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Damn, was this a hidden family? In the middle of the night, there were actually dozens of people guarding the door. Although they were basically in the domain law realm, there were two heavenly venerables and Great Void Realm. How rich? You guys go ahead. Lin Xian then walked in alone. Those people didn't suspect anything, and no one followed Lin Xian. After all, this was the Yang family, and he was the Yang family's young master. When a young master returned home, who would need to keep an eye on him? Lin Xian walked in this huge Yang family and was secretly shocked. It was really huge. Moreover, the entire Yang family's heaven and earth spiritual energy was very dense. This also meant that there were a large number of very strong heaven and earth spiritual energy here. Also, there were powerful illusions and barriers protecting the Yang family. In other words, outside the Yang family one wouldn't be able to feel the strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. There were many houses, and there were probably a few hundred people in the Yang family. Adding the Yang family's martial artists, there might be even more. It should be at least a 1,000-year-old family. However, it was already late at night, so the entire Yang family was still very quiet. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and searched for his target. There were many directions for heaven and earth spiritual energy, and Lin Xian didn't know which direction to go. Lin Xian saw a man passing by the roadside. "Young master, what orders do you have?" He bowed to Lin Xian. "Bring this young master to see how the crystal is." Lin Xian said. "Yes." However, that person was quite strange. If he wanted to see the crystal, he could go see it himself. Why did he need him to bring him? It was really strange. Chapter 1690. That person brought Lin Xian to this position. "Young master, we're here. However, I can't come to this place, so I can only bring you to this position." Lin Xian nodded. Although he hadn't seen the crystal completely, he knew that it was right in front of him. All right, you can go." "Yes, young master." Then, he left with a puzzled look. It was really strange. It wasn't like his young master didn't know where this place was. Why did he ask him to bring him here? It was really strange. Lin Xian walked forward. The surrounding spiritual energy became thicker and thicker. Lin Xian even realized that there were many traps and dangers here. Simply put, if someone who wasn't familiar with this place came here, they would definitely fall into the trap. Once they fell into the trap, they would obviously be instantly arrested by the Yang family. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had the eye of spiritual insight. The eye of spiritual insight could see everything because Lin Xian would definitely not encounter any traps. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Whoa! When Lin Xian reached the destination, the scene in front of him shocked him. Why? In front of him was the deepest part of a forest, the most mysterious place. It wasn't very big, but there were all kinds of spiritual items of heaven and earth, medicinal herbs, and all kinds of other things. In the middle of them all was a huge crystal. How big was this crystal? It was probably as big as a normal house. At first glance, it looked like it had been used before, and many parts had been cut off. It was probably bigger than it used to be. And what were the parts cut off for? They were obviously used to refine teleportation beads. Lin Xian looked at it. There were so many of them. If they all refined teleportation beads, they should be able to last for a while. Although it definitely wouldn't be a long-term thing. This period of time happened to be when the Xian group was at its weakest. They didn't want to use this teleportation bead to earn money for the rest of their lives. What they wanted was to earn a lot of money during this period of time and take over the Xian group. The space crystal isn't that precious. It's a pure space crystal. However, it's rare to see such a big one. Lin Xian had seen space crystals a few times before, and all of them were genuine. Perhaps a space crystal of a few cubic meters was even more precious than a space crystal the size of a house. This was also the reason why the Yang family used these crystals to make money. These crystals didn't have much of an effect on them, so they could only be used to make money. On the contrary, you wouldn't even be able to extract the spatial energy from this crystal, because if you wanted to extract a useful amount of spatial energy, you would have to consume an unimaginable amount of this crystal, so it would be better to make money. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. If I take this thing away, I'll let the Xian group sell something similar to the teleportation bead. Wouldn't that be perfect? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This thing wouldn't be of much use to him even if he stole it, so he would definitely benefit the mainland. Now, although the Yang family was selling the teleportation beads to target the Xian group, and although they had made money, they had indeed benefited the mainland and given the people of the mainland such a good thing. If Lin Xian stole it, then the warriors of the mainland wouldn't have the teleportation beads anymore. Of course, this wasn't good, but Lin Xian could do it himself and continue to sell it. It would be the same, just changing the seller. What? The Yang family group was suspecting him? What was the big deal? It didn't matter. At this time, several old men walked in front of him. They all looked strong. "Young master, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I'm back." There were actually people guarding here. Young master, didn't you say that you wouldn't be coming to the press conference? Did something happen again? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I had something to take a look at. You can all go back and rest. Yes. Then they all walked away. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Something big was about to happen. Now that there was no one around, Lin Xian circled around the crystal. It's so big, how can I take it away? Got it. Lin Xian then released the law of creation and created a huge space. Then he sent the huge crystal into this space. Done. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Swish. At this time, Lin Xian's surroundings were sealed by a powerful space force. Lin Xian frowned. Good boy. A middle-aged man walked over. Then, he and dozens of other warriors walked not far behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at them. Was he discovered? If I hadn't heard the news and specially contacted Tian, I would have been fooled by you. The Yang family's patriarch, Yang Kai, stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Was he discovered? What? How did you discover me? Then, the man who brought Lin Xian walked over from behind Yang Kai. I've been suspecting you for a long time. This is your own family, and you're the young master. You know your place better than me. Why do you still need me to lead you? So, I reported it to the patriarch. Sure enough, Lin Xian smiled. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, it was also very helpless. The main thing was that many people couldn't be bothered to do so much. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't say it out loud. Why? If there was a mistake, wouldn't they disturb the patriarch in the middle of the night and provoke the young master again? Therefore, anyone with a brain would close their eyes and pretend that they didn't see anything as long as they weren't sure. But this person was a bit rash. He was like a fool. But even fools have their springtime. Just like now, didn't he make a great contribution? Who the hell are you? How dare you disguise yourself as Tian, to steal crystals? Could it be that you're from the Xian group? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Xian. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Whether you are or not, we'll know soon. Go capture him. I want him alive. Yang Kai said. This was his Yang family. His Yang family had so many experts. What did he have to worry about? Yes. Then, more than a dozen experts charged at Lin Xian. All of them were at the Great Void stage. To be honest, Lin Xian's voice was there after all. They felt that more than a dozen Great Void stage experts should be enough, right? If it wasn't enough, they would talk about it when the time came. As for Lin Xian, he was now a little embarrassed. The power of this space was at the heavenly Dao realm. He was doomed. If it was just a heavenly Dao realm space, it should be fine. But if it was released by a heavenly Dao realm warrior with spatial attributes, it would be a big problem. Lin Xian might be in danger. Chapter 1691. Lin Xian was at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. Apart from those at the heavenly Dao realm, who could do a thing to Lin Xian at this realm? Lin Xian looked at the people charging at him as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, he wasn't that flustered. He sensed that the highest realm among the people charging at him was only at the 7 stars of the Great Void Realm. Perhaps in their eyes, these people's financial status was already very high. Perhaps in their eyes, Lin Xian was still young, and his cultivation level couldn't be that high. But destruction laws. Buffed. Lin Xian's simple destruction laws had the effect of causing everyone who charged at him to vomit blood before collapsing to the ground. Lin Xian didn't kill them. It was too easy to kill them if he wanted to, but Lin Xian and the Yang family didn't have a life-and-death feud. What they had was just a normal economic struggle. There was no need to blow things up. Murder. If he were to kill them, it would be a huge matter. Furthermore, Lin Xian believed that there was no need to kill them. What? Seeing this scene, the people of the Yang family were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this happening? What's that power that was released? How did it injure them? He's just acting all mysterious. Great Void Realm's 9 stars and 10 stars attack. I refuse to believe that he can overturn the heavens. Yang Kai bellowed coldly. Great Void Realm's 9 stars, 10 stars, Yes, it might be difficult for others, but to Lin Xian, he was invincible. As long as they hadn't reached the heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian could easily defeat them. In fact, that was indeed the case. In a short period of time, those 9 stars and 10 stars were defeated by Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had never used his spatial attributes during the battle. Why not? In fact, he had been secretly using the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. The spatial powers that sealed him were very powerful. Even though Lin Xian's spatial powers were extremely exaggerated, it was still very difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian secretly needed the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. He had to run. Who is this person? Why is his combat strength so strong? Great Void Realm's 9 stars. Why can he easily defeat the combined forces of 9 and 10 stars? It's very difficult to find such a person in the entire continent. Who are you? They stared intently at Lin Xian. Actually, the first thing these people suspected was the Yixian group. However, was there anyone in the Yixian group who had such power? Furthermore, it was a young man, right? Lin Xian? Was Lin Xian's cultivation level that high? That shouldn't, right? Who? Take a guess. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. You forced my hand. I never expected that a great Void Realm expert could force my Yang family to send out a heavenly Tao Realm expert. Patriarch, please take action, Yang Kai said respectfully. How embarrassing. You actually need me to take action. An old man slowly walked over as if he had complete control of the situation. The others bowed respectfully. Leave it to me. The elder's eyes focused as he stared at Lin Xian. Needless to say, it was quite scary. This was the way of the heavens. Lin Xian tried his best not to have any conflicts with the way of the heavens. He also couldn't go against the way of the heavens because the way of the heavens really had the ability to kill him. Previously, Lin Xian dared to provoke the way of the heavens no matter how big the gap was. However, the way of the heavens really didn't dare to provoke it. That's quite a pity, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, the heavenly Tao realm expert looked at Lin Xian. It was as though none of them believed that Lin Xian could escape. Then, let's meet again in the future. Space jump. Shua, Chi, someone sneered. Do you think a heavenly Tao realm spatial seal will let you escape? Bang. Then, a hole appeared in space as Lin Xian vanished. Everyone. Quick. Lock onto him quick. We can't lock onto him. We couldn't lock onto him immediately. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. This space jump is probably more than 100 kilometers away. Damn it. Who is it? Check it out quick. Check it out. The Yang family definitely did not expect such a thing to happen. The crystal was not considered precious, but it was essential to their plan to acquire Lin City. It was an unimaginable amount of money. As for Lin Xian, he had already boarded the plane happily. Hey, beautiful sister. Find a place big enough and hidden enough. I have something I need to put there. Then, find a group of people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian made a call to Murongqing. Murongqing knew that Lin Xian must have succeeded. It's that big? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's very big. It's not inferior to a single-story house in a village. All right, leave it to me. The development of the teleportation bead was actually very simple. Where did the teleportation bead come from? It was the spatial attribute in the bead. As long as one had the spatial attribute, they could teleport. Lin Xian already had the spatial attribute, so the rest could be created directly. This would definitely give the Yixian group another wave of momentum. As for the Yang group, even if they sold the Vigor Pill, it would not be easy for them to take over Lin and City. What Lin Xian was very curious about was why they were fighting with the Yixian group for Lin and City. Logically speaking, Lin and City should be a city that these big families could not wait to avoid. This was because Lin and City was a place that bordered the demon territory and the human territory. Although Tianhua City had been taken back, it would not be long before the demon race took it back. Now, the demon race was even stronger. In a more dangerous situation, the Yang group still wanted to fight for Lin and City. Don't you think it was strange? It was too strange. However, it was not easy for Lin Xian to find out about this matter in a short period of time. He had done what he needed to do. As for the rest, he did not know what to do. After returning and settling everything, Murong Qing began to send people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian certainly knew that once the teleportation bead was developed, the Yang group would definitely target them. Therefore, the Azura Palace had also sent a large number of experts to protect this item. Their goal was to make money. We still need the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian muttered to himself. But he could not let Xiao Linglong and the rest go and take a look, right? As for the heavenly Dao realm, leave it to me. I will find someone to help. Of course, it will only be for a short period of time. That's all. Murong Qing said. All right. Time passed slowly. The Yang group sold the Vigor Pill, but the Yixian group also sold the teleportation bead. It's the Yixian group. The Yang group held a meeting. Chapter 1692. When the Yixian group sold the same type of teleportation pearl as the Yang family, they knew who did it. But how did the Yixian group find out? That night, when they ambushed our Yang family, their target was obviously the space crystal. Where did they get the news from? Then must be our Yang family who leaked it. The Yang family members were exasperated. At this moment, Yang Tian hesitated for a moment before he finally stood up. I think it might be my fault. Everyone's gaze shifted over. Tianer, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked at Yang Tian. Yang Tian said, Tianer went to Lin and City before. He might have leaked the news while he was drinking and fell into their trap. Why would he think that way? At that time, he met so many beautiful girls, and they seemed to be very attentive to him. However, when he woke up later, he realized that he did not even get their contact information. Then he easily found them. They did not recognize him and completely ignored him. Yang Tian felt that he might have been used. However, he couldn't remember clearly what he had said. What? You're saying that you were used by the Yixian group? Yang Tian nodded. What else did you say? Yang Kai and the others quickly asked. The space crystal might not be particularly important, but if he leaked the most important news, it would be a devastating blow to the Yang family's plan. No, Tianer is sure that he did not leak this. Yang Tian was sure of this. Although he drank too much, he was very sure of this matter. It's fine as long as this news is not leaked. There are only a few people in the entire Yang family who knew about this news in this conference hall. This news must not be leaked. Otherwise, our Yang family will not be able to compete with other forces. We must hold Lin and City tightly in our hands before they have time to react. Patriarch, elders, here comes a question. Did the Yixian group in Lin and City also know about this news? Otherwise, why would they target Lin and City? That's right. This is also what I suspect. Logically speaking, Lin City is an extremely dangerous city as it is close to the monster beast domain. If any enterprise has the chance, they will definitely transfer their enterprises. Otherwise, once Lin and City is attacked, their industries will instantly turn into bubbles and nothing will be left. Yes, but now there are people who are doing exactly the opposite. They bought those people's companies and want to make the whole city theirs. If that's the case, in the eyes of others, once Lin and City falls, their Archian group will go bankrupt and all their efforts will be for naught. They can't understand it, and we can't understand it either. Unless their motive is the same as ours. Those people discussed animatedly. An old man nodded his head. It seems like they also know the secret of Lin and City. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. It's completely incomprehensible. But how did they know? Why not? There are as many capable people in this world as there are hairs on a cow. It's just that no one knows about this, and no one is investigated in this direction. It's even more impossible for someone to spend several years to deduce this information. However, we did it. What we didn't expect was that there were others who did it too. Then how do we resolve this matter? Are we going to wipe out the people from the Archian group? Yang Kai shook his head. It's difficult. The Archian group has the Azura Palace and even Murong Qing from the Murong family. In addition, there are rumors that the Archian group has the Heavenly Dao realm. We can't fight them head-on. We can only fight an economic war. An economic war? It won't be easy for us either. The crystals have been stolen by them. With 1 plus and 1 minus, the capital gap has been pulled apart again. If it's another faction, we can still give it a try. But if it's the Xian group, it's really difficult to fight an economic war. In fact, those people were still very afraid of the Xian group. Normally, they would never be able to defeat the Xian group in their lifetime. They had seized the opportunity when the Xian group had invested almost all of its capital into acquiring Lin and City. Their original purpose was not to destroy the Xian group, but to acquire Lin and City. Then, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's show all the trump cards we prepared. We can't miss this opportunity. If we miss it, the Xian group will have a lot of capital in a short period of time. It'll be impossible to fight an economic war with them then." Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? If we do this, other than getting money, it'll be a huge loss in cultivation for our Yang family. Yes, this is using our years of accumulation in exchange for money. Is it worth it? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and said, "Is it worth it? Do you think it's worth it? Lin and City is where the Dragon Vein is located. It might not be obvious now, but as long as we get Lin and City, we'll be able to make up for our losses in the future. Pass down my order. Do it." Yes. One night later, Lin Xian was shopping with a few girls when he received the news from Murong Qing. Fuck. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What's wrong? Yi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Is the Yang group crazy? Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the news. She had thought that once the crystal was stolen, with the addition and subtraction, the Xian group would be fine. This Yang group should also stop. But they didn't. They even sold many of the Yang group's resources and signed some big cooperation agreements with many families. This caused Lin Xian to be dumbfounded. Lin Xian said, "The Yang group is planning to go head-to-head with the Xian group. They're even competing." Could it be that the Yang family was angry because they found out that they stole the crystal? Were they anxious? Was that all they could do? If they stole it, it meant that the Yang family could only steal it back. They couldn't tell outsiders that the Xian group stole it. There was no evidence. But stealing was easier said than done. Is the Xian group afraid? Lu Yufan asked. They're still afraid. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. The Xian group changed all their money into fixed assets. The Yang group doesn't seem to be targeting the Xian group. They just want to compete with the Xian group for control of Lin and City. Chapter 1693. Hearing Miao Xiaomiao's words, everyone was puzzled. But why? Lin and City is a city that borders the demonic beast domain. Furthermore, the situation in the demonic beast domain has been so good recently. It's even more dangerous for us humans. Why would there be a clan that would risk their lives to fight for a city that could fall anytime? An Xin was puzzled. By the way, why does the Xian group want to control Lin and City? Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "For the Xian group. Oh, for me, this is what I mean. The reason is very simple. In the future, if you want to survive and have the right to speak, you must have enough power. However, having only one power is not enough. You must have a city in your hands. However, it is very difficult to achieve this. Only a few families in the entire human race can do it, but there are indeed some who can. But Lin and City is different from the cities controlled by other families." Lin Xian nodded. "I know, but Lin and City is cheap. The other families, such as the Zhuge family, have spent thousands of years ruling that city. I don't have that much time. Lin and City may fall at any time, so those entrepreneurs would rather lose money than sell everything in their hands. Otherwise, once it falls, everything will be zero. Aren't you worried?" Zichiyue was even more puzzled. Lin Xian sighed. "I wasn't worried before, but now I'm a little worried." Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian was not worried before. With Yiren Bing and the others, at least Lin and City would be fine. But in just a few months, the Demon League and the Demon God Temple had changed so much. They had become so much stronger and even found so many masters. This was indeed a little troublesome. But it's not a problem. Since it has come to this, this is the only way. Lin Xian shrugged. What do you mean by this? If you don't do anything, do you want to see your efforts go down the drain? Miao Xiaomiao stared at Lin Xian and said, Don't worry. In any case, the human race is not to be trifled with. The main issue now is how to deal with the Yang family. If these two families were to engage in an economic war, the amount of money involved would be unimaginable. That's right. I don't understand why the Yang family wants Lin and City so badly. There must be a reason. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, this reason must be very important. Firstly, Lin and City is a border city. Secondly, Lin and City is in the hands of the Arch Xin group. If they want to control a city, there are many other better options besides Lin and City. Therefore, if they want to control Lin and City, this reason is definitely not because they want this power. What could it be? They didn't understand. Lin Xian was also puzzled. The only thing I can think of is that they want to control Lin and City at all costs. Could it be that they are in cahoots with the demons? Do they think that by controlling Lin and City, they will be able to coordinate with the demons when they attack, allowing the demons to easily take over Lin and City? Miao Xiaomiao muttered. That shouldn't be the case. The consequences are too severe. Besides, what can they get from the demon clan? Also, do they really dare to believe in the demons? Lin Xian shook his head. Then, Lin and City has a special meaning to the Yang family. For example, what treasures do they have in Lin and City? Zhao Yunqi said. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. But even if there are treasures, do they have to take the entire Lin and City for themselves? They can just go to the place where the treasures are and get them. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Then you have to think of a way to let the Arch Xin group win this economic war. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, let me think about it. At night, they went home separately. Lin Xian also returned to Linglong Shui and the other's place. He lay on the sofa and played with little Shir and little Tianny. In fact, Lin Xian had a way. He could use the law of creation to create money, but this was very discouraged and might cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Lin Xian still looked for a proper way. The main thing was that the Yang family's attack was too fast. If they gave the Arch Xin group half a month to breathe, they wouldn't be able to fight against them. However, we didn't give them any time at all. What's wrong? Bing sat beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian then told her about this matter. Money? She couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? This is a huge sum of money. It's a bit difficult to get. The main thing is that the other forces won't lend you money. Lin Xian said helplessly. Murong Qing, Luo Chenxi, and the others had already taken out all their money. Families like the Han family and the Ling family were very rich, but in this economic war, they didn't have much money. Moreover, they still had a large family to feed. Even if they wanted to help Lin Xian wouldn't let them. He wanted a huge sum of money. You should have said so earlier. Bing said, I don't have anything else now, but I have a lot of money. Lin Xian was stunned. Why? Do you think that I don't have the money of the human race in the demon god temple? For the demon race, there are many things that require the help of the human race. For example, the collection of materials. Many of the demon race's forces are secretly developing businesses in the human race. We can't just come to the human race and steal whatever we need, right? It's better to use the methods of the human race to do things. Especially the demon god temple near the human race. For example, my demon god temple has some money. Lin Xian opened his mouth. How much money can you have? Lin Xian wondered how much money she could have. A few 100 billion. Lin Xian, damn. So much. What do you need so much money for? It's far more useful than you can imagine. For example, if you humans auction a treasure that is beneficial to us, you'd rather spend tens of billions to get it. Many of the precious treasures of the human race have already been auctioned off by the Yao race. Lin Xian, a few 100 billion was useful. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. When the time comes, I'll get Shui Bingxin to transfer the money to your account. Thank you, thank you. Then, Lin Xian looked at Huang Xian. Don't look at me. I don't have that much money. Huang Xian said, TSK, you can't. But this sovereign has a small city in the ice country. Half of the city should already be in the hands of this sovereign. It is managed by the people of the human race. If you need it, this sovereign will let them sell it. Lin Xian. Fuck. Were they all fucking rich women? Chapter 1694. Forget about Yiren Bing. It was normal for her to have some money. Well, it was normal for Huang Shi to have some money, but damn, this Huang Shi had unexpectedly taken control of half of one of the cities in the ice country, and there were even people from the human race helping her take care of it. To put it simply, that human betrayed the human race and joined the demon god temple, then cooperated with them from the inside. This Huang Shi actually had such thoughts. Bastard. Lin Xian looked at Huang Shi and asked, "You didn't do anything, right?" Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian and asked, "What did I do?" "I mean, you took control of half of the city. You didn't do anything big, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to keep you." "I did. I killed all of them." Lin Xian, big sister, stop fooling around. Lin Xian coughed dryly. "Do you want it?" Huang Shi was originally the demon god of the demon god temple, and she was still one now. It was reasonable for her to deal with the human race, but because of Lin Xian's appearance and because of her interaction with everyone, she didn't want to go to the demon god temple anymore. What else did she want from that half of the city? If she could help Lin Xian, it didn't matter if she didn't want it. "Yes, of course I want it." "Okay." Lin Xian was elated. Damn, it was great that the girls were all rich. This time, the Yang family would be dumbfounded. The assets of half of the city that Huang Shi sold were already very exaggerated. At that time, the Yang family would probably be confused, wondering where the Art Pavilion Group got such a large sum of money from. Then, there was no risk in this matter. With half of the city's assets here, what was Lin Xian worried about? "I'm comfortable, let's sleep." Lin Xian stretched and then looked at Huang Shi. "Huh." Huang Shi sneered. The next morning, Lin Xian was bombarded by phone calls. Lin Xian was called from an unknown number. Lin Xian was rather surprised. Lin Xian's number didn't participate in any activities, so he never received any harassment or scam calls from unknown numbers, unless someone entered the wrong number. However, Lin Xian hadn't received any such calls in a long time. It was very difficult for others to get Lin Xian's number through other means, unless it was an investigation. "Hey." Lin Xian hugged Huang Shi and said in a sleepy voice, "Lin Xian, aren't you going a little too far?" Lin Xian was dumbfounded when he heard such a sentence right off the bat. "What's too much? Who are you?" "I am Yang Tian from the Yang family." Lin Xian opened his eyes and yawned. "Oh, young Master Yang. I've heard of him. Why?" Lin Xian was a little curious. "Isn't it just stealing your family's crystals? Was it necessary? Moreover, if it was stolen, then it was stolen. They must have known in their hearts. If there was no evidence, then were they stupid? Why'd they have to talk about this over the phone? Not to mention over the phone, even if they brought countless experts to Lin Xian wouldn't admit it. No. Could it be a recording? Was he trying his luck to see if he would be exposed? Lin Xian yawned and said, "Young Master Yang, if you have anything to say, just say it. My Xian group has nothing to do with your Yang group." "Lin Xian, stealing from my Yang family once is enough. How dare you do it twice?" Quickly hand over the Tianji scroll. "This young master will give you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame my Yang family for not giving you any face. The Yang family could pretend that we didn't know the first time, but you guys are really too much." Yang Tian said angrily, "You're crazy. Go to hell, idiot." Lin Xian hung up the phone and threw it aside. Huang Shi opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's go." Then, Lin Xian pressed on top of her. Early in the morning, he tormented her again. However, it was fine even if he didn't rest since last night. After all, a beauty of this level was worth it for a man to die of exhaustion. On the other side, Yang Tian hung up the phone and gritted his teeth. What did he say? He didn't admit it and even scolded me out of embarrassment. Yang Tian said angrily. Bang! His father, Yang Kai, slammed his fist on the table, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Yang Kai roared angrily. Patriarch, We can give up on this space crystal. It's just a tool for us to earn money, and it's not that precious. We have other ways to earn money without it, but the Tianji scroll is too important to our Yang family. If we lose it, our Yang family's development will be halved. I really don't understand. How did they know that our Yang family has this Tianji scroll? Who leaked it? Then, some people looked at Yang Tian. Yang Tian quickly shook his head. I swear I didn't leak it. I really didn't. Slap. Then, Yang Kai gave Yang Tian a slap. Trash. Kneel here and don't get up for 3 days. Yang Kai said angrily. Not him. Then who else could it be? There were very few people who knew about the Tianji scroll, and they were all in the Yang clan. Only this Yang Tian went out for a stroll and got drunk. After he got drunk, his crystal stones were stolen, and the next day, the Tianji scroll was stolen as well. He kept saying that he didn't leak it. However, he was drunk. How would he know if it was leaked? Then, Yang Kai quickly bowed to an old man. Old ancestor, what do you think we should do now? The Tianji scroll contains an extremely important secret. Now that this secret is about to be revealed, the Tianji scroll was stolen. The person who stole the Tianji scroll should be that person. Then should we kill our way over or trash? Do you have evidence? The old ancestor shouted. They lowered their heads. Without evidence, it's useless no matter how you kill your way over. You can only send someone to get close and see if you can find any information. Then, send someone to check on Lin Xian, who's behind the Yixian group. He's an expert. He's the real leader of the Yixian group. If we were to search according to the Tianji scroll, it should be Lin Xian. That's right. Follow Lin Xian closely. I think if the Tianji scroll is in his hands, he'll definitely look for it. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had no idea what was going on. What Tianji scroll? He had never even heard of such a thing. Furthermore, he really didn't even make a second trip to the Yang family before someone inexplicably pinned the blame on Lin Xian's head. As for the person who put the blame on Lin Xian, how should he put it? It was a complete accident. The Tianji scroll is in our hands. It's time to give it to the boss. I wonder what kind of secret this scroll is hiding. A young man shook his head and left Lin and city. Chapter 1695. The Devil Race's Domain. Several figures arrived at a certain location. Is this where D. Lin is? A bespectacled young man holding a notebook sat there and kept tapping on it. Then he nodded. Yes, it's here. The magnetic field here has also changed. At the same time, I've detected the direction of the spirit force. Have you locked onto the location? Zhao Mingyue asked. Yes. Boss, please take a look. Zhao Mingyue glanced at it. It's hidden quite well. Dare you break it for me? Zhao Mingyue said. Yes. A tall and sturdy man walked over and slowly raised his hand. Bang! A punch landed on the ground. The entire ground shook as if a missile had been shot down. When the dust settled, the place where he had punched had a deep passageway that was hard to tell how deep it was. Let's go. Then they all jumped in. After a long time, the burly man hammered them underground while walking, forcefully hammering out a huge tunnel. Boss, it's just ahead. The bespectacled young man said. Zhao Mingyue nodded. Bang! The final punch landed. There was a completely different world ahead. The Light Association deliberately hid D. Lin here. Did they think no one would be able to find it? Zhao Mingyue sneered. Protect me. I'll be back soon. Yes. Then, Zhao Mingyue walked in. About a few hours later, a terrifying force erupted. Zhao Mingyue slowly walked out from inside. Linya frowned slightly. There was a terrifying force wrapped around her body. Congratulations, boss, for obtaining power. Those people shouted one after another. Zhao Mingyue exhaled. This force is indeed tyrannical. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Boss, what kind of power is this? Let us feel it. The burly man said with a grin. Zhao Mingyue glanced at him. Bang! Then he flew out and crashed into the wall. It was unknown how far he crashed. Whoosh! A few seconds later, he arrived here in a sorry state. Did you feel it? I felt it. Zhao Mingyue twisted her neck. It's time to prepare for something big. At this moment, another person arrived. Boss, the heavenly secret scroll is in our hands. Zhao Mingyue stretched out her hand, and the sheepskin scroll flew into her hand. Well done. Boss, what's the secret in the scroll of divine secrets? They asked curiously. The scroll of Tianji comes from the ancient times. It was accidentally obtained by the Yang family 1,000 years ago. Rather than calling it the scroll of Tianji, it is more like a treasure map. Treasure map? What's hidden here? There are a total of 10 Tianji scrolls in the world, corresponding to the 5 great demonic weapons and the 5 great godly weapons. They are truly powerful godly weapons. Other than the ones that have been found, there are at least 5 more that have been lost in the world. The 3 forces each have 1 godly weapon, which is also the main reason why they were able to secure the throne. As for the remaining 2 godly weapons, one of them is in the demon race, and the other is missing. As far as I know, the 5 great demonic weapons should have been lost in the world because their power is too strong. In the ancient times, the 5 great demonic weapons were lost. Zhao Mingyue said. In other words, there's a demonic weapon hidden in the scroll of Tianji. I'm not sure if it's a demonic weapon or a godly weapon, but it's definitely one of them. Of the 10 Tianji scrolls, where are the others? Perhaps they were destroyed, or perhaps they are lost in the world without anyone knowing. However, the scroll of Tianji that the Yang family accidentally obtained is indeed real. Zhao Mingyue said, but boss, if it's in the hands of the Yang family, why aren't they looking for it? The bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and said, I've investigated this matter. Not everyone can find out information from the scroll of Tianji just because they obtained it. I'm guessing that the Yang family has been working hard in this area over the years. However, they can't invite too many people because they wouldn't be willing to spread this information to others. Therefore, the Yang family must have been researching the scroll of Tianji internally all these years. It's just that they haven't figured it out yet. Zhao Mingyue nodded. You're right. Boss, do you know? If I don't know, what's the point of having the scroll of Tianji? Let's go. Then, she walked away. Hey, why do you guys feel like the boss knows everything? The few of them whispered at the back. Yeah, although the boss is very powerful, she's still very young, isn't she? She's not even as old as us, but I feel like we really can't compare to her. She seems to know everything from the heavens to the earth. She knows a lot of ancient things. I suspect that our boss might have obtained some kind of inheritance. Inheritance? Yeah. It might be the inheritance of a very ancient expert. It might even include the inherited memories. Otherwise, how can we explain it? Yeah, I think so too. We can't go wrong by following the boss. They went outside. Boss, are we going to the place where the scroll of Tianji is now? Glasses asked. I'll go with Linya. You guys gather everyone and go to the Myriad Demon Alliance. Zhao Mingyue said. Huh? We're going? What? Are you afraid? No, we don't have the boss to lead us. If we go, I'm worried that we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. If we can't achieve the desired effect, then you guys can die. Zhao Mingyue said. Yes, let's go. Zhao Mingyue said to Linya. How about I go to the Myriad Demon Alliance? Linya said. No need. What's there to talk about? I can talk about it. Linya said again. No need. They're fine too. Yeah. Linya didn't say anything else and left with Zhao Mingyue. She wanted to go to the Myriad Demon Alliance purely because it was a rare opportunity to be separated from Zhao Mingyue. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to contact Lin Xian and the others. However, Zhao Mingyue obviously guessed her thoughts and wouldn't let her be separated from her no matter what. On the other side, Lin Xian was playing with little Shir when he received a call from Murong Yu. Hello, little Yu, are you back? I miss you. Murong Yu was silent for a moment. My father wants you to train a team. Are you interested? Lin Xian, me? Are you kidding me? I'm just a little kid. You want me to train a team? No, although I did enter the military class of the Martial Arts Academy, I didn't learn much. You can find anyone who's better than me. Stop fooling around. Lin Xian showed a helpless expression. What was going on? Chapter 1696. Morongyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this. My father didn't ask for your help to teach them about military matters. They're already very proficient in this area. My father wants you to teach them some combat countermeasures." Morongyu's expression changed slightly. "Huh?" Lin Xian scratched his head. "What do you mean?" "To put it simply, in the eyes of my father and the others, you're a genius. They hope that a genius can train a special team, because such a team will be full of miracles. At the same time, they'll have endless ways to deal with the enemy. At the same time, it'll be difficult for the enemy to figure them out. Such a team can be used as a trump card." "Lin Xian, I say, aren't you guys thinking too highly of me? What genius? I'm a genius just because I escaped from some fucking enemies?" Lin Xian was really convinced. Why did it seem like he was something in the eyes of others? He was really very ordinary. "This is my father's idea, and it's not just the Morong family. Almost all of the 12 great elders of the sanctuary have passed this decision." "Lin Xian, I'm not going." Lin Xian shook his head. "Do I fucking have nothing better to do? I'll give you money." "Fisk, do I look like someone who lacks money? If you can do it well, you'll be given enough money to tide the Xian group over this crisis." The Yang family is one of the elders. They're the only ones who don't agree with this. But it's useless for them to disagree. Right now, the entire sanctuary supports you and opposes the Yang family's actions. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Although the Xian group was not short of money now, Lin Xian still wanted money for free. But Lin Xian really felt that he did not have the ability to train others. "Big sister, although I really want money, I don't have the ability to train others. If I don't fucking train them well and they die, I'll feel terrible." Lin Xian said, "Of course, everyone will pay attention to your training methods. No matter what, you'll still have to pass the Divine Temple's test. It doesn't matter if you don't pass, but you'll still get paid. This is a plan that my father specially proposed after seeing the situation of your Archian group. It's also approved." Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "Are you messing around? I'm very grateful for Uncle Morong's kindness, but I really don't have the ability to do that." "You have it." "Damn, big sister. Why do I make you guys think that I'm a freaking genius? What's so special about me? Why can't I see it myself? Don't forget that the prerequisite for me to realize many things is the law of creation. Without the law of creation, many things can't be realized." As Lin Xian's people, they knew this as well. However, Morongyu also knew that Lin Xian's brain circuit was different from others. He could always come up with a novel way of thinking to defeat the enemy. He was indeed a genius. "So are you coming or not?" Morongyu asked. "Damn it, I'm coming." Lin Xian would be an idiot if he didn't want such a large sum of money. Whether it worked or not, he would think about it when the time came. Anyway, he had to earn the money first. Moreover, the Yang family was one of the 12 elders of the Divine Temple. Now, the other members of the elders didn't like the Yang family's approach to the Xian group. They had already begun to impeach the Yang family. To Lin Xian liked them. However, regardless of whether this person was Lin Xian or the Xian group, the Divine Temple didn't like it. At such a critical time for the human race, although martial artists were important, money was also very important. No matter what, the economy was the power of development. As a member of the 12 elders of the Divine Temple, the Yang family actually dared to openly challenge the Xian group at such a critical and difficult time. They didn't care what the Yang family's intentions were. As long as the Xian group was upright, the Yang family's actions wouldn't make the Divine Temple happy. Of course, the Yang group still brought out some results that benefited the continent, so they couldn't directly criticize them. It just so happened that Lin Xian also wanted to go over and accompany those girls. Almost all the girls here had accompanied him for many days. Although he still couldn't bear to part with them, there was no other way. Lin Xian still had things to do. They also had things to do. They also had things to do. They also had to cultivate. Lin Xian soon arrived at Divine Capital. At the airport, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were waiting for Lin Xian. "Io, my two big darlings, I missed you so much." Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. He wanted to hug the two darlings into his arms, but they easily avoided him. "Stinky hooligan." Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. No matter how stinky you are, you still have to come into my arms. Lin Xian pulled her into his arms. Cough, cough. There was a dry cough. Lin Xian looked over. There were a few men standing there. Oh, who are they? Lin Xian asked. Hello, we are Ling Ying, Chu Xue's friends. I am Wang Jian. Wang Jian extended his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian politely shook his hand. Hello. The others also walked over and politely shook hands with Lin Xian. No, I'm curious. My girlfriends are here to pick me up. What are you doing here? Lin Xian looked at them and asked. Oh, it's like this. We are members of the Hidden Dragon Army. We heard that young Master Lin was here, so we specially came to welcome you. Hidden Dragon Army? Lin Xian was confused. The team you're going to lead. Ling Ying said. Huh? You all know? I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided yet. I just want to take a look. It's not a secret in the industry. You'll know the details later. Wang Jian said. All right, thank you very much. But I want to spend some time with my girlfriends first, so I won't keep you company. Lin Xian then left with Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue. It was obvious that these people were very arrogant. They did not take Lin Xian seriously. Perhaps they had heard of Lin Xian's achievements, but they thought that he was not qualified to lead them. What a joke. In addition to their tyrannical strength, almost all of them came from famous families. They had their own pride, and they would not accept someone younger than them to lead them. They were just here to take a look, but in reality, they would not accept it. Who is this Lin Xian? How dare he have so many girlfriends in public? Wang Jian frowned. Yes, and it's them. Chapter 1697. Tell me, what's the most impactful thing to a man? Other than strength, it's women. Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue. Which one of them wasn't their dream girl? Some of them even knew them since they were young and liked them since they were young. But these two goddesses were now the girlfriend of a single person. Don't you think it's hard for them to accept? It's hard to accept, but they couldn't understand. Yeah, he's not as handsome as us, and he's not necessarily as strong as us. Other than getting first place in the Sky Martial Arts Conference, the rest is just his contribution to the human race. Just because of that, it looks like the Ling family and the Han family have already acknowledged this matter. That's why he dares to publicly show off his love to them. Why? On what basis? Is he really that powerful? Isn't it just the first place in the Sky Martial Arts Conference? That Duan Lingxiao and Qi Tianqing are also trash. The only person he likes, Mu Rongyu, probably lost to him because she let him win. If we or those other people were in the Sky Martial Arts Conference or that year's Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't have been able to be so presumptuous. Duan Lingxiao and those other people are the so-called top geniuses, but in reality, there are many people more powerful than them. I like to see what he's capable of. How did you all know? Lin Xian asked them. It's not a secret, and it's probably a deliberate move by the Holy Temple. They want to spread the news so that you won't have a reason to refuse. Han Chu Xue said. Wow, so insidious. So why did you come? I'm short of money. Tisich. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Do you really plan to come and teach those people? They're a group of unruly young masters and daughters. They won't accept you and will probably cause you a lot of trouble. This is not a good job. Ling Ying said. TCH, do you think I'm afraid of them? We'll see. By the way, did the evil fiend temple contact you? They shook their heads. Not yet. In the eyes of the people from the evil divine palace, they had still consumed the poison pill, and their evil divine palace could still casually control the lives of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others still had to act according to their orders, but they had already been back for a few days, and they actually didn't contact them, which was quite strange. Maybe it's not time to contact him yet. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Now, Lin Xian was really looking forward to them contacting him. Speaking of the devil, Lin Xian's phone rang just as they were talking about this topic. Hey, young Master Lin, welcome back. A gloomy voice came from inside, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile. You are Evil Fiend Temple? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Lin Xian believed that he, Ling Ying, and Han Chu Xue must be in the sight of the person who spoke, but Lin Xian really couldn't find him. Even if he did, it would be useless. What's the matter? Let me tell you, your evil fiend temple is not trustworthy. During the time I was away, you actually took away 10% of the Yixian group's money, causing the Yixian group to be in a crisis. Your evil fiend temple is really ridiculous. Lin Xian deliberately said this, deliberately making it seem like he was in a bad mood. Young Master Lin, there's no need to be angry. This is all for the sake of the evil fiend temple's construction, including the fact that young Master Lin will also be a member of the evil fiend temple in the future. All of this will benefit you. Lin Xian laughed and said, benefit me? To your evil fiend temple, I, Lin Xian, am just a chess piece. You keep me now because I'm valuable, and when I'm no longer valuable, you can kick me away and kill me, right? Young Master Lin is overthinking it. To the evil fiend temple, young Master Lin is a very, very important person. A very, very important person? Why can't I see it? Until now, I haven't even come into contact with the core of your evil fiend temple. And you call me very important? Young Master Lin, isn't this because of my observation of you? I've already fucking taken the poison pill, and you're telling me that you still want to observe me? Let me tell you, don't play these empty words with me. I, Lin Xian, am not someone to be trifled with. Lin Xian said coldly. Young Master Lin, don't be angry. Didn't I tell you before? Go to the God's Awakening door first. Go to the God's Awakening door to strengthen yourself, and come back even stronger. Then, young Master Lin can become the core of my evil fiend temple, and we don't have any wariness towards young Master Lin. Aren't we waiting for young Master Lin to become truly strong before telling young Master Lin about the core of the evil fiend temple? Lin Xian said, is that enough now? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have contacted you. It's like this, I'm the left protector of the evil fiend temple, and I'm here to tell young Master Lin about these things. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Evil fiend temple. He didn't say evil fiend temple, evil fiend water temple. He said evil fiend temple, so he was the left protector of the evil fiend temple, at least on the surface. Of course, Lin Xian couldn't believe all of it. However, there was basically nothing to worry about. In their eyes, Lin Xian and the others had consumed the poison pill. That was a fact. It was impossible for them to consume the poison pill. Unless they didn't want to live anymore, what was there to worry about? What's the matter? Of course it's a big matter. May I know what young Master Lin's cultivation is now? 9 stars. 9 stars of the Great Void stage at such a young age. That's enough. How about this? After young Master Lin is done with the matters at the Holy Palace, I'll contact you again, okay? Okay, then I won't disturb you anymore. Then, that person hung up. Ling Ying and Han Chushuan knew what was going on, so they didn't say anything. How long will it take to go to the Holy Palace this time? Lin Xian asked. Who knows? Originally, they invited me and Chushua to join, but we didn't decide whether to join or not. Ling Ying said, what's the purpose of this force? Ling Ying said, as you know, the situation between the human clan and the demon clan is getting worse and worse, so they carefully selected some people from the human clan. They all have various outstanding abilities, and they want to organize these people to form a special team to complete extremely difficult and important tasks. The Hidden Dragon Army is such a team. By the way, there are many people in the Hidden Dragon Army who are from our martial arts academy. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Okay, I got it. I have to see if I have the ability, otherwise I'll lead them astray, and if something happens, it will be my fault. Chapter 1698. Although Lin Xian was shameless, he was still very responsible. Although he was lazy, Lin Xian was still willing to do things that would benefit him. If the Divine Temple wanted him to help, then there would be benefits, and it would not only benefit the Murong family. If he helped, even 11 of the 12 great elders of the Divine Temple might help Lin Xian. That was basically the entire Divine Temple. Therefore, if something happened to them, almost the entire Divine Temple would help. Lin Xian would be very happy. This was actually what the Divine Temple wanted. They wanted him to come and help them train a team that they were satisfied with. There were at least 11 great elders of the Divine Temple, which was basically the entire Divine Temple, so they could support him at least once. The most obvious thing was that with them, the Yang family would not dare to do anything, at least on the surface. Even if they did, they would be able to help Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian would be happy. Then the three of them went to a private room in a restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious food. "Hey, this evil fiend temple," Ling Ying said in a low voice. Han Chushua also looked over. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't know if what they said is true or false. They think that with the poison pill, we won't all risk our lives to go against them. So maybe it's true. Maybe it will let me come into contact with the main hall in a short time. But the evil fiend temple is very cautious. Don't be too sure when the time comes, otherwise all your previous efforts will be wasted." Han Chushua said, "Yes, I know. Then since you're going to the Divine Temple, let's go and take a look," Ling Ying said. "What are you going to do? Don't you have anything to do?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "You don't say after coming back from the God's Awakening door? I really have nothing to do. I really want the monster race and the human race to fight. Or give me some missions, otherwise I'll be bored to death." Ling Ying stretched. "You don't want peace that much?" Han Chushua glanced at her. "That's not true. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight. Even if I say we won't fight, can we really not fight? Isn't it better to go to the demonic beast domain?" "Frager my ass. My cultivation level has already reached the high level of the absolute void stage. If I want to increase my cultivation level any further, I will have to face even more dangerous and powerful demonic beasts. The risk is too great. Moreover, I will have to go deeper into the forest. I am afraid of death." Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Then let's go together. Maybe I'll give you some quests. That way, you won't be bored." Lin Xian. "That's right. That's what I was thinking. Isn't that right, Chushua?" Han Chushua nodded. "Up to you." Lin Xian shrugged. "Then I'll call them all over." "Who is it?" "Yuhan and Xinyue. If they don't have anything to do, they can come over together. We're a team, and it's been a long time since we fought together." Ling Ying was playing with his phone. "Whatever." Lin Xian shrugged. After the meal, they walked towards the Holy Palace together. "How much do you know about this matter?" Han Chushua shook her head. "I don't know the details. Once we go in, someone will definitely tell you." All right. They arrived at the entrance of the Holy Palace. This was Lin Xian's second time coming to the Holy Palace. The first time was when he entered the gate of the Divine Domain with Murong Yu. However, this was the headquarters of the Holy Palace, but it didn't mean that this was the real Holy Palace. "Ha ha, little Xian, you're finally here." Murong Feng brought a few people and waited for Lin Xian at the entrance. Murong Feng was a person of status. How many people could make him personally wait? Lin Xian was one of them. Of course, other than Lin Xian's importance, the main reason he came here to wait for Lin Xian was that he liked this kid too much. He came here to wait for Lin Xian of his own free will. "Uncle Murong." Lin Xian walked over with a smile. "Not bad. It's good that you're here." Murong Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Sai, there's no other way. Who told my family to be poor?" Since Uncle Murong and the seniors of the Holy Palace extended their hands, I must accept, right? Lin Xian grinned. "You little brat." Then Murong Feng looked at Ling Ying and Han Chushua and said, "Little Ling, Chushua, you two come in as well." "Thank you, Uncle Murong." They walked in. "Come, Lin Xian, let me introduce you. This is the head of the Hai family, one of the 12 elders of the Holy Palace. This is the head of the Tian family, one of the 12 elders of the Holy Palace. When they heard that you were here, they especially came here." Murong Feng said. Lin Xian then cupped his fist towards them. "Greetings, seniors." They nodded. "Not bad. You're young and promising. I've long heard of your deeds. It's a pity that I can only meet you today." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Seniors are too polite. I'm just an ordinary warrior and a little brat. How can I be compared to you? This world is so big, and there are so many hidden families. Now that they have come out one after another, there are people who are stronger and more outstanding than me everywhere. There are so many people out there, and I'm just an ordinary warrior among the many warriors. Modest. Lin Xian scratched his head. Look, he's pretending again. Ling Ying whispered to Han Shushua. Han Shushua also helplessly shook her head. Modest. This was not Lin Xian's style. Indeed, it was not Lin Xian's style. However, Lin Xian's modesty also depended on the person, right? The other party was polite to you and didn't have any enmity towards you. Of course, you had to be polite to them. Uncle Morong, I don't know what you're thinking. Why do you want to teach them? What did I teach? I'm not even as old as them. Moreover, I might not be as experienced as them. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and said, Ha, let's not talk about this. Let's eat first. Uncle Morong, we just finished eating and came over. Lin Xian awkwardly said. And Morong Fong patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, I think you have the ability. Lin Xian, I say, Uncle Morong, you can't have blind confidence in me. Yes, I've done some amazing things, but that doesn't mean I understand these things. Morong Fong smiled and said, It doesn't matter. You take them with you first. We'll also keep an eye on them. If they're not suitable, we'll definitely tell you. Don't worry, just teach them according to what you think is right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Okay, where is it? I'll go take a look now. Really, he didn't know why these people thought he was so special. Lin Xian really didn't have anything special. Chapter 1699. Lin Xian felt that this was outrageous. There were a group of experts, a group of commanders, and a group of big shots. Why were they so careless? Of course, these experts wouldn't be so careless. This was definitely something that they had thought through carefully before making this decision. Xiaoyu, go and gather the hidden dragon army. We'll go over in a moment. Murong Feng said when he saw Murong Yu walking over. Yes. Murong Yu then walked away. Murong Feng then said to Lin Xian, when the time comes, you can teach them however you want. We'll just watch. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. The hidden dragon army has a total of 440 people. I'll give you 110 people. There are 4 teams. You'll lead 1 team, and the others will lead 3 teams. The strength of your 4 teams is relatively average. Basically, they're all from the domain realm to the virtualized realm, and even the virtualized realm's 9 stars. However, each of them is more or less not simple. They either have stronger attributes or special laws or domains. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. In half a month, your 4 teams will have a competition. Simply put, it's a martial arts competition. In this half a month, I hope to see a qualitative change in your team. I say, Uncle Murong, how can I have this ability? How can I have a qualitative change in them? The High family head smiled and said, If you can't do it, it means that you're not suitable to be a leader. I understand. If I can't make a qualitative change in them, I don't need to be a leader, right? Lin Xian said. That's probably the case. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian, don't feel uncomfortable because they're very important. We also think that you might have the ability, but whether or not you're suitable depends on your performance. If you're not suitable, we still need to ask others to teach you. Murong Feng said very straightforwardly. He felt that there was no need to hide anything from Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Murong, you are all experts. You have the power to kill in your hands. You actually wanted to try on such an important matter. This proves how much you approve of me in your hearts. I will try my best. If it doesn't work, then there is nothing I can do. Yes, fine, let's go then. Then they walked over. Murong Feng and the others had been discussing Lin Xian's matter for a long time. They recognized Lin Xian's strength and ability, but they didn't know how strong he was in this aspect. However, they believed that Lin Xian was a demonic genius. If they could let others learn from Lin Xian, then they would become a headache for the demon race in the future. Murong Feng and the others have been talking about Lin Xian for a long time. Of course, this was just an idealization. The specifics would depend on the situation. In any case, they just wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, then it wouldn't work. They just had a little bit of hope. The main thing was that Lin Xian had given them too much of an impact. Now, no matter what they did, as long as Lin Xian did it, they would inexplicably think that he could do it. He could complete the task perfectly. They arrived at a huge open space. There were already a few hundred people gathered here. They could clearly see that they were divided into 4 groups. There were also some experts from the temple watching from a distance. This is the place where the hidden dragon army gathers. They will live in the temple and enjoy the resources of the temple until they have the ability to complete some difficult tasks. Morong Feng said, "Yes, there are even many top geniuses among them. They even come from top clans and forces." Lin Xian said, "Then why do they want to join the hidden dragon army?" Morong Feng said, "Some of them are willing because they know that the hidden dragon army represents the peak of their generation on the continent. They will also receive the best training. They will be a very important group for the entire human race in the future. They shoulder a great mission. Maybe they like to have this kind of honor. Some of them were invited by us. For example, the Martial Arts Academy. Most of them are outstanding students from your martial arts academy." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I know." Then they walked in front of those people. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is the captain of the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team. I believe you all know him. Lin Xian, welcome." Morong Feng said, "Hua." Then those people applauded. As you can see, many people looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Whether it was the other 3 teams or Lin Xian's 4th team, many people looked at him with disdain. Most of these disdainful people were arrogant geniuses. They might even be in the virtualized realm. Who did they think the captain they had been waiting for several days would be? It turned out to be Lin Xian, who was about the same age and realm as them. Then tell me, who will be happy? They were all geniuses. They were about the same age. Some of them were even older than Lin Xian. Then, they had to call a little brat captain. They had to be led by a little brat and promoted. They had to let a little brat teach them. How could they be happy? Lin Xian, you tell them the rest." Morong Feng said. Lin Xian nodded. Then he walked in front of the 4th team. "Yes, there are also many students from the Martial Arts Academy. There are also some that I know by name." "Very good. From today onwards, I will be your captain. Of course, I can only be your captain for half a month. However, I will be more diligent during this half month. I also hope that you can cooperate." At this time, a man stood up and said, "I don't understand." "What don't you understand?" Morong Feng asked. "This Lin Xian is indeed quite famous. However, his realm, strength, and ability might not be as strong as mine. I don't think that I am qualified to be the captain. However, I also don't think that someone younger than me has the ability. I also don't think that he can teach us anything. Look at the other 3 teams. Their captains are either experts who have been famous for a long time or extremely experienced experts. There are even Heavenly Dao Realm seniors. Therefore, I don't understand. We are all from the Hidden Dragon Army. Why are we being led by a kid younger than me?" Morong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, show him why you are the captain and not him." Lin Xian nodded. Then he looked at that person and said, 9 stars of the virtualized realm?" "Yes." "Qing family's Qing you. Please advise." Lin Xian smiled and said, "No wonder you are convinced. However, I will not compete with you in strength. You are not worthy." "What?" Then Lin Xian looked at an expert and said, "This senior should be in the Heavenly Dao realm, right?" This was the captain of the 1st team, or rather, the teacher. What is little brother Lin trying to say? If I can defeat a Heavenly Dao realm senior, will anyone still have any doubts? Everyone. Chapter 1700. Everyone looked at each other. It was true. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had been doubted by Qing Yu, who was at the 9 stars Great Void Realm from the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th Division. What he did was to defeat Qing Yu to prove to everyone that he was stronger than him and that he had the qualifications to lead them. However, Lin Xian's actions had truly alarmed everyone. He did not challenge Qing Yu, but challenged a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. This Heavenly Dao Realm was at the 1-star realm. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect that, so Lin Xian could challenge him. Regardless of the outcome, it would at least give everyone a greater impact. He was definitely not playing by the rules. He's indeed the Lin Xian I know. Murong Feng said with a laugh. Isn't he being a little too arrogant? He wants to challenge a heavenly Dao realm existence. Isn't that courting death? A few people beside him began discussing. However, I feel that since he said so, he should have some confidence. Yes, he should have some confidence, but is that possible? That's the heavenly Dao. How can the heavenly Dao be so easily defeated by someone at the Great Void Realm? No, it's not easy. It's impossible. Although there are strong and weak heavenly Dao, a heavenly Dao is still a heavenly Dao. A heavenly Dao is not something the Great Void Realm can compare with. No matter how strong you are, the Great Void Realm, it's impossible. As for the other Hidden Dragon Army members, they began roaring with laughter. Ha ha! They were really about to burst out laughing. What a joke! A Great Void Realm wants to challenge a heavenly Dao realm existence? There has never been such a ridiculous matter since ancient times. No. There are some, but they're all dead. Ha ha, that's not it. Does he think that challenging a heavenly Dao realm existence will make us admire him? But to be honest, he is indeed worthy of admiration. Is that Lin Xian? What a joke. Some people could not help but mock. When Xingyu heard Lin Xian's words, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The Heavenly Dao one-star expert laughed and said, Little brother Lin, you aren't joking, right? Lin Xian smiled and said, Of course not. These guys don't believe me. Senior said that if I defeat this 9 stars Great Void stage Xingyu, will he accept me? He was still unwilling to submit to me, so what could I do? Then I can only let all of them see that I can do what they can't do in their lifetime. In this way, they should be convinced by me. If you were to defeat me, I would naturally submit to you. However, don't think that you can make me submit to you just because you say that you can challenge someone at the Heavenly Dao realm at the Great Void Realm. Xingyu snorted. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, Whatever you say is meaningless. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian looked at the old man and said, Senior, please don't show mercy. The old man smiled and said, Then let this old man test your strength. After saying that, he smiled and released his terrifying aura. SSS, feeling this aura, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Is this the might of the Heavenly Dao? It's too terrifying. With such terrifying strength, this Lin Xian actually wants to challenge the Heavenly Dao. What a joke. It's really a joke. Idiot. What's he acting for? Does he think he's invincible just because he came out of the God's Awakening Door? No matter how much the God's Awakening Door improves, it's limited. In this world, it's impossible for someone at the Great Void Realm to defeat someone at the Heavenly Dao Realm. It's impossible for any genius, no matter how much of a genius they are. Then I'd like to see what kind of person this Lin Xian is. These people were waiting for a good show to unfold. Idiot. Wang Jian sneered. He was not a member of Lin Xian's team. As for Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Murong Yu, they were also worried. Although they understood Lin Xian's character and knew that he would not do this if he did not have the confidence, but wasn't a little too fierce for someone at the Great Void Realm to challenge the Heavenly Dao? As for the old man who was challenged by Lin Xian, although he was smiling on the surface, he was actually unhappy. A mere Great Void Realm cultivator dared to challenge him. Tell me, how could he be happy? Therefore, he was going to let this Lin Xian know what it meant to pay a price. What was the might of the Heavenly Dao? Little brother Lin, do it. The old man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian cracked his neck. Domain Realm Upgrade. Whoosh! Lin Xian's realm was upgraded to 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. Everyone could feel Lin Xian's upgrade. However, it was only an increase of 9 stars to 10 stars. In the Great Void Realm, this was indeed a huge increase. However, when facing the Heavenly Dao, unless you were also a Heavenly Dao, there is absolutely no possibility of you winning. But for Lin Xian, being at the 1 star of the Heavenly Dao realm was actually a lot easier. His realm-lowering domain could lower 3 stars. So, Lin Xian believed that it would not be a problem to forcefully lower the heavenly Tao realm by 1 star to 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. However, this would be extremely draining, but Lin Xian was prepared to end the battle quickly. Realm-lowering domain. Then, everyone felt the old man's aura rapidly vanish. Lin Xian's spiritual energy was instantly drained by an unknown amount, but thankfully there was still some left. At the same time, Lin Xian had a rough idea of the cost of releasing this domain. What? The old man's pupils constricted. Even though he had 1,000 ways, his realm had suddenly dropped from the heavenly Tao realm to the Great Void Realm. No matter what he did, it would not be easy. Senior, take this. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Destruction laws. Creation laws. Myriad world, heavenly lightning, tribulation. Boom. Everyone was secretly alarmed. No. Is this the might and 9 stars of the Great Void Realm should have? To be honest, this Lin Xian is indeed astounding. The combat strength he can produce is truly powerful. What's so powerful about it? It's about the same. However, when the dust settled, everyone's pupils could not help but constrict violently. What? They did not understand why the Heavenly Tao Realm Senior's aura would drop in the beginning, but they believed that no matter what, this was a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. No matter what means one had, it was useless in front of a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. But the scene after the dust settled left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xian stood there perfectly fine, but his opponent, the Heavenly Tao Realm expert, was also standing there. However, his aura was extremely unstable. He appeared to be injured. This, Senior, you have been defeated, Lin Xian said lightly. What? Everyone revealed a puzzled look. Why was he able to say that? Why was he defeated? Chapter 17:01. Yes, in the eyes of these people, Lin Xian's strike seemed to have injured the Heavenly Tao Realm expert. He was already very heaven-defying. However, that was all there was to it. But now, Lin Xian was telling the expert that he had been defeated. This left everyone perplexed. Little brother Lin is indeed a young hero. You really have the qualifications to teach these people. At the very least, you are absolutely qualified in this aspect. I'm impressed. The elder said to Lin Xian with a smile. Thank you for letting me win. The old man also cupped his fists and walked to the front of his team members. What? Everyone was secretly alarmed. Could it be that Lin Xian really won? But how did he win? I didn't see anything. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that they were acting? Everyone had such thoughts. Really, they really thought that the two of them were acting here? What was the meaning of this? Everyone, if little brother Lin had not stopped just now, I would probably have been beheaded. The elder said nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, they were even more incredulous. What was this? Lin Xian smiled and said, It seems like you aren't convinced. One of them said, It was blocked by the dust. We didn't see anything. So, you don't even believe the words of a Heavenly Tao Realm Senior, right? Lin Xian laughed. No, that's two different things. You didn't convince us. Qingyu said. Lin Xian knew that it was not that they were unconvinced. They were convinced, but they were still being stubborn. Although some of them believed that he and the Heavenly Tao Realm expert were acting, Lin Xian also knew that most of them felt that the possibility was low and meaningless. However, they had to see it with their own eyes. Did you see it? Morong Feng said. This punk is too shocking. He nearly slit the left supremacy's throat with a single strike. He has the ability to lower his opponent's realm. He can even forcefully lower a Heavenly Tao Realm expert's realm to the Great Void Realm. That's right. It's too unbelievable. Such an ability is too abnormal. It should be a domain. Is there such a domain? But even if there is, isn't it too unbelievable that a Great Void Realm expert could lower a Heavenly Tao Realm expert's cultivation to the Great Void Realm? How much spiritual energy would that expend? The people beside him were secretly alarmed. At this moment, Lin Xian said, All right, I understand. Come at me together. What? The members of the 4th Troop of the Hidden Dragon Army looked at each other. This punk is too arrogant. However, if he had said that earlier, he wouldn't have needed to fight a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. From the looks of it, there's no need for him to fight a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Family Master said. No, no, no. Another Tian Family Master shook his head. He did it on purpose. He knows that he can defeat a Heavenly Dao Realm expert, so he deliberately did not let anyone see this scene. He left everyone in suspense. This way, if he defeats the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team, these people will be convinced. They will consider carefully if Lin Xian really defeated a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Then why not let them see this scene? Wouldn't it give them a greater impact? That's because this punk is giving face to the left's supremacy. Murong Foam explained. So that's the case. I didn't consider it thoroughly. This punk is so young, but he thinks things through so thoroughly. Murong Foam nodded. This is also why I believe that he has the ability to lead the Hidden Dragon Army. Don't look at his young age. His wisdom and the calmness of his heart are not something these kids can compare to. One is marked by the company one keeps. I think that even if Lin Xian is useless and can't teach them anything, I believe that if they meet someone who is more outstanding than any of them, who is more calm and outstanding, they will imitate him. Because they're all proud people, when they meet someone stronger, they may not be convinced on the surface, but in reality, after a long time, they will imitate Lin Xian in the way they do things. Yes, that's true. For every prideful person, they naturally want to become more outstanding. But when they meet someone, they will think, why is this person more outstanding? What's so outstanding about him? They are clearly the most outstanding. So why is there someone more outstanding? They will think that this more outstanding person has something special about him that they don't have. So, many times when they do things, they will deliberately imitate a more outstanding person. Murong family head. So this is your real goal? Murong Feng shook his head. No, this is only one of my goals. Even if Lin Xian doesn't have the ability to lead the Hidden Dragon Army, he can still help these outstanding kids improve in half a month. But my true goal is to hope that this kid Lin Xian can help these people improve. I truly hope that this kid has this ability. After all, in my eyes, I have always believed that this Lin Xian has the ability to become a key figure in the future of the human race against the demon race. I also think that he is the only candidate. On the other side, 110 people surrounded Lin Xian. Since you have said so, then don't blame us for being ruthless. A man's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Make your move. Let's go." The battle was about to begin. Lin Xian's figure was facing more than 100 experts alone. In the eyes of others, such a battle was impossible to win. But now, everyone had a glimmer of hope, especially when they saw Lin Xian's powerful combat strength and ease under the siege of this group of people. They were secretly alarmed. How did he become so much stronger? Murong muttered to herself. It's an ability he obtained after returning from the Door of God's Awakening. Ling Ying shrugged his shoulders. Right, what did he obtain? It seems to be a domain, and all his attributes have been doubled. All his attributes have been doubled? Why would he choose such an upgrade? Murong was puzzled. Normally, they would choose to upgrade an additional attribute, such as a domain, a law, or something like that. A full attribute upgrade might seem useful now, but after reaching the Heavenly Dao Realm, it wouldn't seem to have much of an effect. And the reason why Lin Xian chose this was because he had no other choice. His attributes were all attributes. Among the laws, he had the strongest one, so he chose this one after choosing a domain. Chapter 17:02. Lin Xian's true combat strength had never been displayed in front of the public before. The Tianwu conference was also not open to the public. For half a month, they had been fighting outside. Only in the martial arts academy did Lin Xian's battles with some experts become public. However, at that time, Lin Xian was only at the domain realm. He was not even at the heavenly venerable realm. Therefore, Many people did not know that Lin Xian's current combat strength was at the Great Virtual Realm. Until now, Lin Xian was at the Great Virtual Realm. 9 stars was already a very high level. However, there were no less than 5 Great Virtual Realm 9 stars in the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th Division. There were even quite a few 7 stars and 8 stars. The difference was only 1 or 2 stars. In terms of combat strength, there were also some laws and domain realm restrictions. But Lin Xian moved through these people's roosters with ease. His speed was extremely fast. Some people want to catch sight of Lin Xian and attack him. Unfortunately, they could not catch sight of him at all. Damn it, his speed is so fast. Those people gritted their teeth. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. This was indeed true. I seal. Then, one by one, they fell under Lin Xian's hands. Did you see that? This Lin Xian seems to be playing house with these geniuses. There's an absolute difference in strength between them. This gap is quite big. They are at the same level, or rather, the difference in their realms is not that big. Why is there such a huge difference in combat strength? The most important thing is that he is not facing a group of ordinary warriors. They are all geniuses. Although they may not be the top geniuses in the world, they are definitely not ordinary. Are their special abilities useless against Lin Xian? Myriad, lightning, heavenly prison. Sizzle. Lin Xian stood there and gathered an extremely strong lightning attribute energy. You finally stopped. Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped, those people's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of him. Some people's powerful abilities had very little effect on Lin Xian, or rather, they would be able to break free in an instant. But now he had actually stopped and even used a big move on them. Was he trying to compete with more than 100 of them in terms of strength alone? Then, the 110 people gathered together a powerful force. Although some of them were only at the domain realm and heavenly venerate realm, that didn't stop them from contributing to the alliance. He wants to use his own strength to fight more than 100 people. How is this possible? These 100 or so people are not ordinary warriors. Their realms are not low either. There are even a few who are close to, or even at the same realm as him. Why does he dare to do this? Everyone was puzzled. How arrogant. The captain of the Hidden Dragon Army's 2nd team was a man around 28 or 29 years old. Actually, one could feel that he was very strong. 28 or 29 years old was only a few years older than some of the Hidden Dragon Army members, but he had become their captain. He had heard of Lin Xian's name and felt that he was a respectable opponent. However, he could not accept that a 9th-level Great Void Stage cultivator was going to compete with more than 100 Hidden Dragon Army geniuses. Would Lin Xian be able to win? Of course, it would be a little difficult. However, this was also because Lin Xian had not used his full strength. Although Lin Xian was much stronger than them, Lin Xian's improvement was nothing more than his ability to create laws and double his strength. This could not compare to more than 100 people. Law of creation, double strength. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, and a terrifying shockwave hit everyone. He doesn't have a backup plan? When they saw this scene, they were secretly shocked. This was because they realized that the strength released by Lin Xian could actually compete with the strength released by more than 100 people. Logically speaking, he should have been instantly devoured and crushed, but he still managed to resist. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter what. Click! At this moment, the crisp sound of a lighter came from behind them. Lin Xian was leaning against the wall with his head lowered as he lit a cigarette. What? It was only then that everyone noticed Lin Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere in that place. He still had the mood to light a cigarette? No, on what basis? Yes, it was true that this move had shocked every single one of them. They had to admit that at least in terms of the power of this move, none of them could contend against it. However, you couldn't win either. Actually, in terms of standpoint, these kids have already lost. The High Family Patriarch said, "Yes, that's right. There are more than 100 people, and many of them are experts of the same level, or even the same level." In such a situation, Lin Xian only showed a trace of weakness. In fact, they have already lost by fighting 100 against 1. But now, what is this Lin Xian doing? Qingyu pointed at Lin Xian and said, "You're bragging, but you can't brag anymore." Lin Xian laughed and said, "Can't brag anymore? No, 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 no. Look." "What?" Those people lowered their heads to take a look. Hiss! More than 100 people, and a shadow cage appeared under each of them. This! Their pupils shrank. Whoosh! In the next instant, all the shadow cages grew and enveloped them. This! When did he secretly condense the shadow cages? We didn't even notice? No. The most shocking thing is that he can actually use the power of the dark attribute to the maximum during the day. That's not the most shocking thing. There are more than one person who can do this. The most shocking thing is that he condensed a shadow cage under each of them. He can only do it when he's using a big move. It's fine if it's done quietly, but to do it in such a short time isn't it a bit unimaginable? This is Lin Xian. It had to be said that this move had shocked many people. Can you do it? Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying. Me? I can't do it even if I die. More than 100 shadow cages, and to release them in such a short time, I can only do half of it at most. Ling Ying shook his head and said, "You, despicable. You're actually playing dirty." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Despicable? This is called all's fair in war. Moreover, in a battle of life and death, if you're attacked like this, can you point at him and say he's despicable and ask him to do it again? Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people were speechless. Murong Feng smiled. This brat came up and gave him a lesson. Chapter 1703. Ignoring everything else, Lin Xian's current performance was enough to satisfy the Holy Temple. The Hidden Dragon Army's fourth team was both convinced and unconvinced. They had lost helplessly. They felt that even though they had yet to use their skills, they had indeed lost. Lin Xian snapped his fingers and removed the shadow cage. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, some people applauded for Lin Xian. What a beautiful battle. The man smiled and walked over. He extended his hand to Lin Xian, Hidden Dragon Army's second team's captain, Tianheng. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I look forward to the battle between our two teams in half a month. Of course, I look forward to the battle with you even more. Lin Xian smiled. There will be a chance. This person was quite powerful. He actually had a heavenly Dao realm cultivation. Holy shit. Lin Xian was alarmed. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. Heavenly Dao realm. He should represent the peak existence of this generation, right? In any case, Lin Xian was truly impressed. However, they should be faster. They should reach the Heavenly Dao realm in the next few years. They were not inferior to him. It was just that he was born a few years earlier. Lin Xian then looked at Murong Feng and said, Uncle Murong, from now on, the fourth team will be left to me? Murong Feng nodded. That's right. I'll leave it to you. From now on, the fourth team's expenses, spiritual artifacts, consumables, etc. can be collected from the Holy Temple at any time. This is your captain token. Murong Feng then threw a token to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and caught it. All right. Lin Xian then grinned and looked at the Hidden Dragon Army's 100 over people. Brothers and sisters, I know that some of you are unconvinced. If you are, you can challenge me at any time. However, there are more important matters now. The Holy Temple's master just said that the Holy Temple will bear all expenses for the next half a month. What are you waiting for? The best 5-star hotel in Tiandu will be our dormitory from now on. Let's go have a big meal and get to know each other. After the meal, the guys can go to the spa with me. As for the girls, they can go to the beauty salon or something. The Holy Temple will pay for it too. Lin Xian's words caused everyone to freeze on the spot. They were really stunned. Bro, are you serious? They didn't lack money, but what they lacked was a comfortable environment for such strict training. Look at the Holy Temple's temple. To rent a 5-star hotel as their dormitory? Lin Xian's words instantly made these people's impression of Lin Xian soar. Also, what spa? Was it proper for a man to go to a spa? His to having a girlfriend was one thing, but a spa was a spa. The service was different. One was for you, the other was for others to service you. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Xian said. Hey, I'm coming. Brother Xian, I didn't want to make a move on you before. I'm just a sky venerable. I know that it's useless. Me too. Me too. Everyone. Are you going to do anything? Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue and said. Han Chuxue, she couldn't do anything. Bastard. I'm so angry. Ling Ying couldn't help but stomp his feet. Murong family head, you see. The other Holy Temple's experts were all stunned. Murong Feng couldn't help but laugh. This kid, then he said, no matter what, let them be for the next half a month. Even if it seems like they're messing around, we'll see the results in half a month. Don't forget, the reason why Lin Xian is so powerful is not only because of his own strength, but also because of his way of thinking that completely surpasses others. Perhaps he has his own intentions? Don't worry about it. Okay. Under the envious gazes of others, Lin Xian made a call. Hey, book me 30 Rolls Royces. Pick us up at the Holy Temple's entrance and take us to Tianfu Hotel. What? Tianfu Hotel is only a few hundred meters away from the Holy Temple's entrance? Then pick us up too. We don't lack money. Everyone. What the fuck? Not long after, under everyone's envious gazes, more than 100 people got into dozens of Rolls Royces and drove away. These people didn't lack money, but they wanted to be different from others. Tell me, didn't Lin Xian's method make them look special? Was there something different? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that in front of so many big shots, they were openly giving special treatment. This feeling of superiority in their hearts was indescribable. Everyone, get ready for training, Tianheng said. However, he sneered in his heart. Now that you're openly giving special treatment, what about their training? Let's see how you'll deal with it in half a month. You're glorious now, but half a month later, when you embarrass yourself in front of everyone, will you still be glorious? However, he didn't notice, and many others didn't notice, that their team members were envious. Even if they knew that their team members were envious, they didn't think much of it. In fact, it had a lot to do with it. They had booked Tianfu Hotel for half a month and spent a lot of money. It didn't matter. They didn't lack money anyway. More than 100 people were in the hall. There were all kinds of delicious food and good wine. Everyone ate happily. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murong Yu also came. They wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. No. In fact, they wanted to see if this guy was really going to go to a spa. Young Master Yu, I think this Lin Xian is really good. At least a young man like him will be able to understand us better, right? Qing Yu chimed in. That's not important. What's important is that he is indeed very powerful. Everyone says that this Lin Xian is not simple. I won't talk about his combat strength, but he brought us here and used a 5-star hotel as his dormitory. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. I really want to see what he's up to. I hope that he's a capable person, and I hope that he has the ability to subdue us. In any case, in his heart, he admitted that he was inferior to him. However, whether he was qualified to lead more than 100 people was another concept. But I heard that they're all Lin Xian's girlfriends, but Murong Yu doesn't seem to be one. They looked at the 3 beauties. Even if they're not, it's still amazing, okay? She was once my goddess. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Let's not talk about this. Let's eat first and see what he's going to do next. Lin Xian toasted them table by table. Everyone was very happy and clinked their glasses with Lin Xian. Chapter 1704. Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue sat alone on one side. Why is he doing this? Ling Ying asked while eating lobster noodles. Obviously, although in their eyes, Lin Xian was a shameless bastard, he was not the kind of person who did not strive for improvement. Although sometimes the way he did things was really confusing, he always had his reasons. This was why others felt that Lin Xian did things unconventionally but always had a miraculous effect. It should be to build a good relationship with them. Han Chushua said. Well, I think so too. Morong nodded. Build a good relationship? What's the point of building a good relationship? Does he think that he can make these people submit to him like this? Even if they submit to him and build a good relationship with him, how can he train them better? Is there any relationship between the two? I don't know. What was Lin Xian going to do? Build a good relationship. Who said that the leader and the team members must be strict? Yes, that was indeed the case. Because only by being strict could they lead them, make them obey, and prevent accident from happening. However, Lin Xian preferred another way. He could be strict, but he did not want to be strict all the time. He wanted to let everyone accept something in a relaxed way and cooperate to fight. Lin Xian wanted them to fight willingly and tacitly, rather than force them to cooperate to achieve something. That would be completely different. After a while, everyone. Lin Xian shouted at this time. Everyone looked at him. We're almost done eating. Let's go. The men will go to the spa with me. The girls will also go to the beauty salon and go shopping. At 8 o'clock after dark, all of us will gather in the West Wind suburb outside Tiandu. Lin Xian said, Okay, let's go. Lin Xian then looked at Murong Yu and the others and said, Do you want to come with us? Since we have nothing to do, let's go together. Then you can go with those girls. After dark, Lin Xian and the other men were all hugging each other as they walked unsteadily. Captain, TSK, that technician of mine, oh my god, his skills are too good. I almost fucking finished it. Fuck, my technique is the best. I've had more than 10 girlfriends. My technique only lasted for 10 seconds, and I almost fucking felt like it was over. Hiss, tisk, none of you can do it. My girl just turned 18 and is still in school. She looks so fucking innocent and has 2 ponytails. Those people discussed animatedly. For men, how could they get familiar with each other in the shortest time possible and have common topics to talk about? Just a trip to a place like this was enough. Older brother Xian, where are you? Your car? Someone ran over and asked with a smile. Oh mine. The boss's wife went up personally. Fuck. Is she the lady boss we saw before? My goodness. Although this lady boss isn't as pretty as those people, she's not bad either, especially that kind of charm. Damn. Older brother Xian, you're not kind. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll invite you guys over when I'm free. Anyway, for the next half a month, our expenses will be covered by the Holy Temple. If you guys perform well, we'll go over and relax when we return. All right, shameless. In the dark, Ling Ying leaned against the wall and listened to their conversation. He was so angry that he wanted to die. Bastard. Is this a man? Disgusting. To be honest, to think of this method to strengthen the cohesion and feelings between the members, other than him, there is no one else. Morong Yu shook her head helplessly. But this bastard went there himself. He's so shameless. I think he already thought about it. So he took this opportunity to try it out. How is he so clear about it? Did he go to a city and find a place like this? The more Ling Ying thought about it, the angrier he got. He might not have really gone there. Han Chushua said. After all, he had so many beautiful girlfriends. If he only had one beautiful girlfriend, then he might still like wildflowers and want to try it out. But with so many beautiful girlfriends, he really wouldn't go that far. Shameless. Anyway, he's just shameless. He must have been there. It's such a secretive place, and he knows about the industry. How shameless. Ling Ying was extremely unhappy. Everyone gathered together. Everyone, give me the expense reports. When the time comes, I'll hand them over to the temple for reimbursement. Boss is mighty. A few girls shouted happily. They didn't like to take advantage of such a small thing. They didn't lack money, but this kind of feeling was different. Fuck. Who bought a 200,000 necklace? Lin Xian opened his mouth. Fuck. You spent 397,000 for a meal? Lin Xian looked at them. I say, sisters, let's spend less. Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed to report it. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Then let's go. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not necessary. Just be a little more careful later. You still have to spend. Boss is mighty. Brother Xian, What are we doing here? A person asked. Obviously, we're going to the beast domain. Qingyu said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. We'll go directly to the beast domain tonight. The beast domain was a place that they couldn't be more familiar with. All of them were in the domain realm, Empyrean realm, and absolute realm. How could they not be familiar with the beast domain? We're going to the beast domain to train. For their training, the experience in the demonic beast domain was indispensable. This was actual combat training. Lin Xian nodded. I'll explain the rules next. Lin Xian glanced at everyone and said, a total of 110 people. I'll divide you into 10 groups. Each group has 11 people, 1 captain, 1 vice captain. Next, all of you will enter the poisonous rainforest for 3 days. In these 3 days, I need each of you to kill 3 absolute realm beasts. That shouldn't be difficult, right? They looked at each other. Captain, absolute realm beasts are very strong. Although our realms aren't weak, but we still have our domains. Empyreans are still very dangerous. Lin Xian continued. Therefore, this is the second thing that each team needs to do. It doesn't matter if you're injured. I need each and every one of you to come out alive. I need each of your captains and vice captains to protect themselves and the other members who might be of lower realms. I hope that when all of you come out, each team will have 11 people who can walk out alive. At the same time, I will be in a team with the 3 of them, and we will compete. Chapter 1705. All of them looked at each other. Captain, you want to compete with us? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, each of us will be in a team. Believe it or not, the demon crystals of the great virtual realm and heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts in our hands will be much more than any of your teams combined in 3 days. Of course not. After all, we are not useless. Yes, even if each of us has to bring a few domain realm and heavenly venerable team members, they are still very strong. They are not weak. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's compete. Okay, let's compete. Lin Xian took out some beads and threw them to them. These are space-jumping beads that I created myself. Each of you take one and use it when you're in danger. I don't care what you do. The most important thing is to protect yourself and your teammates. Yes, understood. Then, I will now form a team for you. Qingyu. Qingyu walked out. You are the captain of the first team. Your team members are... Lin Xian took out a list and read out the names of 10 people. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of a captain and protect them well. Yes, the second pair, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murong Yu stood behind him. He did this to cultivate the tacit understanding between the team members. Han Chuxue nodded. With more than 100 people in a team, the tacit understanding is not something that can be developed in a short period of time. So, he simply divided the original team into 10 and let each team work together to develop tacit understanding. Then, he let the 10 teams work together to develop tacit understanding. This way, it's much easier. Is this Lin Xian? They were in disbelief. Although they saw Lin Xian's method and understood Lin Xian's intention, to be honest, none of them had thought of this before. Even if there were so many teams and so many forces, how could they not think of this training method? The most important thing in a team was tacit understanding. Strength could be made up by cooperation and tacit understanding. Moreover, he made so many people captain and vice captain. This will turn them from team members into responsible captains. In this way, whether it's for the integration of the team or their personal improvement, it's very big, whether it's in terms of combat power or mentality. At the same time, in the next few days, they will feel that it's not easy to be a captain. Is this Lin Xian so smart? He can even think of this? Murong Yu frowned. Just these 2 moves, he seems to have the meticulous mind of a commander. But to be a commander, it is not enough to be meticulous. He must have an absolute view of the overall situation and sufficient knowledge of the military. Han Chuxue said, in fact, my father has always hoped that Lin Xian can become a real commander. My father very much hopes that in the future, he can hand over a large number of teams to Lin Xian and let him lead them to fight against the monster race. Therefore, whether it is this time or a future opportunity, my father wants to let Lin Xian show his talent in this area, or to see if he has the talent in this area. Morong, you said. He probably doesn't like it. Ling Ying said. Yes, even if he participates in the battle, he wants to do something in his own way with his simple team. He doesn't like to lead millions of troops to battle. Han Chushua said. Maybe it will change. Lin Xian said, okay, it's 9 o'clock now. 3 days later, I need all of you to come here and complete the mission. I will give you a reward. Let's go and show off in front of those people. Also, although you're in 10 teams, there are still many dangers in this poisonous rainforest. You'd better keep in touch with each other. If you need help, help each other. Yes, let's go. Then, those people rushed forward one after another. Lin Xian stretched, looked at the 3 beautiful girls behind him, and said, then let's go in together. This poisonous rainforest is very dangerous. You let them go in like this, and there are even domain realm experts. What if something happens? Ling Ying said. Lin Xian shrugged and said, it is dangerous, and I have heard about it. But none of them suggested retreating or worrying about the dangers here. I have to believe them. You are indeed a little too hard-working. The other 3 teams haven't undergone this level of training yet. You don't even know some of their abilities and directly start. It is a little reckless. Morong, you said. As top warriors and geniuses, if they don't crawl out of the ruins, are they going to be carried out by others? Let's go. We haven't fought side by side in a long time. I heard that there are a few poison sovereigns in this poisonous rainforest. Let's see if we can find them. Hey, I heard that there are heavenly Dao realm poison sovereigns in this poisonous rainforest. Are you sure? Although you've planned that area for them, what if? Lin Xian said, such heavenly Dao realm experts don't come out all year round. There's nothing we can do if we really encounter one. However, I gave them life-saving beads. It's fine. Let's go. Treat it as training. Okay, let's go. What? Team 4 went to the poisonous forest? The news quickly reached the ears of some of the people in the Divine Temple. Crazy. Is he crazy? Not only did they go to the poisonous forest, that Lin Xian even split them into 10 teams and made them move alone. Does he think they aren't lucky enough? Some people were so angry that they were trembling. One had to know that these people were more or less the children of large family clans. If something happened to them, they would be held responsible. If it was a normal operation, there was nothing they could do. However, they were being led by a brat. If something happened, they would be held responsible. Murong Feng drank a mouthful of tea and nodded in satisfaction. He's indeed a genius. To think that he could think of such a method to break in such a short period of time. Patriarch Murong, what do you mean? Murong Feng smiled and said, it's nothing. Don't worry. This Lin Xian has the spatial attribute. At the very least, he will give them a life-saving method. Since we've handed it to him, we should trust him. Sai, if something happens, we'll be in trouble. When the other 4 teams heard this news, they could not help but laugh. One idiot. Tian Hung sneered. Captain, they're courting death. Even if we went to the poisonous rainforest, we would have to hold on tightly. They actually split into 10 teams. A great virtual realm expert has to bring along domain realm and law realm experts who are a burden to him. They're simply courting death. They think that weight training will be effective. In fact, they're courting death. Let's see how many of them come out alive. Chapter 1706. Time slowly passed. It had been a long time since Lin Xian came here to face a powerful demon beast. Over the past few days, Lin Xian had killed quite a number of demon beasts here. He didn't dare to go any deeper because this place was indeed very dangerous. There were even demon beasts at the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian didn't dare to provoke demon beasts at this level. 3 days passed just like that. Lin Xian was definitely fine. He arrived at the agreed location. When he arrived, 3 teams had already arrived early. Captain, Brother Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they all shouted. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. They were more or less injured, but it was negligible. It was fine as long as they were fine. Captain, we didn't complete the mission. We didn't encounter 3 great void stage demon beasts. We only encountered 2, and there wasn't enough time, so we quickly returned. If we could encounter 3, we would definitely be able to complete the mission and take them down. That person said to Lin Xian before taking out a pile of demon crystals. Lin Xian nodded and took it. Is there anyone with more serious injuries? Reporting, our injuries are considered minor. All right, that's fine. Brother Xian, we're back. Another team ran out. Lin Xian looked over. Sure. They walked over and looked at the others smugly. What's wrong? Looking at your depressed looks, did you not complete the mission? Ha ha. Sorry, our team completed the mission. You have no right to enjoy the services of technician. Fuck you. Don't be so smug. You were just lucky. Do you think we didn't have the ability to complete the mission? We searched for an entire day and didn't find a 3rd great void stage demon beast. In order to return within the stipulated time, we didn't complete it. If we were lucky, we would have completed it long ago. TCH, that's because we didn't complete it. How can there be so many ifs? Hey, Zhang Ran, did your team complete the mission? Of course. Another team of 11 people walked over. Soon, the 9th team came over one after another. Time's up. There's still one team that hasn't arrived. Lin Xian looked at the time and frowned. It's Qingyu's team. That's strange. Could something have happened? Qingyu's team is very strong, especially Qingyu himself. You should be fine, right? Of course not. Since we're all fine, Qingyu should be fine too. About half an hour later, whoosh, a few figures rushed out, and one of them carried a figure in his arms. Hey, what's going on? Those people were shocked and hurriedly ran over. Older brother Xian, we met a few very powerful demonic beasts. That demonic beast has the power of space. We already used the space pearl to escape, but it still caught up to us. Captain covered us and was heavily injured. His aura is getting more and more. One of them had red eyes. They didn't have much feelings for each other, but because of the 3 days they spent together and the fact that Qingyu made them run away while he was seriously injured, they all felt guilty. Lin Xian hurriedly ran over to check. Law of Creation. Shua. Lin Xian released the powerful law of creation, and an endless stream of life force flowed into his body. Give this to him. Lin Xian took out a pill. Okay. Then a girl took the pill and gave it to Qingyu. Shua. Some silver needles appeared in Lin Xian's hand and began to treat his acupoints. Wood and water attribute healing together. Don't stop. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Yes. Law of creation. About half an hour later, cough, cough. Qingyu coughed and opened his eyes. Phew. Lin Xian also let out a long sigh of relief. It didn't matter if a person died, but if it was because of him, Lin Xian would still feel guilty. Moreover, Lin Xian also knew what would happen if he died. Fortunately, he had the law of creation and a relatively top-grade pill. In a very serious and even near-death situation, he was forcefully pulled back. The main thing was that Lin Xian's realm was enough, so the law of creation was still very effective. Captain, you're finally awake. His team hurriedly ran over and surrounded Qingyu. Qingyu coughed and stood up while holding his chest. His condition didn't look good, but compared to before, it could even be said that he was completely fine now. Thank you for coming to save me, Qingyu said to his team members. It was Captain who saved us. It was Big Brother Xian who saved Captain. Qingyu looked at Lin Xian and cupped his fist. It's fine. It's because of me that you guys were in danger. No, it's my fault that we encountered danger. In order to complete the mission better, I brought them to a deeper location and encountered a stronger demon beast. Qingyu said, Captain, that's something that all of us agreed to. If you want to talk about whose fault it is, then it's all of our fault. Lin Xian said, don't do it again. Yes, sir. Just these 3 days of change, those words between them, some actions, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. All right, go back to the hotel and rest for a day. I'll take you guys to have fun. Qingyu, I'll treat you when we get back. Yes, sir. The group of them returned safely. This news was also received by the others. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. When the other 3 teams heard this news, they were all unhappy. Why? It was clearly such a dangerous place, yet they were separated into 10 teams. How could no one have gotten into trouble? Damn it. One day later, the entire fourth team had also recovered in a very good state. Big Brother Xian, what are we doing today? That's right, Big Brother Xian. What's the content of our training today? Lin Xian said, today we'll go to a spa first, then we'll book a gaming room and play games. Fuck. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. But, Big Brother Xian, if we do this, then when the time comes, will the competition with the other 3 teams? Lin Xian smiled and said, it's fine, I have my own ideas. Today, we'll play customization and competition mode. Whoever is at the bottom will treat us to a meal today. TSK, it has to be them. Fuck, you're so arrogant. Come and taste this daddy's yasuo. Fuck, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Trash. Lin Xian then looked at the girls and said, girls, let's play games together. Ling Ying, Han Xuxue, and Murong you looked at each other. What is this Lin Xian trying to do? Right now, they really didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Chapter 17:07. Everyone else was training with their lives on the line, but this guy went to the clubhouse and the internet cafe. Indeed, the previous 3 days were very difficult, but the training of the others wasn't just warming up in the Holy Palace. They were also training in actual combat. But why did Lin Xian bring them to play games? Because playing games could cultivate their relationship. For Lin Xian, what he valued the most was the tacit understanding, mutual trust, and willingness to sacrifice. This was very important in a team. They were a group of people who couldn't even be considered friends. There were more than 100 people, and they only had a good relationship with a few of them. As for the others, they only had a short conversation when they met. How could such a team fight better? Therefore, when they were fighting, they were willing to help each other and even help some people block stronger forces. This was the most important thing. Only this could be called a team. In terms of combat power, each of their teams were about the same. It was impossible to pull apart the gap in combat power in half a month. Therefore, Lin Xian was smart. He chose to let these people cultivate a relationship with each other in this month. At the very least, they were friends. Say, if it's just doing something with colleagues or with a group of friends, can colleagues be better than friends in all aspects? This was what Lin Xian wanted to do. What? This Lin Xian brought them to the clubhouse and the internet cafe? What was he trying to do? When the people in the Holy Palace heard this news, they were so angry that they wanted to die. Master Morong, this Lin Xian is simply too willful. We have a good impression of him, but this can't be a reason for him to be impudent. Murong Fong drank a mouthful of tea and said, no matter what he does, at least it didn't cause any consequences or influence. It's only half a month. Everyone can wait for half a month to see the results. As for the rest, Lin Xian is the captain of the fourth team. Now, at least for half a month, he has the right to do anything that is not illegal. He has the right to manage the fourth team in any way he wants. To be honest, this old man is looking forward to what this brat is doing. This game is really incomprehensible. An old man said, maybe he's just relaxing. After all, they just came out of the poisonous rainforest and killed a lot of virtuous realm monsters. It's too risky. Let's wait for half a month. Half a month later, Lin Xian and the others gathered in the Holy Palace once again. Other than Lin Xian's team, there were 3 other teams of the Hidden Dragon Army. It was obvious that they didn't improve much. Even the Hidden Army team, led by Lin Xian, didn't seem to improve. After all, it was only half a month. How much could he improve? He wouldn't be able to improve anything. Perhaps a few of them would be lucky enough to advance a little, but this was not a big deal. Many of the temple's experts had arrived. In the past 2 weeks, they were quite clear about what Lin Xian had been doing with the Hidden Dragon Army. They had been to the club, to the internet cafe, to golf, and to the territory of demonic beasts twice. What about the other teams? Other than resting, they spent all their time training in the demon territory. It was obvious which team improved more, right? The fourth team of the Hidden Dragon Army was weaker than the other 3 teams. Now, they would definitely be ranked last. However, there were some people who were looking forward to it. It was said that Lin Xian was a genius. Did he have his own thoughts and reasons for everything he did? There were some reasons that they didn't understand. They could only use actual combat to tell them whether they were right or wrong. Lin Xian and the other 3 captains walked forward. After half a month of special training, today is the time to check the results. Half a month isn't long, but it isn't short either. It's enough to improve a little. Especially under the training of the 4 captains, I believe that everyone has improved a lot. Next, the captains of the 4 teams will draw lots. The 4 teams will compete in 3 rounds. The winner of the first 2 rounds will compete in the final round. The location of the competition will be in the simulation chamber. This simulation pod is similar to the one used in the grand competition of the Kangwoo Divine College. It's similar to a virtual online game. It will simulate a scene. Everyone will lie in a virtual pod and enter that scene. In that scene, you will have the cultivation base and all your methods in the real world. There was only one advantage to this. Even if you killed someone, it wouldn't matter. Only your consciousness would die. It was equivalent to simulating a real life and death battle. It was very useful. It was much more useful than a martial arts competition. In a martial art competition, you would have to worry about getting injured. But in this simulation, you could fight with your life on the line. Give it your all. Now, the 4 captains will draw lots. The 2 teams with the same number will be your opponents. The 4 teams will compete in 2 scenes at the same time. Morong Feng said. Lin Xian grabbed it and took a look. Number 1. Then, the 2 teams with number 1 will head to the left and lie down in an orderly manner. Number 2 will head to the right. In 5 minutes, the simulation will begin. Lin Xian walked towards Xingyu and company and said, "Just fight normally. Don't worry, Captain. Yeah, all the best." Then, they walked over one after another. And their opponents were the team of the Heavenly Dao Realm expert that Lin Xian had previously challenged. It was obvious that everyone in this team was disdainful. What sort of hellish training did they undergo in the past half a month? What sort of game did this bunch of people have? They were weaker than them, so what were they worried about? Thrashing. The 4 teams entered 2 scenes at the same time. Whoosh, Lin Xian's team and the first team scene were planes. Simply put, they fought as soon as they met. Everyone outside was looking at the 2 large screens. And without a doubt, what piqued their curiosity the most was the performance of Lin Xian's team. Now begin. After the order was given, the 4 teams began 2 team battles at the same time. In the beginning, no one could tell anything. It was only when Lin Xian's team gradually turned from a small disadvantage into an even advantage that everyone was in disbelief when they saw this scene unfold. This? Why? These people could not understand. Let's take a look at their realms. Then, they looked at their realms and the data. The overall quality of the 4th team's realms is about 0, 5% lower than the first team's, so they were at a disadvantage at the beginning. But in just 10 minutes, they were at an even disadvantage. Now, after 20 minutes, they have a slight advantage. But why can't I figure out how they managed to turn the situation around? That's right. What's the reason? You said that a certain person's ability is especially advantageous in a team battle, but both sides are about the same. Furthermore, from our omniscient view, the effects achieved are not that good. Why? Chapter 1708. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Why? Team 4 was clearly weaker than their opponents, but now they had the advantage. Most importantly, they couldn't see why they were able to gain the upper hand. The Heavenly Dao Realm expert frowned. Not good. If they continued fighting like this, they might lose. If they were to lose to Team 4, it would be a huge loss of face. They had high-intensity training every day, and they were guided by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert, so he was very confident. As for their opponents, going to a club, booking a hotel, go to an internet cafe, was this something humans did? Apart from not going to the toxic rainforest, what was the difference? They couldn't figure out. Did you notice? Team 4's cooperation seems to be much better than Team 1's. The High family head said after noticing something. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. No, it's not cooperation. It can't be said to be cooperation. Every one of them is supporting and helping each other. They help each other very well. That's right. This is also something that this old man discovered. The members of the first team are a bit messy when they fight. As for the members of the fourth team, you can't say that their coordination is very good. In fact, there isn't much coordination between them. However, the mutual assistance between the members of the fourth team has greatly increased their combat strength. At the same time, it also reduces the pressure on everyone. This is indeed strange, whether it is the first team or the fourth team. In fact, the situation in each team is the same. They're all young and energetic geniuses. Of course, cooperation is necessary, but the concern shown between each other is not like a group of members who have just met, but more like a group of friends who have gathered together. They had also gradually discovered this point. Mo, Zhang Ying, help me block. I'll attack. Team 4's Qing Yu shouted. All right, so, this was what they heard. Did you hear that? Team 4 is communicating with each other, and this communication is consensual. Yes, this is the difference. Look at Team 1. They are in the same situation. They're chasing each other, not giving way to each other. Everyone wants to show off. This is the difference. But it's strange. Why is Team 4 able to do it? I'm not too sure about that. Time passed slowly. This battle lasted for more than an hour. In the end, the four teams won. Although a lot of time had passed, the final result was a little overwhelming. In the virtual interface, Team 1 was completely wiped out, and Team 4 still had more than half of their members left. The difference was a little too big. When everyone saw this result, they found it hard to accept. Team 4 was originally slightly weaker, so why did they still win in such a crushing manner? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Harm. Captain. Qing Yu and the others smiled as they ran to Lin Xian. Well done. I'll treat you tonight. What if we win later? Lin Xian smiled. Name your conditions. All right. Tian Heng frowned as he watched the battle. Instead, he didn't even pay attention to his own team's battle. He really won. It was too unbelievable. Murong Feng walked to Lin Xian's side and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. He smiled and said, You really didn't disappoint me. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, It has nothing to do with me. They were the ones who did well. The members of Team 1 also walked over in a depressed mood. The Heavenly Tao Realm expert walked over and said, After seeing such a battle today, this old man is very impressed. Everyone, you're too polite. I really didn't do anything. Lin Xian knew that these people were unconvinced. They were just flattering him. Tian Heng also walked over and said, It was really exciting. Your team too. Then, let's compete again. On the other side, Tian Heng's team 2-1. All right, everyone, go prepare. All right. Then, Team 2 and Team 4 began fighting again. Take a good look at their performance. Then, summarize the reason for your loss for this sovereign. The Heavenly Tao Realm old man said to Team 1. Those people lowered their heads in shame. An hour later, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Team 4, who was about to win the battle again. This Team 4 actually became the strongest among the four teams. How did they do it? How did they do it? Tian Heng frowned. He lost. But why? Normally, even if he lost, he could accept it. After all, Team 1 lost. However, on second thought, what was Team 4 doing before this? They went to the clubhouse, stayed in the hotel, and played games online. What were they doing? They were training, battling, and simulating. Instead, they were unable to defeat Team 4. This was unacceptable. Looks like Team 4 is going to win again. Tian family's family head said. That's right. It's really unbelievable. In just half a month, Team 4 actually improved so much in terms of team battles. They might not have good results in individual battles, but in terms of team battles, they actually crushed the others. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, can you tell us how you made Team 4 undergo such a qualitative change in the past half a month. That's right. It's too shocking. At first, I didn't understand why family head Moron would do such a thing. But now, after seeing the outcome, to be honest, I can't help but be impressed. This is very important to the development of our holy sanctum and even the entire human race. Little brother Lin, share with us your insights. To be honest, they were really impressed. At first, many people said that Lin Xian was a genius, but even more people thought that it was just a gimmick and scoffed at it. He was indeed not simple, but if you asked him to do such a thing, how could he possibly do it? But now, reality slapped them in the face. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I really didn't do anything. Little brother Lin, don't be humble. Tell us. Let's learn from you." That's right. Little brother Lin clearly brought them to eat, drink, and play. How did you make them stronger? Could it be that by having fun, living comfortably, and living a comfortable life, you can make them stronger? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, my idea is very simple. I believe everyone can see it. To improve their strength in half a month, I can't do it. To train them to cooperate with each other, I can't do it. They're all proud geniuses. To be honest, it's already difficult for them to obey me." That's right. This is also something that this old man can't do. This old man also knows that a team needs a tacit understanding, but to train more than 100 people, that's easier said than done. That Tian Dao said. Chapter 1709. Forget about 100 people. Even a few people would find it difficult to cultivate tacit understanding. Lin Xian. Actually, I didn't cultivate their tacit understanding. In fact, there isn't any tacit understanding between them. And I can see that tacit understanding isn't so easy to cultivate. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's why I'm thinking that every single one of them isn't bad, and they aren't bad compared to the other teams either. Their overall combat strength is actually about the same. What I'm thinking about is how to let them unleash even greater combat strength on this basis, and let them unleash their full potential. So, little brother Lin, what do you mean by bringing them to the club and internet cafe? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, in my humble opinion, it's very easy for men to develop feelings for each other by going to such places to play games and curse. Smoking, playing games, cursing teammates, and reminiscing about it after the fight. It's actually very relaxing." Then, Lin Xian continued, "They only know each other, so I want to let them become friends on the basis of knowing each other. Everyone in one team, everyone is colleagues, and in the other team, everyone is friends. Between these two teams, which one is stronger and which one is weaker?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, those powerhouses suddenly understood. I understand. Between colleagues and friends, even if there is scheming against each other, at least there are many things where both sides are willing. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's why they are willing to support others. They are willing to fight for others. They are willing to see others in danger and step forward to help block it. A few people are nothing, but if 100 people can do this, then in a team battle, even if they don't have tacit understanding and teamwork, the effect achieved as a whole is enough. Hissed out, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ha ha! Murong Feng laughed loudly and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. Indeed, he's not simple. He doesn't play by the rules. No, it's not that he doesn't play by the rules. It's just that this little brother, Yi thought of things that we guys don't. This is what young people are like. Young people might not be able to do this. I have to say that the outside world's evaluation of you as a genius is indeed correct. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and said, "There's no such thing as a genius. Actually, it's very easy to think about it. It's very easy, but why can't so many people think of it? Why are you the only one who thought of it?" Lin Xian scratched his head. That's because he is thick-skinned, Ling Ying mumbled. However, they had to admit that they were very proud of Lin Xian after hearing these people's evaluation of Lin Xian. But to be honest, won't this method cause some adverse effects on these team members? Tianheng muttered to himself. They looked at Tianheng. Tianheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Tianheng said, I'm just casually mentioning it. For a martial artist, the most important thing is to improve themselves and improve in all aspects. But these things make them think that enjoying life is a better way to live, and they don't pay too much attention to cultivation. Ha ha ha, I was just mentioning it. Lin Xian smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this. Everyone's cultivation level is already so high. They're all geniuses, and their family backgrounds are also very strong. These so-called enjoyment, they didn't just learn about it because I brought them there. They are not children anymore. If they want to enjoy life, they have the capital to do so. But they still came, so I don't think you need to worry about this. That's right. Many others nodded. Then, can this method be used? Everyone has their own methods of management. Although this method seems to be very effective if it spreads out and becomes the status quo. Won't there be a big problem? Yes, that's right. Actually, this wasn't important. What was important was that they just wanted to see Lin Xian's ability and see if he was the so-called genius. Now, it seemed that he really was. Lin Xian, the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team, will be handed over to you in the future. How about it? Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian and asked. The others were actually still worried. Although Lin Xian had shown his ability, but were they really going to hand over more than 100 geniuses to him? Was it a good thing? Lin Xian said, Let's not. I still like to enjoy life. I don't like this. That. Uncle Morong, half a month has passed. What you promised me, I know what Sanctuary promised me, cough cough. Isn't it time to promise them? Lin Xian said with a smile. What did he come here for? Did he really think that he was here to train others? Lin Xian didn't think that he had the ability to do so. He came here because Sanctuary said that as long as he came, regardless of the result, they would lend a sum of money to the Yixian group. Lending this sum of money wasn't a big deal. Lin Xian wasn't interested in this sum of money. Yiren Bing and Huang, she were able to lend Lin Xian enough money mainly because the Yang family was one of the 12 elders of Sanctuary. If the other elders of Sanctuary lent money to Lin Xian, would they dare to mess with the Yixian group and Lin and City? Lin Xian wasn't afraid of them, but Lin Xian was annoyed. He didn't want to put his mind on this matter. Yes, of course, no problem. Or are you sure you don't want to try? We still hope that you can continue to give a try. I believe that they also want to. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. First, I don't have the ability. Second, I find it troublesome. Third, I'm worried that my decision will ruin them. Then there's no other way. Murong Feng then looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, come with me. Lin Xian then followed Murong Feng to the side. Uncle Murong, what's the matter? Murong Feng nodded, yes. Actually, it doesn't matter if you bring them or not. Right now, Sanctuary wants to establish a few top-notch teams. There aren't many of them, but these teams will become a very powerful force in the human race in the future. They will also receive the most abundant resources from Sanctuary and the Radiant Association. I want you to join. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lin Xian, your realm has risen very high, but this world isn't as simple as you think. I hope that you can consider this matter. Everyone else is preparing for this matter. In the end, only 10 people from the Hidden Dragon Army will join this team. As for your team, I hope that you can choose it yourself. Lin Xian frowned. Is the continent going to experience a catastrophe? It's coming soon. So many things are imminent. Chapter 1710. Lin Xian knew that this continent would soon be in turmoil. He actually wanted to live a peaceful life. But as a human, as a member of the human race, since he had the ability, he also needed to have the responsibility and obligation. The other side had an even lower realm than the 3 major forces, and they were fighting to the death. Could it be that he, who was in the absolute virtual realm, was going to hide here and enjoy life? Lin Xian then said, What do I need to do? Murong Feng said, Set up a top team. If you need any resources, any help, any improvement, the temple will unconditionally support you. But in the future, there may be some very difficult or even extremely dangerous missions that will be given to you. All right, I can still accept this. I'm also willing to accept it. Lin Xian said, That's great, but I really don't want to lead a team. I really don't have the ability. I'm just a noob. I'm unable to take responsibility for their life and growth. Murong Feng nodded. All right, no problem. Lin Xian, I hope that you will be very diligent in this matter. It's not just about becoming a member of a team, it's just a simple identity. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Murong. I understand. I'm also very willing to fight for the human race. Good child. Murong Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, Although you may not be the most popular in this generation, and your team may not be the strongest in the future, I believe that this is only temporary. Time and reality will tell everyone everything. Uncle Murong, are there still many strong people in this continent? Murong Feng nodded. Yes, in fact, what you see is only the tip of the iceberg. At the beginning, the so-called Murong Yu, Duan Ling Xiao, and Qi Tianqing were the top. In fact, we all know that there are still some geniuses above them. These geniuses are basically at the 9 stars and 10 stars of the absolute virtual realm. But in my opinion, they may not necessarily be your opponents. At most, it would be 50-50. Lin Xian nodded. Are they from hidden families? Duan Ling Xiao nodded. Yes, of course. Apart from some hidden clans, there are also some top geniuses from some special forces. However, apart from these, there's actually a group of people who are the least known. Lin Xian frowned. The least known group of people are the geniuses of the 4 top reclusive family clans, as well as the saints or saintesses of the 3 major factions. The most powerful ones are the few people nurtured by the Radiance Association. It's said that these people have already reached the Heavenly Tao realm at a young age. They are extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, is it that terrifying? Yes, they are the top existences on this continent. They almost never appear in the cities. They're always in the demonic beast domain, and they are even in the depths of the demonic beast domain, thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers away. This includes the cities of the demonic beast domain. For example, our holy son advanced to the heavenly Tao a month ago, and he is currently consolidating his realm. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What kind of person is this holy son of the temple? Is he the successor of one of the 12 elders' assembly? Yes, he's the successor of the Tian family. The Tian family's patriarch that I introduced to you is his second uncle. That Tian Hung is also a member of the Tian family and can be considered his cousin. Then, Murong Feng said, The ones you saw are from the Tian family's outer sect. Their overall strength is about the same as the Yang family. The real patriarch of the Tian family is the holy son of the temple's holy son's father. The real Tian family is a colossus in the truest sense. Lin Xian, he realized that his understanding of this world was not that clear. This is the first time I've heard of these things. It's all right. That's basically it. From now on, those people will appear one after another. The continent is about to welcome the greatest upheaval in recent years. In the future, you'll have many opportunities to come in contact with them. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll give you some time to form your team. Normally, we would have to personally select the members for you, but I believe in your foresight. Let me manage your team directly. It's convenient and safe. After you're done forming your team, there will be some things for you to do. The first thing is to fight against the other top teams. Have a friendly match with the Judgment Guild and the Bounty Hunter Guild's team. You can also come in contact with the top geniuses of your generation on this continent. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, the team needs 10 people. These teams don't need quantity, but quality. In fact, Murong Feng roughly knew who Lin Xian would form a team with. It was none other than his daughter, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. Murong Feng was also very optimistic about them. Perhaps compared to those people, they might still be a little lacking. However, he believed that in the future, Lin Xian's team would definitely be outstanding. He was looking forward to it. Murong Feng knew that the other geniuses were very powerful, but in terms of expectations, he definitely felt that Lin Xian's team was the one he was looking forward to the most. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. In fact, the majority of people were optimistic about the other team. Some of them were from the previous batch or the previous batch to enter the God's Awakening door. There were even some who were directly recommended to enter the God's Awakening door and didn't need to participate in the Heaven Martial Assembly. I understand. When will the battle begin? Half a month. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, then you go and prepare. That's right. That Duan Ling Xiao, he didn't come back? Murong Feng asked. He didn't come back? I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. He had forgotten that when the time was up, Duan Ling Xiao didn't come back. According to my information, Duan Tianming waited outside the God's Awakening door for a few hours. In the end, Duan Ling Xiao didn't come back. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This is really strange. Although Lin Xian didn't remember what happened, the slip of paper told him that the earth was inside the God's Awakening door. Then, how could Duan Ling Xiao die on earth? Why couldn't the mission be completed? He couldn't understand. Yes, in terms of ability, he definitely isn't bad. It's really a pity. I thought that the 10 of you wouldn't have any problems. I didn't expect that there would still be a mistake. Murong Feng said, perhaps this is fate. Uncle Murong, I'll go and contact them. And go. Then, Lin Xian walked away. Duan Ling Xiao actually died? That's great. He saved himself the trouble. Chapter 1711. The Duan family, Duan Tianming, didn't have an easy time these days. His son, Duan Ling Xiao, never came out after entering the God's Awakening door. Therefore, his son, Duan Ling Xiao, died. The son he raised for so long, the son he was very proud of, died. He couldn't accept it. The entire Duan family couldn't accept it. His son's ability was so strong. Even if he was suppressed by Lin Xian several times, he definitely wasn't the last among the 10 people. Therefore, why did the other 9 people all come back intact, but his son didn't? There was only one answer. He was harmed. Actually, before entering the God's Awakening door, he had an ominous premonition. Among the 10 people, including Lin Xian, 9 of them could be on the same side, including Feng Ling. After Lin Xian went to Feng Nation, he seemed to have gotten along with her again. Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian were also very close. Only his son was alone. Duan Tianming actually knew that his son wanted to kill Lin Xian several times and had even taken action. Then, under the situation of 9 against 1, did his son have a chance of winning? No chance of winning. And his son was outstanding enough. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to fail. Therefore, it must be Lin Xian and the others who did it. Son, Duan Tianming caressed Duan Ling Xiao's photo, his right hand trembling slightly. Don't worry, father will avenge you. In his eyes, Lin Xian was the one who killed his son. That must be the case. But to be honest, it didn't seem wrong. After all, Duan Ling Xiao triggered the mission to kill Lin Xian. If he didn't kill him, what could he do? Duan Tianming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If his son failed because of him, he had nothing to say. But he believed that it was Lin Xian who did it. It must be him. Therefore, he must avenge him. He must kill Lin Xian at any cost. The Duan clan was a power that he could use, but he couldn't let everyone know. He could only let the few most trustworthy people do this. He had to do something before Lin Xian reached the heavenly Dao realm. On the other side, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murong, you were sitting in the lobby of a hotel, eating delicious food and chatting. Are you sure you want to join such a team? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Coincidentally, it's also a form of motivation for me. Furthermore, I also want to see how strong those people are. I don't think that I'm the strongest among my peers, so I want to see how strong they are. Sure, then let's join. They can't possibly assign us a mission that will kill us, right? Ling Ying shrugged. I heard that these teams might do missions related to the 15 Fey God Temples or even the Myriad Fey Alliance. Murong, you said as she drank a mouthful of her drink. Is that so? Then wouldn't that be a death sentence? Lin Xian said, they can't possibly expect us to come into contact with those now, right? At the very least, we have to reach the heavenly Dao, right? However, That's quite challenging. Now, let's see if we could defeat the teams from the other three factions. Han Chushue was more concerned about this. Hey, we are one of the teams from the holy temples of the three factions, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then defeat those reclusive family clans and the other two factions. Then, I'll inform the others. Lin Xian said. All right. Then, Lin Xian contacted Wu Yuhan, Wang Xintong, Xiao Xinyue, and Feng Ling. Their answers were very clear. All of them agreed to join. Feng Ling also felt that in such an environment with Lin Xian and so many people, she would definitely be able to improve greatly. We only have 8 people. Doesn't this team need 10 people? Who else is there? Ling bit his straw and said, Let me ask Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian liked Zhuge Feng very much. Moreover, his abilities were very balanced. He could play a role in their team, such as protection, buffs, and so on. When Zhuge Feng received Lin Xian's message, he did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. He was a very righteous person. When he came back this time, he was worried about where he could display his abilities and make the best use of them. Since Lin Xian invited him, of course he would agree. In fact, there were 3 reasons why he agreed. First, he felt that he could be of help and make a difference. The second reason was that he trusted Lin Xian and the others. He would be able to fight to his heart's content in such a team without any worries. Third, Lin Xian and the others were approved by Zhuge Feng. There's one more. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Who should I ask for the last one? The other 3 girls also pondered for a moment. Miss Xiao? Lin Xian thought of Xiao ruining. No, she will definitely refuse. Lin Xian then shook his head and denied it. Xiao Runing still wanted to be a teacher. The martial arts academy also needed her. Miao Xiao Miao, Yi Yi, and the others? No way. Their strength was relatively lacking. Miao Xiao Miao had enough talent, but she spent a lot of time and effort on developing some of her strange things. Moreover, for them to directly pull them into their team was too much of a leap. They still needed to train at the martial arts academy. Who else could it be? Could it be that girl, Ling Longyue? She was quite suitable, but she didn't seem to need this kind of strength. For such a team, not only did they need to be strong, but they also needed to train everyone. Fuck. The people Lin Xian knew were gone. Blue Planet? This girl, no. She wasn't strong enough. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't think it was possible, but if a team member with insufficient strength joined, it wouldn't be good for them and the person involved. No, I don't think I have any suitable candidates. If there's really no other choice, can I ask Feng Ling to call her brother, Feng Qinghao? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Are you close? Lin Xian shook his head. Let's find a suitable one. It's okay, we have half a month. Take your time, Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, let's gather everyone first. The last candidate isn't difficult anyway. A day later, the 9 of them had already gathered in Tiandu. About the last candidate, do you have any suitable recommendations? They discussed this matter in a private room. Why don't you go and pick one from your 4 teams in the Hidden Dragon Army? Han Chushue said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I want to find a suitable one. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll go and pick one, or Feng Ling's brother. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 17:12. Lin Xian's phone rang, and all the other girls stopped talking. It was an unknown number, but Lin Xian should know who it was. Then Lin Xian walked out. When Lin Xian walked out, the girls also knew who it was. It should be the Evil Fiend Temple, because they still had Zhuge Feng and Feng Ling here. It wasn't that they didn't trust them, but to be safe, they definitely couldn't let others know about this matter. That's weird. Did he pick up a girl's call? He actually doesn't dare to let us listen, old pervert. Feng Ling muttered as she ate a mouthful of food. She still had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian. She always wanted to defeat Lin Xian, but she really couldn't do it. I can't even be perverted if I want to, Zhuge Feng said with a smile. Don't learn from this old pervert. One old pervert in the team is already scary enough. If another one comes, I'll fucking kill. Feng Ling scratched her hair. Zhuge Feng smiled and nodded in. Outside, Lin Xian received a call from the Evil Fiend Temple. Young Master Lin, congratulations on getting first place. Those people have a whole new level of respect for you. Lin Xian didn't know whose voice came from the phone. Obviously, Lin Xian could guess that there must be a spy in the Holy Palace. Maybe this spy's position wasn't small. This was also very normal. It wasn't difficult for the Evil Fiend Temple to do this. You guys are really well informed. That person smiled and said, of course, when is young Master Lin free? It's time for us to meet. Anytime. Lin Xian. Good. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Tiandu Flowing Cloud Pavilion. See you there. Okay. Then, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lin Xian did not know what the Evil Fiend Temple wanted to do, but it was definitely not a good thing. Perhaps it was not necessarily a bad thing for Lin Xian, but it was definitely not a good thing for the human race and the three great forces. However, this was something that Lin Xian had to do. Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian had to eradicate the Evil Fiend Temple, no matter from his personal point of view or from the point of view of a peaceful human. Even if he had to spend a lot of effort and energy, he had to do it well. Otherwise, if the human clan were to start a war with the demon clan on the other side, they would still have to worry about the threat of the Evil Fiend Hall. The Evil Fiend Hall would definitely be eager for the humans and demons to start a real war, because the more chaotic it was, the happier they would be. Lin Xian returned to the private room and said to them, then everyone should rest early and have some fun in Tiandu. Let's wait for the day after tomorrow. We'll report to the Holy Temple and leave a message. As for what to do next, it'll depend on the Holy Temple's arrangements. All right. Then they left the hotel. One day later, at night, Lin Xian came to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion alone. Outside the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, before Lin Xian could enter, an ordinary-looking man walked in front of Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, the Protector has been waiting for you for a long time. The man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Protector? What kind of role was this Protector in the Evil Fiend Temple? Lin Xian was not very sure. Lead the way. Then he led Lin Xian into a private room. Please come in. Lin Xian then walked into the private room. The man did not enter, but closed the door and stood guard outside. Lin Xian walked in and looked at a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old sitting there. Is this the so-called Protector? He looked at Lin Xian, then stood up with a smile and extended his hand to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, we finally meet. Quick, please take a seat. Lin Xian then sat in front of him. This person personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. He looked quite kind. If there's anything, let's get straight to the point. Lin Xian threw him a cigarette. Ha ha, don't you want to eat something? Look at how much I've ordered. Lin Xian laughed. Are you in the mood to eat? We're talking about business, so we have to eat something. Clicked if they lit up their cigarettes. Sure. Then they chatted as they ate. I've heard about your performance in the Divine Temple. You've truly impressed me. Don't tell me you want me to lead the Evil Fiend Temple experts. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha. You'll have to change what you're saying, because you're also an expert now. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not entirely true. Might I know who you are? All right. I was a little too happy to meet you. I nearly forgot to introduce you. Wang Meng, Evil Fiend Temple's left protector. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Left protector? Is it the left protector of a particular Evil Fiend Temple hall, or the main hall's left protector? Of course, it's the main hall's left protector. Wang Meng said with a smile. What level was this protector at? For example, in the Evil Fiend Temple, the most powerful person was the Temple Master. The left and right protectors were the Temple Master's right-hand men. These right-hand men often interacted with the Temple Master and were even the Temple Master's representatives. Perhaps they were not second or third in terms of authority in the Evil Fiend Temple, but they were definitely top existences. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Wang Meng said with a smile, Do you wish to advance to the Heavenly Tao realm? I, Evil God, still have the ability to allow you to advance to the Heavenly Tao realm in an extremely short period of time. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. I'm more inclined to advance slowly. Forcefully pulling up seedlings to help them grow isn't necessarily a good thing. All right, to have such thoughts You are destined to have great accomplishments. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of alcohol and said, "Then, let's get down to business." Ha ha ha, all right. This time, I'm here mainly to tell you 3 things. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, there are some things I wish to ask you. Let's start with a few things. Anything is fine. Lin Xian. All right, for the first thing, I wish to ask you. How did the Holy Temple arrange for you? Wang Ming asked. Don't you know? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and asked as he leaned back in his chair. You should know that the Evil Fiend Temple has a spy in the Holy Temple. However, this spy is definitely unable to reach an extremely high level. It's not that easy for us to learn such top secrets. Wang Ming said with a smile. All right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Actually, there's nothing top secret. They just want me to join a squad. Oh, that's clear. Anything else? Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing else. They want me to lead the Hidden Dragon Army, but I don't wish to. That's all. Wang Ming nodded. In fact, this meant that the Holy Temple thought very highly of Lin Xian. Chapter 17:13. To the Evil Fiend Hall, the effect such a figure could achieve was unimaginable. Therefore, the Evil Fiend Hall thought highly of Lin Xian. Ignoring everything else, his value was incomparable. Yes, is there any action? Lin Xian shook his head. No. Even if there is, I don't know. All right, then let's talk about something else. It's the 3 important things I want to tell you. Lin Xian said, I don't care what it is. I just want to know what my benefits are. I'm working for you, and you keep saying that you want me to get what I deserve. But up to now, I haven't gotten anything. Instead, I've been working for you. Why? In your eyes, I'm just a tool, right? Lin Xian's attitude was very unfriendly. Ha ha ha. Young Master Lin, don't be anxious. Didn't I come to you to talk about this? Wang Ming said with a smile. Besides, I just told you one of the benefits. It can allow you to advance to the heavenly Tao. This is an irresistible temptation to anyone. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't think it's a benefit. In my eyes, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Why is there a need to spoil it? Yes. Let's talk about other things first before we talk about these benefits. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded. All right, this is the first thing. I need you to work hard to break into the inner circle of the Divine Temple. The higher your position in the Divine Temple, the greater the benefits for us. The Evil Fiend Temple needs you to do this, and you definitely have the ability and qualifications to do this. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Don't tell me the Evil Fiend Hall wants to destroy the sanctum. Does the Evil Fiend Hall have the ability to do so? Ha ha. Wang Ming laughed and said, That's still a little difficult, but there are still great benefits, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's not a problem, but I have a request. My request is that no matter what you want to do, first, I want to know our purpose. Second, if it harms the interests and lives of the majority, I refuse. Don't worry. That won't happen. Wang Ming laughed. Lin Xian nodded. All right, then I'll move on to the second matter. This matter is extremely important. There's one thing I have to tell you, and that's about Lin and City. It's also about why the Yang clan is fighting with you for the rights to Lin City. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is the reason? That's because Lin and City is located at the Dragon Vein of the entire continent. Wang Ming said. Dragon Vein. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he pondered. So that's how it was. Even if Lin Xian didn't know the specific benefits, Lin Xian knew that as the center of the continent, this place must be very exaggerated. No wonder the Yang clan was willing to pay such a price to take down the Yashin group and fight for the rights to Lin and City. So this was the reason. No wonder they still wanted to fight for Lin and City, which was close to the Demon Clan. If this matter was exposed, then the human race would protect Lin and City with all their might. Because this Dragon Vein couldn't be given to the Demon Clan, right? What benefits will this Dragon Vein bring? Lin Xian asked. The Dragon Vein hasn't erupted yet. Once it does, the spiritual energy of the entire continent will be even more abundant, and the center point is Lin and City. So, At least one thing is that Lin and City is the center of the entire continent's spiritual energy. It's also the place with the densest spiritual energy. It will become the best place to cultivate. This is just the most basic benefit. Lin Xian. So Lin and City, the Xian group, must not be lost. Moreover, we must continue to acquire Lin and City and completely acquire it. Lin Xian muttered to himself. How did the evil fiend temple know about this? Obviously, this matter was not well known. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for no one to tell him. Even Linglong Shui and the others did not know. But why did the evil fiend temple know? Was it because the good guys couldn't compare to the bad guys? That was impossible, right? 2 days ago, we caught someone from a Yang clan in Lin and City. The young master of the Yang clan, Yang Tian. We got the news from him. Good fellow, this Yang Tian was caught by you guys. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. It was really tragic. He's dead. Lin Xian felt that this was very normal. However, if he was killed, would the Yang clan think that it was Lin Xian who did it? Forget it, it didn't matter. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian then nodded and said, You must pay attention to this matter. As far as I know, the crisis caused by the Yang clan in Lin and City should be fine, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. If it weren't for your evil fiend temple, there wouldn't be such a big crisis. After all, the evil fiend temple also needs to develop. After all, we didn't know about you at that time. Otherwise, not only would the evil fiend temple need to use the Xian group's money, our evil fiend temple would even need to spend money on you guys. But now, it's good that we don't have to worry about this anymore. All that's left is to take control of Lin and City. When the time comes, Lin and City will be the stronghold of the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian did not say anything. The third thing is about the benefits you want. After saying that, my brother Wang Meng handed Lin Xian a token. This is the Evil God Fire Palace's Hall Master's token. From today onwards, you are the Evil God Fire Palace's Hall Master. The entire Evil God Fire Palace will be at your disposal. There are several heavenly Dao experts and countless experts. At the same time, I will send you a set of information. This information contains the information of all the core members of the Evil God Fire Palace. The Evil God Fire Palace, which is the Shao clan, you have been there before. Lin Xian. So this is my benefit? Is this considered a benefit? This is a burden. I've said it before, I don't want these things. I'm not interested in the so-called power and influence. Lin Xian threw the token to Wang Meng. Wang Meng smiled and threw the token to Lin Xian. There's someone over there to help look after it. You should take it. What if you need it? Lin Xian took it. What about the benefits? What benefits do you want? Me? I really don't know what benefits I want. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't need any benefits. Right now, he only needed to know where the Evil Fiend Temple's main hall was located, but he couldn't just ask directly, right? Lin Xian wasn't too sure. I should be a core member now, right? Of course. Then can I meet this Evil Fiend Temple's Hall Master? Chapter 17:14. When Wang Meng heard Lin Xian's words, he smiled. Of course, there's no problem. After all, it was the Hall Master who asked me to meet you. The Hall Master is personally paying attention to everything about young Master Lin. Lin Xian nodded. Don't tell me he's just trying to brush me off. Ha ha. Wang Meng laughed and said, How is that possible? If young Master Lin wants to meet the Hall Master, then I'll arrange it. You can meet him when you're free. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Right now, I need the capital support of the Evil Fiend Temple. Fuck. If he uses money, won't he make you spit it out? Didn't the Xian group get the capital support of the Holy Sanctum? Lin Xian said, That's right, but I don't think it's enough. Because next, not only do I have to defend the Yang family, but I also have to continue to buy Lin and City. So I need a lot of capital. With the Holy Sanctum's intervention, the Yang family probably won't continue to fight with you for Lin and City. Wang Meng said, What if? After all, you said that Lin and City is located in the Dragon Vein. Do you think the Yang family will stop? Maybe they'll stop on the surface, but in reality, they definitely won't. They might not make a move because of their status, but won't they control another family to make a move on the Yixian group in Lin City? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Ming pondered for a moment. Well, what you said makes sense. You're now a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, and the Yixian group is also part of the Evil Fiend Temple. The Evil Fiend Temple should help the Yixian group through this difficult time. I'll discuss this matter with them as soon as possible after I go back. I should be able to transfer the money to you in a few days. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, is there anything else I can do? Wang Ming said. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to take out something that satisfied you. If you need any help, feel free to ask the Evil Divine Palace. This is the way to contact me. You just need to crush this bead. Wang Ming handed a bead to Lin Xian. In addition, what you need to do is nothing more than guard Lin and City well so that you can communicate with the Evil Fiend Temple in the future. Also, raise your cultivation level as soon as possible and reach the Heavenly Tao realm. Enter the inner sanctum of the Holy Temple and make it easier for you to coordinate with us. Lin Xian nodded. I feel like I don't have much power. Lin Xian said, Don't worry. I'll secretly reveal a piece of news to you. The Hall Master is already looking for his successor. There are a total of 3 people, and you are one of them. If you improve yourself and show off yourself, it won't be long before you can even become the Evil Fiend Hall Master. Also, I've already told you, if you need any help, just mention it to the Evil Fiend Hall at any time, and the Evil Fiend Hall will do everything they can to help you. Lin Xian, I have it now. Oh, then Lin Xian said, I need your Evil Fiend Hall to investigate the whereabouts of a few people. Are you referring to Lin Xian? You should know what I'm referring to. Wang Ming smiled and said, That still needs to be made clear. After all, if I misunderstand, the whereabouts of my sister and the rest. Lin Xian. Oh, that. We happen to have some clues. Oh. Lin Xian pricked up his brows. That's because they previously came to the Evil Fiend Hall to discuss cooperation. They know where the Evil Fiend Hall is? Yet I don't know. Lin Xian had an unhappy look on his face. Young Master Lin, don't misunderstand. They obviously didn't contact the people from the main temple, said Wang Ming. Then, can I not know where the main temple is now? Lin Xian took a sip of wine and asked casually. Young Master Lin, of course there's no problem. However, young Master Lin doesn't go to the main temple right now. If there's a day when we really need young Master Lin's cooperation, we'll definitely let young Master Lin know. Wang Ming smiled. Lin Xian didn't say much. It could be seen that they didn't trust him very much, even after he ate the poison pill. After all, although the poison pill could kill people if they revealed the secret, but what if they had to fight to the death? He would die, but he would also reveal the location of the Evil Fiend Hall's main temple. After all, this Lin Xian was still considered a ruthless person in their eyes. What's their news? Lin Xian asked. The news is they should be in the fiend race now. If they're not wrong, they should be planning to form some kind of cooperation with the fiend race. Their ambition is to rule the human race, and perhaps even the entire continent. Their purpose in coming to the Evil Fiend Hall is to cooperate with the Evil Fiend Hall to disrupt the 3 great forces and replace them. To tell the truth, the 3 great forces were the human race's protective umbrella. Without them, the human race wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The fiend race, the Myriad Fiend Alliance. It should be the Myriad Fiend Alliance. The worst should be the Fiend God Hall. Wang Ming said. All right, I understand. Lin Xian nodded and drank the wine in one gulp. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Xian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. All right, young Master Lin, please pay more attention to our matters. I know. Also, I don't care about myself, but I don't want the Evil Fiend Hall to disturb them. Lin Xian said. Young Master Lin, don't worry about this. It's been so long. Have you seen us disturb them? Lin Xian nodded and walked away. The Fiend God Hall, the Myriad Fiend Alliance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Lin Xian had a rough idea of their current progress. They were basically perfect. Lin Xian also knew that it was time for them to carry out their grand plans. The human race was in a very bad situation. The fiend race, Zhao Mengyue, and the evil fiend hall. The pressure on the three major forces was especially great. This was also why Lin Xian wanted to join them and form a small team. With their strength, they could share some of the burden. Fortunately, the evil fiend hall didn't ask Lin Xian to do something that he was extremely unwilling to do for the time being. Right now, it was nothing more than going deep into the sacred palace to coordinate with the outside. This was the kind of thing that Lin Xian didn't have to do at all. He did his own thing, and in the eyes of the evil fiend hall, he was also helping the evil fiend hall. What surprised Lin Xian was the news that Wang Meng brought to him from Lin City. The dragon vein. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I have to ask Ling Long and the others about the specifics of this dragon vein. On the other side, Wang Meng made a phone call. Hall Master, I saw Lin Xian. Wang Meng said, nothing special. I've already explained everything. From the looks of it, he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with our evil fiend hall. A voice came from inside. It's normal for him to be dissatisfied. The evil fiend hall didn't give him enough benefits, right? Yes, he doesn't care about the benefits that others say are crazy. But you must also be prepared to endure an enormous amount of pressure. Lin Xian laughed. That's how I've been all these years. Let's leave it at that. About that, I might have to return after some time. Over here, everyone and I need to improve ourselves. Let's see if we can reach the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Okay. Then, Lin Xian hung up. There are many ways to raise one's strength to the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian might be able to raise his strength quickly, but that was definitely not Lin Xian's true goal. He wanted it to be faster, but in order to be faster, he had to give up on a large portion of the increase in strength from the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, Lin Xian would rather raise his strength a little later. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow might seem good in the short term, but it was definitely not a good thing in the long term. Lin Xian was not a warrior who had no hope of advancing his entire life. So why should he be in a rush? He wanted to raise his strength even more. The system had already given him a lot of improvements, but he could do even more. Why should he give it up? Yes. He wrote a note saying that he needed to quickly raise his strength to the heavenly Tao realm. He wanted to return to Earth, but he could not be in a rush. Late at night, Lin Xian returned to the residence that the Holy Temple had arranged for him. The next day, they gathered in Murong Feng's meeting room. All right. Murong Feng looked at the 9 people standing in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Have some tea. They sat down. My guess is about right, but your team is still short of one person. Do you have anyone in mind? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. It's fine if you don't have anyone for now. I have some suitable ones here. They're also very strong. Do you want to consider them? Winchim said, our idea is to start with 9 people. We can search for the remaining one later. If there's really no one suitable, we'll just find one. That's fine, but it has to be done quickly. After all, it's a team of 10 people. It requires great rapport. Rapport still needs time to develop. A team with rapport and mutual trust, and a team that is willing to leave their backs to their teammates, will be able to unleash greater strength. Murong Feng said with a nod. That's why we don't want to randomly find a 10th person. Yeah. Murong Feng muttered to himself. All right, then I'll help you register. However, it's best to keep your identities a secret. You'll need to complete some very secretive missions. You might even need to hide your identities. They nodded. Have you thought of a name for the team? Lin Xian. Let's call it the Storm Team. Lin Xian had already discussed this with them. For Lin Xian, the Storm Mercenary Group was a small team that Lin Xian had met from the beginning. He was still in contact with them, even now. All right, tomorrow we'll give you a special identity medal. With this medal, you'll have some privileges in the 3 major forces, especially in the Holy Temple. In the Holy Temple, your privileges are not inferior to the privileges of a branch of the Holy Temple in a city. Murong Feng said. They nodded. Then, is there anything we need to do now? Ling Ying asked. Yes, I'll tell you about it in a few days. Right now, our people are investigating something. After the investigation is over, you'll be the most suitable team to complete it. It's related to the devil race. Make some preparations in the next few days to cultivate your teamwork. Furthermore, you'll be assigned your roles in the team. This is very important. Yes, go. After walking outside, Lin Xian said to them, "You can go do your own things first. Xiao Yuhan, come with me." Then, Lin Xian led Wu Yuhan to the side. "What's the matter?" "Amen. I obtained a life oddity velvet this morning. In addition to the things I've prepared before, it's enough. I think it's time to try to reconstruct your sister's body." Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said. Lin Xian suddenly thought of the life oddity velvet. After contacting the evil fiend shrine, they really did have it. They actually gave it to Lin Xian. Chapter 17:16. Wu Yuhan was very happy to hear Lin Xian's news. All these years, her sister sharing a body with her had given her a headache. Of course, she did not despise it. After all, Wu Yunhua was her only relative. It was just that she wished to see her sister reconstruct her body in return. And now, Lin Xian was finally telling her that he could do it. She knew that although Lin Xian might not have done anything himself, he had been asking the people around him to help him search for the heaven and earth treasures needed to reconstruct a body. Reconstructing a body was truly not an easy task. This was because the heaven and earth treasures needed to reconstruct a body were items that were nearly extinct. They could even be very, very precious. They were so precious that it was unimaginable. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said, "Everything has been prepared. Let's make a trip back to Lin City." Coincidentally, Xiao Linglong and a few other heavenly Dao realm existences are there. With them, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, Wu Yuhan nodded. "Let's go." Then, Lin Xian led Wu Yuhan back to Lin City. At home, Huang she had yet to leave. Lin Xian informed her of the matter. "Yeah, we can begin once everything is ready," Bing said as she hugged Tianyi. "How long will it take? Is there anything we need to take note of?" Lin Xian asked. "There are things we need to take note of. It's not difficult to reconstruct a body. What might be more dangerous is the soul entering the body," Bing said. "Yeah, the soul entering the body is simple. The most difficult part is whether the soul can perfectly match the reconstructed body. After matching, whether it can fuse perfectly is a difficult part." Huang she said, "What's the success rate?" Lin Xian asked. "If there aren't any mistakes, 80%. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan. 80%. "Do you want to give it a try?" Wu Yuhan lowered her head as though she was communicating with Wu Yunhua in her body. "Yes." Lin Xian then asked, "Then what if it fails?" "If I fail," Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. "The worst possibility is that the soul will be destroyed. However, if we fail, we will try our best to ensure that the soul remains. Injuries are inevitable, but we will try our best not to destroy the soul." "Then let's give it a try." "Yes." Shua, Linglong Shui waved her hand, and a portal appeared in front of her. Ling Yu, take care of them." Linglong nodded, and they walked in together. This was a very beautiful small world. What was different from the outside world was that there was a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy here. "Let me guide the spirit first." After Huang she finished speaking, she condensed an array formation there. Then, all the heaven and earth spirit chi in the surroundings gathered at their place. Linglong Shui took out the spirit items they had gathered, and Lin Xian also took out the strange life velvet. "Where did you get this life oddity velvet?" Linglong Shui asked. "From the evil fiend temple." They were lucky that the evil fiend temple happened to have it. Moreover, they wanted to curry favor with Lin Xian, so they naturally gave it to Lin Xian. After all, it was not very useful to them. "Yes." Linglong Shui looked at Wu Yuhan and said, "Don't resist. I need to draw your sister out of your body." Wu Yuhan said, "My sister's soul will dissipate once it leaves my body." Bing said, "Don't worry." "Okay." Wu Yuhan nodded. Then, Linglong Shui formed a seal with both hands. Lin Xian was secretly amazed. Sure enough, different people's experiences were different. In Lin Xian's eyes, this was something that he didn't understand at all, something that he couldn't touch at all. However, they all understood. Bing was using the spirit items to condense something. Gradually, light flashed and the spirit items gathered together. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, and Linglong Shui drew out the soul of Wu Yuhan's sister, Wu Yuhan. This was Lin Xian's first time seeing Wu Yunhua in person. It was Wu Yuhan's appearance. After all, they were twins. The moment she came out, she would turn into nothingness and her soul would dissipate. Whoosh! Linglong Shui's power surged toward her, and Wu Yunhua's soul remained in place. How much longer? Linglong Shui glanced at Bing. Soon. Yes. Wu Yuhan looked at Wu Yunhua. Your breasts seem to be bigger than your sister's. Lin Xian said to Wu Yunhua. Wu Yunhua's soul smiled slightly. That's for sure. Needless to say, Lin Xian had to thank Wu Yunhua. If not for Wu Yunhua, Wu Yuhan would not have been fooled by Lin Xian. I know what you're thinking. Wu Yunhua looked at Lin Xian. Huh? What do you know? You're thinking that after my body is reconstructed, you're planning to put us sisters on the bed and experience what it's like to be twins. Lin Xian instantly felt a few pairs of sharp eyes on him. Fuck. I didn't. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Hey, I'm fucking helping you. You're harming me. Lin Xian glared at Wu Yunhua. I didn't agree. Wu Yunhua laughed. Lin Xian, wow. Whoosh, at this moment, a ray of light appeared in front of Bing, and then the ray of light gradually converged into the appearance of a woman. However, it was hard to say what it looked like because it was just a ray of light. Following this ray of light, it surged into the sky. It's almost done. Bing heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wu Yunhua and slowly raised her hand. In a while, make sure you don't reject this power. Try fusing with it. If there's any rejection, it will likely fail. Wu Yunhua nodded. Thank you. Whoosh! Then, under Huang Shi's power, her soul flew into the ray of light in the sky as the two forces fused into one. Wu Yuhan looked up. She was very nervous. She was not very good at expressing her emotions. Instead, there were times when she expressed her disgust with her sister. This was because her sister had done many things that she should not have done when she was controlling her body. However, she would only express her displeasure. How could her sister, her only family member, be disgusted? She was very nervous and afraid. What if she failed? She could not accept it. She prayed. Lin Xian placed his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. It'll be fine. At that instant, she felt a lot more at ease. Yeah. Linglong Shui, Bing, and Huang Shi, the three heavenly Tao realm existences, constantly surged their powers into the void. Bing Lingwei did not come because she had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm, so she was of little help. Chapter 1717. Time passed slowly, gradually. The power in the sky became clearer and clearer. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. I think it's going to succeed. He was also afraid of failure. This was Wu Yuhan's sister. Of course, he did not want to fail. Moreover, if it succeeded, what were the benefits? Fuck. Twins. The scene that Wu Yunhua described just now was something that any man would yearn for. Most importantly, the Wu sisters had such explosive figures and outstanding looks. Take off, take off. The three ladies retracted their energy at the same time. How is it? Lin Xian asked hurriedly. Wu Yuhan also looked at them expectantly. It seems to be very successful so far. Next is the process of her merging with this body. This process will depend on her. Linglong Shui said. It should be successful. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What followed was a very tense process. They did not say anything and just stood there or sat there looking at the situation above the void. The three ladies stayed behind as they had important things to do. For example, if it failed, they had to ensure that Wu Yunhua's soul was intact. Otherwise, she would turn into ashes. Time passed slowly above the void. The light became weaker and weaker. The light is getting weaker and weaker. Is it? Wu Yuhan said worriedly. Not necessarily. It might succeed soon, Irenbing said. Whoosh! In an instant, a burst of energy erupted. The few of them closed their eyes subconsciously. When they opened their eyes again, a figure was standing above the void. It's a success. Seeing this scene, they were also pleasantly surprised. It was, of course, the best. That's great. A smile appeared on Wu Yuhan's face. Anyway, she had not smiled like this for a long time. After all, Wu Yunhua was her only relative, her only sister. Gulp! Lin Xian looked up without blinking. At this time, they realized that something was wrong. Irenbing walked to Lin Xian's side and pulled his ear. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xian was dragged away by her. Is it nice? Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly and held her hand. You look the best. She chuckled. Then, Lin Xian raised his head again. Irenbing felt helpless. All right, how could he change his perverted heart? Why did Lin Xian want to see it? Fuck, white and shiny. Wu Yunhua didn't have any clothes. Then tell me, as a man, if he doesn't look at this, should he lower his head and look at the flowers and plants under his feet? Was he crazy? Wu Yunhua slowly landed on the ground and looked at her own body. Wu Yuhan hurriedly ran over. How is it? She asked. You don't say. I'm quite used to it. Wu Yunhua said. After all, she often used Wu Yuhan's body. Therefore, now that she had a new body, there was nothing strange about it. That's good. Wu Yuhan nodded and threw a piece of clothing to Wu Yunhua. Put on your clothes first. Wu Yunhua smiled and said, No need. Look at how happy he is. Lin Xian, who was behind, was speechless. Cough, cough. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Nonsense, I didn't look at it much. Wu Yunhua put on the clothes. Really? Why do I think you looked at it from the beginning to the end? Irenbing said coldly. Go away, nonsense, it's all nonsense. Just look, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Wu Yunhua smiled. Fuck, don't talk nonsense. When did I see it? Isn't my dear sister's the same as mine? Everyone was speechless. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed again. Then, Wu Yunhua bowed to the three women. Thank you, seniors. Well, take your time to get used to it. Ling Long Shui said. Yes. Lin Xian glanced at her. Fuck, 10th level of the Great Void stage? Are you kidding? You directly reached the 10th level of the Great Void stage after reconstructing your body. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yunhua in confusion. Wu Yunhua was also stunned for a moment. Then, she opened her palm and a powerful force condensed there. It's normal. So many top-grade spiritual objects of heaven and earth reconstructed your body, plus the power of the three of us. It's reasonable. Huang, she said. Fuck, how can we, who work hard to improve our cultivation all day long, endure this? Lin Xian said helplessly. You can, but you don't want to. Lin Xian scratched his head. Wu Yunhua said, My strength seems to be okay. Yes, that's right. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth are all top-notch, and they can also strengthen one's foundation. Your body is formed from them, so you don't have to worry about the so-called foundation being unstable. This is equivalent to you being in this realm and not suddenly soaring to this realm. Wu Yunhua nodded. I understand. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Hey, then it seems that we have a candidate for the 10th person in our team. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes also lit up. Yes, the key was that Wu Yunhua could completely trust her. This was an effect that could not be achieved by finding a powerful genius to fill the vacancy. Furthermore, Wu Yunhua had been following Wu Yuhan all this while. Hence, she had been learning from the people around Lin Xian, as well as the cooperation and chemistry between them. It was very easy for her to integrate into their team. Of course, no problem, as long as you don't think that I'm a burden. Wu Yunhua winked at Lin Xian slyly. That won't happen. What are your attributes? Let me see. Wu Yunhua sensed it. Dark, wind, and thunder. 3 attributes. You've unleashed your attack to the extreme. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there's also the dark mist, Wu Yunhua opened her hand, and a ball of mist appeared in her palm. Why do you have a dark mist? The dark mist was one of the powers of the 12 demon gods. Although there were others who had it, this thing was absorbed by Wu Yuhan previously. I don't know. Maybe it's because of Wu Yuhan? Wu Yuhan opened her hand, and the dark mist condensed. This Wu Yunhua, after reconstructing her physical body, directly reached the peak. Super high realm, top-notch attributes, and combat skills. What Wu Yuhan had was all hers. There was also the dark mist. Let's go back, Ling Long Shui said. Okay. Then they left the place. Ling Longyue looked at the two sisters who looked exactly the same and opened her mouth. Wow, didn't that damn hooligan fly? Ling Longyue exclaimed. Lin Xian was shy. What are you talking about? Don't expose me. I'm too shy. Chapter 17-18. Wu Yunhua was still familiarizing herself with her body. Actually, there was nothing special that she needed to familiarize herself with, nor was there anything wrong. It was more like getting used to it. Let me hug you. Wu Yunhua saw little Shur and couldn't wait to carry her up. Little Shur wasn't shy at all. Women were born with maternal instincts. Seeing such a beautiful and cute baby, who wouldn't want to hug it? You have to say your life is really good, Wu Yunhua said to Lin Xian. The other girls were preparing the ingredients for the hot pot. Why do you say that? You can even give birth to such cute babies, and 2 of them at that. You should be thanking the gods. Wu Yunhua said. TSK, isn't that normal? After all, my genes are right there. Come on, look at yourself, and then look at Big Sister and Big Sister Yi's appearance. It's obvious that you've lowered the standards. If you weren't so ugly, little Tianny and little Shur would definitely be even prettier. Ling Longyue grumbled. I'm warning you. Don't force me to beat you up. I'm not afraid of you. Ling Longyue glared at Lin Xian. You're getting bolder and bolder. Why do you think I'm your elder? Bah. When I was born, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Ling Longyue spat. When I have time, I'll teach you a lesson. After dinner, Lin Xian stayed there for the night, and then directly returned to Tiandu with Wu Yunhua and Wu Yuhan. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to stay with them, but Lin Xian might have reached a time when he needed to work hard. How should he put it? Humans, in fact, should always work hard, especially martial artists. However, for Lin Xian, he had only experienced a period of hard work in his life. This period was when he was just able to cultivate, obtain the system, and then went to the martial arts academy. During this period of time, Lin Xian was really quite hardworking. After a long period of time, Lin Xian was in a comfortable circle. Although he still had many enemies, in Lin Xian's eyes, these enemies were nothing. And now, Lin Xian had entered a period where he had to work hard. He needed to reach the heavenly Tao. Reaching the heavenly Tao was just a small goal. Now, Lin Xian understood that the true face of this continent was being revealed. The face of this continent that Lin Xian had seen before was only the tip of the iceberg. He urgently needed to improve. In the Holy Palace, I'm back, Lin Xian shouted. In their private base, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Feng Ling, Wang Xintong, Murong Yu, and Zhuge Feng were undergoing training. Their current training was nothing more than forming a team in the virtual chamber to fight against powerful, simulated monsters. This kind of battle was the most effective way to improve one's strength. There was no other way, of course, except for actual combat. However, this was not much different from actual combat, and there was no danger to one's life. Of course, actual combat was still actual combat, and there were many differences in actual combat. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, they all stopped training and sat up from the virtual chamber. When they saw Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua beside Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Then they rubbed their eyes. Did I close my eyes for too long and see double? Feng Ling rubbed her eyes and said, double your head. Lin Xian smiled, then said, let me introduce you. This is Wu Yunhua, Wu Yuhan's twin sister. From now on, she's also the 10th member of our storm squad. Linging came over and poked Wu Yunua's face. You're a real person, right? Wu Yunhua smiled and said, of course. How come I've never heard of you before? Han Chushu asked. Wu Yuhan said, it's nothing, I just didn't mention it before. Okay, then let's introduce ourselves too. Xiao Xinyue said. No need, I know you guys, and I'm very familiar with you guys. Wu Yunhua smiled. Huh? Wang Xintong blinked, then looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Well, that's not important. What's important is that we're all here. Then, how do we recognize you two in the future? Linging asked as she peeled a lollipop and sucked on it. The one with the bigger chest is me, and the one with the smaller one is my sister. The girls, Murong Yu said, okay, since we're all here, let's report to my father. Okay. No need, I'm coming over. Murong Feng pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. You're welcome. Have a seat. Then they sat in a circle. Murong Feng was their direct leader, so if there was anything, they could just look for him. Of course, their biggest advantage was that they were familiar with Murong Feng. After all, they had Murong Yu and Lin Xian, so they didn't need to be too reserved. Murong Feng looked at Wu Yunhua and nodded. Wu family's eldest daughter, right? Wu Yunhua nodded. Well, I've heard about this matter, and I know that Lin Xian went to Feng country for this matter. Where have you been all these years? I thought something had happened to you. Wu Yunhua smiled and said, all these years, I've lived the same life as my sister. Murong Feng nodded. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that she had reconstructed her physical body. Well, but it's okay. Your revenge has been avenged, and you two sisters have grown to this extent, so your family can rest in peace. Murong Feng then looked at Lin Xian and said, I really didn't expect that the 10th candidate would be Wu Yuhan's sister. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, everyone is familiar with each other, and the strength is enough, so I think this is the best configuration. That's right. In my eyes, the 10 of you must be the team with the greatest potential, so I won't talk nonsense with you. I've already made some plans for you, so come and take a look. Then, they followed Murong Feng into a high-tech room. Murong Feng waved his hand, and a high-tech image appeared in the air in front of him. There was a total of more than 100 people's information on this image. This is the information I've gathered so far. These people are from the other teams of the Sanctum, the Trial Union, the Bounty Hunter Guild, and some geniuses from the top forces and families. The information isn't very complete. Their attributes and realms are only revealed on the surface. In reality, they should be much stronger than what's shown here, Murong Feng said. Chapter 1719. Lin Xian and company took a glance. They are all heavenly Dao. They were all shocked. Of course, Murong Yu was still all right. She had long known of it, but she was also shocked when she first learned of it. Murong Feng nodded. That's right. They're all heavenly Dao. Most of them are between 25 and 32 years old. They can be considered to be of your generation. They're the pinnacle existences in the entire continent. Perhaps you did not understand them in the past, but now you have to understand them. Lin Xian was secretly horrified. Aren't heavenly Dao old freaks? Why are all these young people heavenly Dao? It's completely different from what I imagined. Xiao Xinyue said, nearly everyone on the continent has the same idea as you. After all, your previous realms and the world you can come into contact with are limited. But now, all of you have matured and your realms are sufficient. There are some things you need to know. Murong Feng said, actually, be it the present or a long time ago, such a phenomenon is very normal. It is only a few decades ago that was a period of great decline. You said that those who reached the heavenly Dao realm were old freaks. That was indeed correct back then. This is because it was very difficult to raise one's realm back then. The heaven and earth spiritual energies were not as plentiful. Murong Feng paused and said, but these years, especially after the appearance of the Son of God system, the truly powerful people would increase their realms at an extremely fast speed. Normally, it would take 100 or 1,000 years to reach the heavenly Dao realm, but they would use 20 or 30 years to succeed. For martial artists, aside from their own innate talent, the rest would be the problem of the heaven and earth's spiritual power. Therefore, from now on, the human race will enter another era of prosperity. The people you see have rapidly grown in recent years because of the Godchild system. This is because, since ancient times, we have never lacked talented people. It's just that the heaven and earth spiritual energies limit the growth of realms. Lin Xian and company pondered over it. I thought Lin Xian and Murong you were the best. Wang Xintong said, they are the best, but they are not the best. Or rather, they are not the best now. Murong Feng said, these people are generally at the one-star heavenly Tao realm. They are the pinnacle existences in this world. Take Tian Lin, for example. I've told you before that he is the sacred temple's sacred son, the eldest son of the Tian family. He is 28 years old and a 3-star heavenly Tao realm expert. That's all I know. If there aren't any accidents, the sacred temple will be under his control in the future. Murong Feng pointed at a person and said, after pausing for a moment, he continued, also, in your previous impression, the heavenly Tao is the pinnacle of existence in this world. In fact, this is indeed the case. However, you all think that a heavenly Tao with 1 star or 2 stars is an extremely pinnacle existence. In fact, let me tell you, no matter if it's the demon race or the human race, there are plenty of heavenly Tao above 5 stars, 6 stars, 9 stars, and even 10 stars. These people might be people from 10,000 years ago. It's just that because of the era, most of them won't appear. What sort of power is 10 stars at the heavenly Tao realm? Murong Yu pondered slightly. I don't know, because even I have never seen the true strength of 10 stars at the heavenly Tao realm. The sacred temple should have no less than 50 heavenly Tao realm experts with 10 stars at the heavenly Tao realm, much less 9 or 8 stars. Everyone, this has really refreshed my understanding of the world, Zhuge Feng said. That's something new, Zhuge Feng said. If not, why do you think the demon race didn't choose to attack the human race by force? Instead, they slowly took down the cities one by one. It's not that easy for them. But similarly, the demon race is very strong. Furthermore, the demon race's combat strength is much stronger than the human race's. Feng Ling said, I know that. Basically, the higher the realm, the more obvious the difference. Yes, because of the demon race's cultivation, they might need 1,000 years to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. As for the human race, they have a chance in 100 years or even a few decades. Their foundations are on completely different levels. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian looked at the information of these people. These are all from the 3 major factions. There are also some top reclusive family clans. Therefore, the most important task for the 10 of you is none other than to raise your realm to the heavenly Tao realm. All of you are typically at 8, 9, or 10 stars. Furthermore, your talent is definitely sufficient. It's just that you have not experienced the tempering of these people. They are bound to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Furthermore, you are younger than them. 1 year. I'll give all of you a year to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. I believe that there shouldn't be too much of a problem in this 1 year. Han Chuxiu asked, don't we still have a competition with them? Yes, I've rejected it. This competition is actually more of a competition between you and the second team of the various major factions. I don't think there's much of a need for it. These people are from the first team. You will have frequent contact with them in the future. All right, then we should focus on raising our realms and breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian. That's right. Then, Murong Feng waved his hand as the scene changed. A map appeared. This is a place among the Fey race. It's called the Fey God Empire. You can simply understand it as an empire of the Fey race. There are many cities of the Fey race here. All the Fey race that appear in these cities are existences that have taken human form. In other words, any random person you see is a celestial, venerable, great void, or even heavenly Tao. Murong Feng said, this is our trial? Murong Feng nodded. Yes, you can say that it's a trial. It's also the place I found for all of you. Those people have all been to this place. The Fey race also has their own good places. Once you are there are many things that can allow you to obtain the greatest improvement. There are dangers of death and all sorts of terrifying tests. Only in this place can you obtain the greatest improvement. Think about it. Lin Xian said, I don't think there's anything to think about. Since they have all gone, why can't we go? Everyone nodded. All right, it's good that all of you have this awareness. Then, all of you should prepare. When you reach the Fey God Empire, the signal might not be able to pass through. Don't worry, we have this signal transmitter. All right, I almost forgot about this thing. However, when you reach the Fey God Empire, especially in the cities of the Fey race, you must be careful. Try not to expose your phone as much as possible, because it will expose your identity as a human. Understood. All right, I'll tell you the rest of the follow-up. Prepare yourselves and set off in a few days. Yes. Chapter 1720. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, Wang Xintong, Wu Yuhan, Yunao, Xiao Xinyue, Murong Yu, Feng Ling, and Zhuge Feng were all ready to go. This small team of 10 people was relatively secretive. It could be said that Murong Feng had secretly established this small team. Of course, he would inform the other forces later on. Moreover, he would also need them to do a lot of things. However, this secret had to be kept for the time, being for the sake of their safety and for the sake of their safety. In these 3 days, Lin Xian also told Miao Xiaomiao, Linglong Shui, by Xin Xian, Murong Qing, and the other girls about this matter. On Sky Blue Planet, Lin Xian's family was them. Other than them, Lin Xian had nothing else to worry about. If there was anything else, it would be their family. In the future, they would be Lin Xian's mother-in-law, right? They didn't think much of it. Lin Xian going to improve his cultivation was the best. They just wouldn't be able to see him, but they could still video chat. This wasn't a big deal. It just so happened that they also needed to improve their cultivation. Have you brought everything that you should bring? The best spiritual energy recovery medicine, healing medicine, and other things have all been brought. Also, I've prepared some powerful spiritual weapons from the temple. They're one-time combat tools that can be of some use in dangerous situations. Murong Feng reminded them. Yes, we've brought everything. Murong Feng nodded his head. The Demon God Empire is vast, and there are many demon beasts. Moreover, it is very messy. However, there are 2 secret realms there, the Divine Dragon Secret Realm and the Qilin Secret Realm. If you have the ability, you must go there. You may find some good things, or even opportunities there. As for the rest, we will leave it up to fate. We have not explored that place for a long time. Besides Tian Lin and the others, almost no one has been there for many years. Got it. Then, Murong Feng handed each of them a jade bottle. This is a demon aura pill. After consuming it, your aura will be that of demon beasts. As long as you don't encounter those terrifying existences, you won't be discovered. Even the spiritual energy you release will be that of demon beasts. They took it. When we reach the Demon God Empire, I'll give you guys a way to farm monsters quickly and legitimately. Murong Feng said. What? Although the Demon God Empire is an empire, it is divided into many cities and many forces. These forces are like fire and water and often kill each other. This is the situation of the demon race. Unless the Myriad Demon League wants to unify them to attack the human race, they won't care about this kind of thing. Instead, this is what the Myriad Demon League advocates. The demon race advocates the rule of the strongest. When the time comes, you can join a faction that likes to fight and use them to attack other factions. You can take the opportunity to farm monsters and improve your fighting skills. They nodded. I don't have anything else to tell you. Take your own life as the most important thing. Support and help each other. By all means, don't have any conflicts. Murong Feng said. Oh, Uncle Murong, you may have to worry about this for others, but you don't have to worry about us. Lin Xian really didn't think that there would be any conflicts between them. The main thing was that there might be fighting and scheming among others, but there was no such thing between them. They were either Lin Xian's women, or soon-to-be, or they had a very good impression of Lin Xian. Even if it was Feng Ling, they could be considered to have experienced life and death together. Among them, it seemed that Feng Ling was the only one that they weren't too familiar with. Then there was Zhuge Feng. How big of a mistake could there be? Yes, it's good that you guys understand. You're all alone outside, and in such a dangerous place. You guys are each other's protection. Now let's go. Yes. Then the 10 of them embarked on the journey to the demon god Empire. In the demonic beast domain, the 10 of them did not use any special methods. They were simply walking on foot. Lin Xian would occasionally release a spatial jump, and they would travel dozens of kilometers. The 10 of them made it seem like they were on vacation. Just like that, 5 days passed. The departure of the 10 of them, whether it was the human race or the demon race, was something that couldn't be detected unless you were watching them closely. Late at night, in these 5 days, the 10 of them should have traveled more than 5,000 kilometers. On average, they traveled 1,000 kilometers a day. That was definitely Lin Xian's spatial attribute, Feng Ling and Murong Yu's spatial attribute as their main means of traveling. If they wanted to be faster, they should have arrived by now. But they still felt that it was good to walk and enjoy the scenery. For any of the 10 of them, this was the first time they had left the human race's territory so far. Previously, even when they were in the great virtual realm, they were still not more than 500 kilometers away from the human race's territory. Now, they were even more than 10,000 kilometers away from the human race's territory. Hey, let's have a good rest tonight. We're now in an area that the human race hasn't explored for many years. It might be very dangerous. After such a long journey, let's rest first. We'll set off tomorrow. Without a doubt, Lin Xian was their captain. Everyone was willing to let Lin Xian be their captain. As for the vice captain, in the end, it still fell on Murong Yu. In the beginning, everyone had chosen between Feng Ling and Murong Yu as the vice captain. There were no objections to this decision, as both girls were outstanding and capable. Then, the two of them pushed each other away. You could be the vice captain, you could be the vice captain. After a long discussion, they finally decided on Murong Yu by drawing lots. It's mainly you, Murong Yu, and Feng Ling who are more tired. Wang Xintong said, "Sai, it's not tiring at all. Come, let's eat hot pot together." Lin Xian then released the law of creation. A simple little house appeared there. Then various ingredients were prepared and the pot was placed there. The law of creation is really useful. Zhuge Feng laughed. It's too convenient. Xiao Xinyue said, the reward I exchange from the God's awakening door is also the law of creation. In fact, many of them didn't even know about this thing. However, because of Lin Xian, they understood. Oh my God, this law is really powerful. Then, when they exchanged, they actually discovered the law of creation. Many of them wanted to exchange for something else at first, but in the end, they all exchanged for the law of creation. Murong Yu, Wang Xintong, Han Xuxue, and Xiao Xinyue all exchanged for the law of creation. Ling Ying exchanged for the law of destruction. Because of Lin Xian, they knew how useful this thing was. However, Chapter 17:21. After they exchanged for it and tried it for a long time, they found that it wasn't that simple. It was so difficult to use. Although they could use their minds, it wasn't that easy. They found that it wasn't the creation law that was powerful, but Lin Xian. They were all creation laws, but they couldn't do it as easily as Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue then looked at Lin Xian and asked, "But it's not convenient for me to use it. It consumes a lot, and the effect isn't as strong as yours." Lin Xian expected this because he obtained it from the system and directly maxed it out. Moreover, Lin Xian's spiritual power and soul power were very strong. Well, the law of creation is very useful, but the law of creation consumes spiritual energy and soul force. You have to reach a high level in these two aspects to be able to better display the power of the law of creation. The same is true for the law of destruction. However, in some small matters, these two things are very useful, but you might not be too familiar with them, or you might not have enough strength, so you need to practice. Feng Ling also nodded. Well, it's really difficult to use. You must pay attention. Don't force yourself to use this law to do things beyond your ability. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Yes, Lin Xian told us about this. It's also because of this that I feel that this law is really difficult to use. Every time I want to use it, I have to think about whether or not it can be done, or whether or not it will be dangerous for me. This is especially true when I'm facing a stronger opponent in battle. It's even harder to divert my attention to consider such things. I already have to be fully focused on the battle. So where would I find the time to think about such things? Ling Ying said helplessly. She knew that it was very strong, but she felt that it would be better to choose something else at that time. Now that she had exchanged for the destruction law, it gave her a headache. She regretted it. She originally thought that she was a warrior similar to an agility-type warrior who paid attention to killing. She felt that the destruction law would be very useful if she could display her ability to the extreme. However, she felt that it would be better to exchange for the creation law. It was very useful in ordinary times. Lin Xian said, "Use it more and practice more." I was like this at that time. I even vomited a lot of blood and found my limit little by little. They nodded. Then, various ingredients were added into the pot. If I had known, I would have exchanged for this item too. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. Get lost. Are you a pretty girl? Zhuge Feng smiled awkwardly. All right, I got it. I'll just eat my food. Lin Xian then said, the law of destruction. Ling Ying, remember one thing when you use it. If you're at the same level, the most you can do is injure him. Moreover, don't injure him severely. At most, you'll just break a finger. Although this isn't very useful, the sudden pain will cause your enemy to panic. If your enemy's level is lower than yours by 1 star, the most you can do is injure him severely. However, if your enemy's innate talent and other aspects are very strong, don't try to injure him severely. If your enemy's level is lower than yours by 2 stars, you can probably do whatever you want. Ling Ying nodded. Sure. She felt much better now that she had a plan. The law of creation is actually harder to control than the law of destruction. This is because I use the law of creation more for healing and to increase my own attributes. Healing is fine, but if it's increasing attributes, you can only try it out slowly to see how much you can increase them without injuring yourself. At the same time, you have to ensure that your spiritual energy is sufficient for the upcoming battle. Lin Xian said to the other girls, Yes, we've already tried this, so we have a rough idea. As long as you get used to it slowly, I feel that there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, as long as you get used to it, there shouldn't be a problem. However, you must remember one thing. You can break an arm or a leg, but don't try to create life. Even if it's an ant, don't try it. There's a very useful part, which is that no matter what you want to do with the law of creation, try it out first and see how much it costs. Then, take your time. They nodded. They would definitely keep Lin Xian's words in mind. This was because Lin Xian was indeed powerful, and he was already very proficient in this aspect. I originally wanted to choose the spatial attribute, but in the end, I still chose the law of destruction. I regret it a little, Ling Ying said as he ate a mouthful of beef. This kind of thing is actually more powerful than the spatial attribute. However, it requires you to be strong enough in order to unleash more power. Lin Xian then created a dipping sauce for the law of creation and passed it to them. Then, you can help us make some plans for the next few days. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian was their captain, so they definitely had to listen to Lin Xian. Lin Xian stroked his chin and took out a map. This is the map of the Demon God Empire. According to the current intelligence, which is of course from a few years ago, we are now here. We are still 2,000 kilometers away from the border of the Demon God Empire. After entering the border, after another 500 kilometers, we will reach the first demon race city of the Demon God Empire, Demon Wind City. I know about Demon Wind City. Basically, some experts from the human race will at most go to Demon Wind City. I heard that many experts have been there. Wu Yuan said. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my idea is to take it down. Everyone was speechless. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they were dumbfounded. What the fuck? This. Big brother, are you serious? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Han Shushua looked at Lin Xian and said, even though Monster Wind City isn't the #1 city, there should be quite a number of heavenly Dao within it. We don't even have a single heavenly Dao. So, how should we handle this? Wu Yunhua took a sip of wine and said with a smile, don't tell me you want us to sell our bodies. Big brother, can you not always say such shocking things? Feng Ling touched her forehead. They had been given a fright. Lin Xian said, that's really what I'm thinking. Demon Wind City is a border city. At the same time, it also means that Demon Wind City's strength is inferior to other cities. It is also the best city to take action. To us, raising our realms to the heavenly Dao realm is of utmost importance. Uncle Morong said that we should join a faction so that we can use the clash between factions to kill fey beasts in a reasonable manner. It will achieve the effect of safely and quickly raising our realms. Therefore, if we take this city for ourselves, it will be even easier. But, even so, how are the 10 of us at the Great Void Realm going to achieve this? Wang Xintong blinked and said, I have a rough plan. It might take some time. Let's talk about it when we arrive. All right. Chapter 1722. 2 days later, the 10 of them came to a place not far from Monster Wind City. Here, they often saw some powerful demonic beasts loitering around, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Some of them were even extremely terrifying traces of battle. Obviously, the demon race was indeed a very chaotic place. The continent was a place where the strong were respected, and among the demon race, this was even more vividly reflected. Like the human race, at least there were some so-called laws to control them, but the demon race did not have these, so it was even more chaotic and dangerous. Of course, they also saw many powerful demonic beasts who had transformed into human form. However, they had all taken the demon aura pill, so under normal circumstances, as long as those people did not have any other intentions, they would not be in too much danger. But up until now, they had already fought many battles. It was not that some people were looking for trouble because they did not like them, nor were they looking for trouble because of their treasures. After the demon race transformed into human form, especially those who lived in the cities of the demon god empire, they did not have any sense of territory. Other than the overlords of the demon race in the wild, they did not allow others to enter their territory easily. Those who came looking for trouble and wanted to kill them only had one reason, and that was they were too beautiful. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Zhuge Feng had just finished a battle, and then sat there to catch his breath. The 10 of them had just fought 6, 8, 9, and 10 stars demon race experts of the Great Void Realm. They had just killed them, and they were exhausted. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. Zhuge Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and said, Captain, we met 5 groups of demonic beasts who had transformed into human form along the way, and they took the initiative to attack us, all because they coveted their beauty. His tone was very helpless. Lin Xian scratched his head. Beauties, whether in the human race or the demon race, were coveted by men, not to mention a group of beauties of such quality walking together. Tell me, when those demonic beasts passing by looked at them, who would not have some thoughts? This is indeed a problem. Lin Xian looked at them. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about bringing them to Monster Wind City and walking on the streets of Monster Wind City. What the fuck? Wouldn't that cause a huge problem? Don't worry. It may be chaotic outside, but there are clear rules in the cities of the demon god empire. You can't fight directly in the cities of each force. You can only fight in the arena or leave the city. Morongyu said. Lin Xian? Arena? What rules? Morongyu shook her head. I don't know, but it does exist in every city. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then we can go directly to Wicked Wind City's duel arena to take a look. After we make a name for ourselves, I reckon that the leader of the forces in Wicked Wind City will take the initiative to rope us in. At that time, many things will be much simpler. Lin Xian. Yes, sure. Do we need to disguise ourselves? Wang Xintong asked. Nah, don't. I don't think there's a need for that. We can still fight ordinary Heavenly Dao experts. Besides, the ones in the arena are probably top experts. If we can encounter a Heavenly Dao and slay a Heavenly Dao, our cultivation realm will rise even faster. If we want to quickly reach the Heavenly Dao realm, with the help of the God Sun system, the easiest way is to kill a Heavenly Dao above our level. The experience gained is still sufficient. Lin Xian. Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Xian. I've fought Heavenly Dao realm existences before. Ordinary Heavenly Dao realm 1-star existences should be fine. I don't think it's too much a problem. As long as we don't fight those high-level Heavenly Dao, it'll be fine. I reckon those high-level Heavenly Dao won't participate in the arena anyway. Yeah, let's take a look first. Following that, they headed for Wicked Wind City. Soon, the massive Wicked Wind City came into view. Wicked Wind City was a phase city. It resembled the ancient cities in television dramas. It had high city walls and a gigantic city gate. Inside were houses and streets. The Fae did not have any high-tech gadgets like computers and televisions. It was more like they lived in ancient times. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Wicked Wind City's gates were wide open. There weren't many people entering and exiting the city gates, but it was definitely not a small number. The appearance of Lin Xian and company instantly attracted the attention of many Fae experts. Quick, look over there. SS, how beautiful. Why are there so many beauties? Why don't we get one? Are you mad? Look at the 10 of them. These women don't look simple, especially when they dare to appear here together. Do you think they don't have the confidence to act so ostentatiously? If you don't wish to die, it's best you don't provoke them before you know their background and strength. That's right. This was Lin Xian's thoughts. Anyone with a brain would definitely be suspicious when they saw these beauties. Why would they dare to appear here so openly? They must have some sort of confidence, right? So, on the contrary, they might not dare to make a move. They easily entered Wicked Wind City, and no one stopped them. There weren't many rules between the major cities of the Fae God Empire, and there was no so-called currency. In these Fae God Empire cities, transactions relied on various spiritual items of heaven and earth. There was no money. There are so many people here. They walked on the streets of Wicked Wind City and were a little surprised to see so many people coming and going. They thought that this Fae God Empire city would be very empty and there wouldn't be so many people. But now it seemed that there were probably hundreds of thousands of experts in this city. Moreover, it should be known that most cities in the Fae God Empire only accepted Fae beasts that had taken human form. These Fae beasts had to be at least in the heavenly venerable realm to take human form. Of course, apart from those with extremely powerful bloodlines, they might be able to take human form at the law realm. In other words, this city had hundreds of thousands of heavenly venerables and above. Let's see if there's anything good. In the city, the most you could see were experts setting up stalls by the roadside. There were all kinds of treasures on the stalls, and you could exchange them with other treasures. The premise was that both sides agreed to the exchange. The appearance of the 10 people attracted the attention of a large number of experts. Lin Xian and the others were still very nervous. It was like a few goats disguised as wolves and entered a pack of wolves. If they were slightly careless and exposed, they would be besieged by an entire city. Then, the 10 people walked around Wicked Wind City as if they were shopping. Young Master Lang, look ahead. In front, a few people walked over. Then, their gazes fell on Lin Xian and the others who were exchanging treasures at the roadside stalls. Chapter 17:23. It couldn't be helped. They were too eye-catching. In fact, it was fine to be alone, but when so many of them were together, you couldn't help but notice them. Lin Xian and the others had changed their clothes to a more ancient style, and they weren't particularly bright. Otherwise, if they came here wearing modern human clothes, wouldn't that be self-destructing? Langshur licked his lips. What kind of day is it in Evil Wind City today? Before, there was Lord Wu, and now there are so many devastatingly beautiful women. It's really unbelievable. Langshur licked his lips again, and then said, "Let's go. This young master has taken a fancy to that woman." He looked at Murongyu. Among so many beauties, Murongyu was indeed the most eye-catching one, because her blue hair was indeed more prominent. "Then, young master, can we choose from the others?" Langshur smiled, and said, "Of course, follow this young master, and you will eat and drink well." At this time, the old man behind Langshur said, "Young master, we still have to be careful. Each of them looks extraordinary, and they don't look like ordinary people. Moreover, so many of them obviously came together. This is definitely not simple." This old man is even worried. Could they be people brought by Lord Wu? Or they could be people from other top forces, otherwise they wouldn't have the guts to do so. It's better to be careful. If we're not careful, our entire clan might. Langshur frowned. Obviously, the old man's words made him afraid. That's right. He had never seen them before, and they did look extraordinary, and they didn't seem to be afraid at all. In other words, they had the courage to appear here, and they were not afraid of anything. Let's go and take a look first. Langshur originally planned to fucking kidnap them. Although it was not allowed in the city, it still depended on the person. Langshur's family was a top family in Evil Wind City, and their family had a good relationship with the Evil Wind City's city lord. He didn't dare to do anything too overboard, and he was afraid that the news would spread to the ears of the boss of the city. But kidnapping people was just a small matter. But for now, he still planned to go over and get in touch with them. After all, there were too many powerful forces in the Demon God Empire. Not to mention the major forces, just some of the clans among the major forces were not to be trifled with. There were too many of them. I can use this. Windling saw a blue leaf and took out a piece of crystal. How about this? That expert glanced over. Red Dragon Spirit, yes. Then, Windling completed the exchange with him. There are so many rare, natural treasures here. Han Chushua muttered to herself. Many of them were things that were rarely seen in the human race. After all, it's close to 10,000 kilometers deep into the demon god empire of the demon race. Many of the things here are only found by the demon race. Very few humans can come here, and even if they do, it's very difficult to encounter these things. Therefore, the things that are hard to find in our world are endless here. Morongyu said, and then she frowned. May I know who you are? The corners of Langshur's mouth curled up as he smiled and extended his hand towards Murongyu. I'm Langshur, the young master of the Bloodthirsty Wolf clan in Fei Wind City. Langshur said, There's no need. Thank you. Murongyu replied nonchalantly. They knew that the Bloodthirsty Wolf was a relatively strong Fey beast. It was a Fey beast that had the qualifications to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. Langshur, who looked 25 or 26 years old, was likely more than 1,000 years old. In the Fey race, 1,000 years was about the same as 20 years for humans. For example, although Linglong Shue's realm wasn't high, being only at the 2-star heavenly Dao realm, her combat strength was not something the Bloodthirsty Wolf could compare with. Under normal circumstances, Linglong Shue could easily defeat the Bloodthirsty Wolf at the 4-star heavenly Dao realm. She could even crush it. This was the suppression of the Fey race's bloodline. Linglong Shue possessed a top bloodline, just like the Fey race's dragons. In the eyes of the dragons, these were all despicable bloodlines. Linglong Shue's Void Fox was in existence on the same level as dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes. Under normal circumstances, Linglong Shue's arrival in Fei Wind City made her an overlord. Regardless of how many stars Fei Wind City had at the heavenly Dao realm, they had to treat Linglong Shue with reverence. The Fei race was like that. They had an absolute difference in terms of bloodlines. I've never seen any of you before. Where are you from? Langshur asked with a smile, ignoring Murong Yu's question. Let's go. Feng Ling walked over and said, Okay. Then, they ignored Langshur and walked away. Ka ka ka. Langshur clenched his fists tightly as he stared at their backs. Young master, don't be rash. The elder held back the enraged Langshur and said, Since they dare to ignore young master, it proves that they have no fear of our bloodthirsty wolf clan. After all, Langshur had already pointed out their identities, but Murong Yu had responded coldly. She couldn't even be bothered with him. It proved that she wasn't afraid of them. Let's follow them. Perhaps they just don't want to cause trouble. Lin Xian and company walked on the streets. This Fey race's city is actually quite easy to get used to. There's nothing special about it. Ling Ying said, Yes, that's the case. Then, let's prepare to work. Have you asked about the arena? Wu Yunhua nodded. Yes, it's just ahead. What about the rules? There are many duels every day. There are individual battles and team battles. Team battles are held in groups of 10. Basically, the loser will be killed by the winner. Then, the winner will take away all the treasures they have. It doesn't matter if it's an individual battle or a team battle. If you can achieve 50 consecutive victories, you will be rewarded. There are also rewards for 80 consecutive victories. The most important thing is 100 consecutive victories. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, everyone will receive a drop of Fey God Blood Essence. Zhuge Feng was curious. Fey God Blood Essence? What's that? It is said that this rule was set by a powerful Fey race called the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirins are a warlike race. They're also one of the 3 kings of the Fey God Empire. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, you can even join the Blood Kirin race. Wu Yunhua said, Blood Kirins. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The Blood Kirins were a truly powerful Fey race. They belonged to the dragons and were a branch of the Kirins. The Kirins were divided into Fire Kirins, Water Kirins, Thunder Kirins, and so on. The Blood Kirins were one of them. Can we humans use them? Wang Xintong asked. Feng Ling said, Of course. You can even gain great power. I think we can give it a try. Chapter 1724. Lin Xian was very interested. If you know, on this continent, the strongest aren't humans. The most powerful are always dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, etc. Furthermore, they aren't just strong. Their existence has already exceeded the level of any bloodline on this continent. It's as though they are on a completely different level of existence. To put it simply, if you were at the Heavenly Dao 1-star realm, a pure-blooded dragon is also at the Heavenly Dao 1-star realm. Dragons can fight 100 Heavenly Dao 1-stars. If you obtain the blood essence of a Heavenly Dao 1-star dragon, your realm will soar. As for the dragons, they disdain a drop of your blood essence. They are trash. Therefore, you will feel that the gap is huge. Everyone is clearly at the Heavenly Dao 1-star realm, but how can it be like this? They are on a completely different level of existence. Therefore, this drop of Blood Qilin's blood essence can greatly enhance any one of Lin Xian and company. Yeah, let's put the rest aside for now. Let's see if we can achieve a 100-win streak. Lin Xian. It's difficult. Demon Wind City is most famous for its arena. Although every city has one, Demon Wind City's is the biggest. At the same time, only those who achieve a 100-win streak in Demon Wind City's arena will be rewarded. Therefore, the truly famous people in the Demon God Empire will compete in Demon Wind City's arena. It's also the most difficult. Wu Yunhua then said, but it's said that in 1,000 years, only one team has achieved a 100-win streak. That can't be right. Only one team in 1,000 years? Wu Yunhua nodded. Yes, that person said. Firstly, it's extremely difficult to achieve a 100-win streak in this arena. It's even difficult to achieve a 10-win streak. This is because you will encounter teams with a winning streak. For example, if we win 10 matches in a row, we will encounter another team with a winning streak of 10 matches in the 11th match. If we win 50 matches in a row, we will encounter a team with a winning streak of around 50 matches in the 51st match. If we win 90 matches in a row, we will also encounter a team with a winning streak of around 90 matches in a row. Therefore, it said that it's difficult to achieve a winning streak. The opponents will only get stronger. Secondly, if we are lucky enough to achieve a 99-win streak, we will encounter a genius duo from the Blood-Chilling clan in the final match. We just need to defeat them. They were silent. Why don't we just forget about it? Feng Ling coughed and said, "Doesn't that mean he's dead for sure?" That's not the case. In the 100th match against the Blood-Chilling clan, they will guarantee the safety of their opponents. They can't guarantee the safety of their opponents before that. In fact, over the past few years, there have been quite a number of teams that have won 99 matches in a row. In the span of 1,000 years, there have been at least 50 teams, but all of them have fallen at the hands of the Blood-Chilling clan. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian looked at them. What do you mean? I'll listen to you. Han Chushua said. They nodded. Yes, we'll listen to you. You're the captain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. My thoughts are, first of all, this will greatly increase our combat strength and teamwork. With such cruel rules and powerful opponents, it will greatly improve our combat strength. Second of all, although this arena is dangerous, we aren't weak either. Moreover, we can use a very legitimate method to kill our opponents. Moreover, our opponents' realms are very high. As long as we can kill them quickly, the experience points we gain from killing them each day won't be less than what we gain from joining a force to fight. Zhuge Feng nodded. I agree. If we join a force, when we can fight is still a problem. After we fight, we can't guarantee how many opponents of high realms we can kill. Basically, whoever loses will die. Then, we just have to kill our opponents, and they're from the Demon Clan. There's no problem. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Thirdly, if we can also get the essence blood of the Blood-Chilling. I think it's a good idea, but at the same time, it's very dangerous. Feng Ling said, let's test the waters first. We're not weak. The opponents we'll encounter before should be some great Void Realm cultivators. The real threat is the Heavenly Path. If we all rise to the 10th level of the Great Void Realm, we can fight the Heavenly Path. Lin Xian said, Okay, then let's go and sign up directly. Okay. Then they walked over together. It's so big. Looking at the huge arena in front of them, they were secretly shocked. It was really big. The biggest building they had ever seen was probably the stadium. This thing was as big as 5 stadiums. They were outside, and the excited and wild cheers coming from the entire arena were deafening. It feels very lively. Let's go. Then they walked in. Whoosh! The arena was so big. At first, they thought it was so big because they needed a big battlefield. After all, they were all experts, Great Void Realm, and Heavenly Path Realm cultivators. However, when they entered, they found that it was not like that. It was so big that it was full of spectators. Hundreds of thousands. And where are they fighting? A small world. There was a small world in the center area. They were in the small world, and the entire center with a huge screen that projected the fights in the small world. There's so many people. Actually, it's normal when you think about it. How many experts do we have in the human race? The demon race will only have more than us. It's just that they are not as united. It's normal for hundreds of thousands of celestial venerables and above to gather here. Feng Ling said. But why are they willing to waste time to watch the fight? Mu Rongyu muttered to herself. Yeah, why? Wu Yuhan and the rest were puzzled. Normally speaking, those who watched martial arts competitions were ordinary martial artists. How could they have so much free time to watch martial arts competitions? Wasn't it better to cultivate? It was normal for some to come, but hundreds of thousands of such experts were here. That was abnormal. There must be a reason. It's a bet, Xiao Xinyue said. Xiao Xinyue said. She then pointed to the side. Look, they looked over. There was a huge screen that displayed some data. It was the data of the bets, and then there was a description of the bets. All kinds of heaven and earth spiritual items were used as bets, and then the payout was based on the odds. If they won, their own treasures would be returned to them. At the same time, they would compensate others' treasures in a crystal called the Heavenly Demon Crystal. The Heavenly Demon Crystal could be directly absorbed by demonic beasts for cultivation. If there were enough of it, the cultivation speed would not be slow. In fact, it was a common and necessary cultivation method for the demon race. However, the Heavenly Demon Crystal vein was basically controlled by the top forces. Ordinary demons did not have the channels and could only use other heaven and earth spiritual items to exchange for it. They also understood why these people did not cultivate but came to gamble. It was because of the Heavenly Demon Crystal. Chapter 1725. Lin Xian smiled and said, "The demon race is the same as the human race. They have all kinds of gambler's mentality." That's right. For these top demon clans, they basically have some treasures and worldly treasures. They have the capital. At the same time, if they win, they can win other worldly treasures and heavenly demon crystals. In the demon clan, heavenly demon crystals are very rare. Unless it's a top demon clan, an individual or even a great void realm demon beast can only exchange worldly treasures for heavenly demon crystals. In the image, 20 people were fighting. They looked at the two teams. They should all be above the great void stage 5 stars and below the heavenly Tao. Soon, all 10 people in one team were killed, and 3 of the 10 people in the other team were killed. The 7 survivors took all the spatial rings and treasures from their bodies. As for the winning team, if they wanted to continue participating, they had to either fight against 10 people with 7 of them, or find 3 people who had the same winning streak as them to join them. Everyone had a badge on their chest. This badge contained the data of the arena and recorded their winning streak. Of course, they didn't lose because losing meant death. Too cruel. Wang Xintong opened her mouth. Lin Xian said, "Let's go and sign up." Then, the 10 of them went to the registration office. "You want to sign up for the Death Arena competition, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, what's the procedure?" "Please pay at least a Heaven Stage treasure or a treasure of the same value. Then, you need to name your team." Lin Xian then took out a crystal. "Is that enough?" "Yes." The woman then entered something on what looked like a computer. Although they were demon race and generally didn't have technology, there were still many places that had it and needed it. "Please name your team, and make sure that there are no duplicate team names." Lin Xian looked at them and said, "Let's call it the Storm Team. Do you have it?" "Storm Team can be used. Are you sure you want to use this team name?" "Yes." After a while, the girl handed them 10 badges. "Please ensure that you do not discard your badge. Otherwise, all your winning streaks will be wiped out, and you will have to start all over again. After every match, if you win, you will receive 1,000th of all the treasures and heavenly fey crystals as a reward. The amount of heavenly fey crystals is fixed, and it will increase according to your winning streaks. For every 10 consecutive victories, the grade of heavenly fey crystals will increase by a level." Lin Xian and the others nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that it could attract so many teams to fight. It turned out that other than 30, 50, and 80 wins, there were top-notch rewards for 100 consecutive wins. Every winner would also receive a handsome reward. Putting aside the fact that heavenly demon crystals were a necessity for them, this was the wager of several 100,000 top powerhouses. If you win, you can obtain 1,000th of these bets. Don't think that 1,000th of chance isn't a lot. With hundreds of thousands of experts betting on it, 1,000th of a chance could really be a lot. "So, when will Storm be preparing for the battle?" the woman asked. Lin Xian asked, "When can we?" The woman said, "Today there are a total of 5 teams that have registered with 0 matches. 4 teams have already fought, and 1 team is waiting for an opponent. If you register now, we can arrange for you to compete with them in the next round." Lin Xian nodded. "Register now." "Good. Your registration has been completed. Please wait at the backstage." Then, Lin Xian and the others were taken away by a girl. Behind them, Lang Shi and the others walked over, and he frowned. They are here to participate in the battle? Langshire didn't quite understand. If they were very powerful, why would they come to participate in the battle? Don't tell me they don't have any power? Langshire pondered for a moment. Young master, don't be careless. Although most people come to the arena for the rewards, there are still many people who come from very powerful forces. They are here purely to test themselves, and most of them are experts from top forces. I took a look at them, and they don't seem to be simple. It's best not to rush to conclusions. Langshire nodded. And that makes sense. Let's wait and see how they fight. Then, Langshire went over and asked, when will those people fight? The woman glanced at him and said, sorry, we don't disclose any information about the participants. I'm just asking. I am the young master of the Bloodthirsty Wolf clan. If it's not the Bloodshieling clan, then any force is useless. You. The old man hurriedly stopped Langshire. Young master, don't be angry. The Bloodshieling clan is behind the Death Corner arena. Oomph. Langshire snorted coldly. Backstage, this was a room with only 10 people, including Lin Xian. Tea was prepared for them, and they could even watch the fight through the screen in the room. Soon, the next fight began. Of course, during this period, those people went to different places to place their bets in an orderly manner. Oh, what team is this? The payout is 3,100. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. With such a high payout, it must be a very famous team in the Death Corner arena. Moreover, it should be a team that has won many matches in a row. However, their opponent should also be a team that has won almost the same number of matches in a row. With such a high payout, it's enough to see how strong this Blood Red Battle team is. Before the two teams started fighting, no one knew who their opponent was. Only when they went on stage and faced each other would they know who their opponent was. However, when the fight was about to start, the people outside would be able to see who was fighting who before the bets were placed. At this moment, a beautiful host held a microphone in her hand. Everyone, the bets are done. Next, let us prepare to enjoy the match between the Blood Red Battle team and the Scorpio Battle team. What followed was a heart-wrenching cheer. The Blood Red Battle team has a total of 52 consecutive victories. The Scorpio Battle team has a total of 51 consecutive victories. Will the Blood Red Battle team continue to maintain their winning streak, or will the Scorpio Battle team break the Blood Red Battle team's dominance? Let us wait and see. Now, we will randomly draw the map. Then, the big screen began to flash between various maps. This is quite good. There are still many maps. Linging mumbled while sucking on a lollipop. It is quite good. After we take down this arena, we will be greatly improved in all aspects. Lin Xian. Let's take a look at this team first. Who knows when we will meet them? Moreover, let's see what the 50-plus consecutive victory stage is. Chapter 17:26. If they wanted to continue fighting here, they had to have a rough idea of the realms of the teams here. Then, the two teams began fighting on the map. The Blood Red Battle team has 10 people. 3 of them are at the 1-star of the Heavenly Tao realm, and 7 are at the 10-star Great Void realm. Thankfully, such a team can obtain more than 50 consecutive victories. Morong Yu sighed slightly. The other team is the Scorpio Battle team. 2 of them are at the 1-star of the Heavenly Tao realm, and 8 are at the 10-star Great Void realm. The difference between them is 1 Heavenly Tao. This is also why so many gamblers bet on the Blood Red Battle team. The odds are in the thousands. The difference of 1 Heavenly Tao is indeed substantial. Han Chushua muttered as she watched the battle. This also means that we might not encounter a team with a Heavenly Tao realm in our first dozen consecutive victories, right? Wang Xintong asked. Not necessarily. This is also a matter of luck. If there happens to be a team with a Heavenly Tao realm and they have just started fighting with the same winning streak as us, there is still a chance of encountering them. It might even be troublesome if we encounter a team with a Heavenly Tao realm that we have never fought before in our first match. Lin Xian. However, this is indeed a very important opportunity to improve. Everyone has consumed the demonic aura pill, right? As Feng Lingya, Wu Yunhua said, actually, there isn't much to say in the Death Corner arena. Oh, Lin Xian looked at Wu Yunhu. Back then, I specifically asked him about it. That person said that it's not as if no human battle teams have ever come to the Death Corner arena. Furthermore, no one said that human battle teams are not allowed to participate. As long as you have the ability, you can participate if you want. At the very least, in this Death Corner arena, the human race and the Yao race enjoy the same treatment. However, it's best not to reveal your identity as a human, because no one would dare to violate the rules here, going against the Blood Kirin clan's rules, but you will inevitably be targeted when you leave. Everyone nodded. Then, let's make our preparations. Do we need any tactics later? Lin Xian said, we don't need too many tactics. After all, we don't know who our opponents are. All we need to do is cooperate with each other and act according to the situation. All right. The 10 of them had a clear division. Zhuge Feng, Wang Xintong, and the others were more in charge of supporting and filling in the positions. Zhuge Feng's ability was very strong, but his abilities were mostly related to the 5 elements and 4 symbols, as well as various buffs to others. He was more suited to be a support, but why did Lin Xian like Zhuge Feng and wanted to join their team? This was because other than his outstanding ability, he wasn't like other people who wanted to show off their abilities. He was willing to be in the support position, and he was open-minded about it. Although in the eyes of others, the most eye-catching person in a team was the vanguard, he believed that he could also be eye-catching as a support. Zhuge Feng would not say that he forced himself to be the vanguard. Because of this, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was not bad. He was very suitable for the role. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue's main positions were control. They both had the ice attribute, and the ice attribute was a very strong control attribute. At the same time, their speed was also very fast. Their control was definitely enough, and they could also ensure their own safety. Ling Ying, Wu Yuhan, and Wu Yunhua's 3 positions were damage output. They all had the dark attribute, and all of them had the dark attribute with full purity. Even Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua had the powerful dark fog. The 3 of them were the main damage output. Feng Ling and Murong, you were control and damage output. They had strong attack abilities and the space attribute. Now, they also had the creation precept. Murong, you also had the time attribute. They did more things, such as supporting Ling Ying and the others, using space and time to help them. At the same time, they would also help them deal damage, block enemies, and assist them in attacking their main targets, etc. Lin Xian's position was protection. Although Lin Xian's position was protection, his position was more of a true control. Lin Xian had all the attributes, the creation precept and the destruction precept. He could have any ability he wanted. Therefore, whatever his teammates needed, Lin Xian would generally be able to help. Therefore, Lin Xian was more of an absolute control. In other words, Lin Xian had to do the most. At the same time, Lin Xian could also be the highest damage output. For example, if an opponent needed a fatal blow, Lin Xian could give that fatal blow. This was the distribution of the 10 people in their team. Of course, this was only an overall distribution. After the battle started, they would fight according to this orderly positioning. However, battles were ever-changing. Every one of them had a position, and that was to fight according to the overall situation. They would fight according to their positioning. Whatever they needed to do, they could do it. This was because each of them had this ability. Even Wang Xintong, who was probably the least outstanding in terms of attributes among them, had been trying to improve her combat skills from the start. Her combat skills were not weak at all. If you asked her to suddenly attack someone, she would be able to do it. It was just that she was more suited to support this positioning. Why? Wang Xintong's precept was the light precept. The effect of the light precept was to increase her and her teammates' speed, defense, and strength. This precept was a support. Her precept was to increase the realm of her teammates and herself. This was also a support. However, Wang Xintong was in the team, and her personality was not to fight for it. This battle, as expected, ended with the victory of that bloody battle. As for the other 10 people, other than the 2 Heavens Dao, the other 8 had all died a violent death. The Heavenly Dao would not die so easily. Why did the loser have to die? That was because the victor wanted them dead. They were injured and unable to resist, so they had no choice but to die. However, for the Heavenly Dao, even if they were injured, they would not be injured to a great extent when facing a Heavenly Dao of the same realm. They could drag it out and wait for the battle to end before coming out of the map. Therefore, they would not die. The Heavenly Dao realm is so strong. Wang Xintou mumbled. Definitely. Work hard. We need to attempt to break through to the Heavenly Dao in a short period of time. Although Uncle Murong gave us a year, I'm thinking that we can all attempt to break through to the Heavenly Dao in half a year. If we can fight our way through this death arena, we might even have the chance to kill a few Heavenly Dao each. With our talent, it shouldn't be a problem, but it's still difficult to achieve it, said Wu Yuno lightly. Then, she reached out her hand and pulled out a lollipop from Ling Ying's pocket. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and did not say a word. Yes, prepare to go on stage. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.